Chapter 1, My sister's illness caused a flaw and she got $1 million loan. Am I reborn? After a severe headache. Duja lay on the bed, looking at the time displayed on his phone in shock. Parallel world on X month X day of XX year. I was reborn 10 years ago. And it happened to be the day when my fate was completely shattered. Duja held his phone tightly, his eyes extremely cold. 10 years ago today, Duja was at home preparing for the college entrance examination. But his school beauty goddess Chu Mangyao suddenly came to his house and asked to borrow 1 million. She said her sister Chunya was seriously ill and her life would be in danger if she didn't receive timely treatment. The power from the sky was changed to sister. The hospital said the total cost of surgery, hospitalization, and other expenses would be 1 million. Her sister has been running out of money because she has been supporting her to study art. So Chu Mangyao could only ask her male friend Duja to borrow money. At that time, Duja had been pursuing Chu Mangyao for 3 years, but Chu Mangyao was still keeping him hanging, saying that they could be good friends first. So the two seemed inseparable every day, but in fact, Duja had only held her hand at most. That day, Chu Mangyao came to borrow 1 million yuan to treat her sister's illness. He also said that he would pay him back more money after he got into university. Although 1 million is an astronomical figure, Chu Mangyao is his goddess. There was a chance that he would become a big star in the future, so Duja gritted his teeth and agreed. Not only did he take out all his savings, he even mortgaged the only house left by his parents before they disappeared. That day, Chu Mangyao cried and said that she would pay back the money immediately after her sister recovered from her illness. It's ridiculous that Duja was so naive to believe it at that time. Until the college entrance examination results are released. Duja was horrified to find that Chu Mangyao and her sister had disappeared long ago. Even the phone number is no longer in service. He called the police, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of the two bitches. Even in the end, there was no such person as Chu Mangyao at the Yinjing Film Academy. From then on, Duja not only had no money to go to college, but also owed more than 200,000 yuan. I even lost my house, and my life became completely dark. In the end, he chose to go out and make a living to pay off his debts. After several years of hard work, he finally set up a small company with the help of a loan. But just as the company was about to make a profit, it was suddenly trapped by a group. This caused Duja to go bankrupt and owe tens of millions of dollars in debt. The media reported extensively, and employees and investors frantically demanded repayment. This caused Duja's life to be completely ruined, and he had no choice but to take the dark path and flee abroad. In desperation, he chose to become a mercenary. For 6 years, there was a hail of gunfire and life and death was unpredictable. But in the end, he still managed to get through it with his belief in revenge. During this period he not only paid off all his debts, he also spent a lot of money to investigate the whereabouts of Chunya and Chu Mangyao, and the boss of the group who took action against him back then. By chance he got the news that the boss had remarried a woman named Chunya a few years ago. And she also has a younger sister, Chu Mangyao. Son of a bitch. It turned out that they not only cheated me of all my money, but also did not let me go even after a few years. When he thought of this, Duja could hardly hide his murderous intent. Damn Chu Mangyao, Chunya. You two bitches ruined my life. This time I will kill you. Duja's eyes were cold and crazy, and he looked down at his phone. 4:24 p.m. In the previous life, around the same time, Chu Mangyao came to her house to borrow money. Duja sneered and stood quietly in front of the door, waiting for her arrival. About 3 minutes passed. There was a knock on the door. Duja opened the door silently. Standing in front of the door was a pure girl wearing a chiffon dress, with fair skin, plump breasts, and buttocks. Measurements, 91, 62, 88. It's that bitch Chu Mangyao. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance now. But Duja knew very well that she was just a bitch. Duja leaned against the doorframe and said coldly, Mangyao, why are you here? Chu Mangyao heard Duja's voice seemed a little cold. His eyes widened and he looked at Duja in confusion. This dog's attitude towards himself seems a bit abnormal? But she didn't think too much about it and continued to behave like a good girl. She pursed her lips, blushed, and spoke in a low voice. Duja, my sister is seriously ill and the hospital wants 1 million for medical expenses. Can you lend me 1 million first? Her voice was a little low and she seemed a little embarrassed. 1 million is not a small amount. Even though Duja's family conditions are pretty good. It's not something you can just take out casually. Then she added, if it's not that much, 700,000 or 800,000 is also possible. No problem, it's just 1 million. Duja interrupted her with a smile. What? Isn't it just 1 million? Xu Mengyao covered her mouth in surprise. I was shocked by Duja's generosity. You really have that much money? Of course, my parents left me a lot of money. Duja had a harmless smile on his face. It's no problem to lend you 1 million to treat your sister's illness. However, the transfer amount is a bit large, and the process requires verification of many things. I need to give me your mobile phone and ID card. Xu Mengyao nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and the ID card from his wallet and handed them to Duja. She had never dealt with such a large sum of money as 1 million. I thought I needed my ID card and mobile phone to operate something. Duja took the phone and ID card handed to him by Xu Mengyao, with a sneer on his face. Borrowing money, right? Running away, right? Ruining my life, right? Borrow, borrow, borrow. I'll let you borrow as much as you want today. Then Duja pretended to operate the phone. In fact, he quietly opened the browser and clicked on the most unscrupulous loan sharking websites of the time. They claim that as long as you dare to borrow, they will give. There are more than 30 loan websites. All of them are notorious black-hearted websites with high interest rates, debt collection, and other incidents. Then Duja entered all the information on Xu Mengyao's ID card one by one. Take photos, authorize, agree. There was almost no obstacle. The current loan black websites are better. As long as you are a woman, you can borrow as much as you want. Duja raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Xu Mengyao. Her cheeks were slightly red and she was biting her lips gently. It seems like he was somewhat moved by himself. Damn, bitch. What are you pretending to be? Xu Mengyao had this expression in her previous life. Duja was tricked into fleeing abroad. Let me do it again today, let me kill you two bitches. Then Duja raised his cell phone. He took pictures of Xu Mengyao openly. Xu Mengyao dodged twice and asked, Duja, why are you taking pictures of me? Duja made up a lie. Oh, the transfer amount is too large, the bank wants to see if it is me who is doing the operation. Then he took a few fake photos of himself. Seeing Duja's serious look, Xu Mengyao did not suspect anything. So that's how it is. It seems Duja really wanted to lend me money. It was worth it that I gave him the opportunity and he licked me for 3 years. At this moment, Duja's voice suddenly rang out. Mengyao, please repeat it again. I solemnly promise hereby that I am Xu Mengyao, my ID number, and the money will be deposited into your account after I record a video. Xu Mengyao was overjoyed when she heard that the money was about to arrive. I immediately did as I was told. I solemnly promise that I am Xu Mengyao, and my ID number is. After Duja finished recording the video, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Success. Waited for a while. The 1 million loan was gradually deposited into the account. It is indeed a black-hearted loan, the money is transferred quickly. Then Duja cleared all the information and URL records. I handed the phone and ID card to Xu Mengyao and said, the money has been transferred. Please take a look. Xu Mengyao hurriedly opened the bank account. 1,095,287.36. There's actually an extra million in there. Duja, this time, thank you so much this time. When I get admitted to the film academy, I will definitely return the money to you, Xu Mengyao said with tears in her eyes while holding the phone. At this moment, she was really a little touched by Duja's infatuation. Duja suppressed the sneer in his eyes. Bitch. He is unaware that he is happy about having to pay off his loan shark. Do you really think I'd be that stupid? It's okay. Since we're together in the future, it doesn't matter whether I return it or not. Xu Mengyao curled her lips imperceptibly. I just treat you as a bootlicker. I still have this crazy idea that I want to marry myself. It's just a dream. My, Xu Mengyao's, man must be a wealthy and elegant man. Just you? Snort. Wait until I get admitted to Yinqing Film Academy. I'll return your money and we'll be done with each other completely. After that, the two exchanged greetings for a while, and Xu Mengyao left with the loan sharks. Duja looked at her receding figure coldly and spat. He turned and went into the house and lay down on the bed. His expression was cold. It won't be long before the next Xu Mengyao would be forced to visit by loan collectors. Given the nature of those gangsters, they would definitely not let Xu Mengyao and Chenya escape like they did in their previous life. When Xu Mengyao and Chenya were forced into a desperate situation by loan sharks, just appear out of nowhere. When I humiliate and retaliate against them severely. Don't you have the guts to ask me to borrow money? Don't you want to disappear and hide away? There's no use hiding from me. You don't owe me money. If you have anything to say, go tell those money-lending gangsters. See if they'll let you two bitches go. A sneer appeared on Duja's lips. In my previous life, I was forced to hide from debt collectors. Forced to go to a foreign country to work as a mercenary in extremely dangerous conditions to pay off debts. You could die at any time. If I had a chance to start over again today, I would never make the same mistakes as in my previous life. I must make a lot of money so that I no longer have to live in fear, worrying about losing my life at any time. And I want to take revenge on Xu Mengyao and Chenya, the disgusting sisters. Kill them with money. Let them also taste the pain of their past lives. By then, you will have more money in your hands than you can spend. The Xu Mengyao sisters must completely lose all their dignity and bottom line. Two bitches. I won't let you be dogs to compensate me. I, Duja, feel sorry for this opportunity to be reborn again. And there was the mastermind who destroyed his company in his previous life. I also want to destroy his family and separate his wife and daughter. P.S. Xu Mengyao's face flushed, she hooked her little hands and said shyly, Duja, can you let me in and take a look at your bookshelf? Chapter 2 Why do I have to pay back the money I borrowed with my own ability? At the same time. In a hospital, Xu Mengyao was waiting anxiously in front of the operating room, pacing back and forth. I kept praying silently in my heart. Finally, the lights in the operating room went out. The doctor came out and said the operation was a complete success. Her sister Chenya is now completely out of danger. About 10 minutes passed. The medical staff pushed Xu Mengyao's sister Chenya into the ward. Chenya looks to be about 36 or 37 years old, with a plump figure and a full waist and hips. You can feel her explosive figure even through the quilt. 103, 70, 99. Even more outrageous than Xu Mengyao. Although she is already in her 30s, she is still stunningly beautiful, like a ripe peach. No wonder she was able to marry the big boss of the group with an 18-year-old sister in her previous life. Chenya is Xu Mengyao's cousin, a dozen years older than her. When Xu Mengyao was very young, her parents died one after another. It was Chenya who raised Xu Mengyao alone. Chenya's face was pale, and it took her a while to open her eyes. Xu Mengyao said in surprise, Sister, you finally woke up, how do you feel? Yao Yao. Chenya said weakly, Sister feels much better. Where did you get the money for the surgery? Chenya clearly remembered that she studied art for Xu Mengyao. There is not much money left at home. Xu Mengyao said with tears in her eyes, Sister, do you still remember Duja? Which of your school's lickers is chasing you? Chenya asked in surprise. Yes, it was him. I asked him for 1 million yuan, and that was enough for the surgery. Xu Mengyao said. Chenya said anxiously when she heard that her sister was asking for money from that dog licker. Yao Yao, did he threaten you with anything? Did you sign any contract or pay any price? Tell me. Oh. Seeing her sister's panic, Xu Mengyao asked in confusion. No, sister, Duja took my phone and directly transferred 1 million to my card. Nothing for you to do? As she spoke, Chenya's gaze fell between Xu Mengyao's legs, as if she was checking something. Sister Xu Mengyao blushed. He really didn't do anything. He just gave me 1 million. Why do you always have such crooked thoughts? I saw that what Xu Mengyao said didn't sound like a lie. Chenya finally believed it, but she was still a little worried. Yao Yao, I have worked so hard for you to get into the film academy and become a big star for so many years. You must never get together with that boy. Xu Mengyao lowered her head, pinching the hem of her skirt, feeling very shy. Sister, what are you talking about? He is just a licker, I don't have any feelings for him. That would be the best. Chenya Dao, he has been gossiping with you for the past 3 years in school, what if it hinders you from becoming a big star in the future? If he hadn't given our family 1 million this time, I would have gone to his house and explained things to him so that he wouldn't have such wishful thinking. Listening to Chenya's chatter, Xu Mengyao interrupted. What? Sister, that was lent to our family by Duja, and I will pay it back in the future. Then Chenya screamed, what do you want to pay back? That dead licker, who has been shamelessly by your side for 3 years, is so stingy that he doesn't even want to give you 1 million? Chenya's voice was sharp and she was extremely angry. You will be attending Yenqing Film Academy by then, and you will have to spend money later. If you don't have money, it's impossible to stand out there. How can he ask you to pay back the money? Chu Mengyao blushed. Fortunately, the hospital arranged a separate ward for me. No one else heard it. Otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Sister Chu Mengyao stamped her feet and said anxiously, I want to be a big star in the future. If I don't pay back the money, I will be scandalized in the future. It will affect your future. Chenya looked at her disappointing sister and complained about her. I am so smart, why is my sister so stupid? Yao, I'm not saying I won't pay you back, I'm just going to pay you back a few years later. Think about it, Film Academy is a place with high consumption. If you want to become a big star, your food, clothing and other expenses cannot be worse than others. What if I don't have money? Chenya continued to instill her own ideas into Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao was a little resistant at first, but the more she listened, the more it made sense to her. Yes, that's 1 million. I have just entered college and I need money right now. If I use all of it to pay off my debts, I will have to work hard to pay them off. How can they possibly compete with those students who have money and resources? If you can't compete with others, your chances of becoming a star are slim. Then Chu Mengyao listened to Chenya's words carefully. The two sisters discussed how to break the impasse. About an hour passed. Chenya had just finished the operation and fell asleep. Chu Mengyao sat quietly beside the bed, her eyes much firmer than yesterday. Sister is right. This 1 million cannot be paid back now. If I get into film school, I use all the money I earn every day to pay back Duzha. Then I would not be able to stand out among the many stars. No matter how beautiful or talented you are. If you don't have money to buy bags, clothes, or makeup to package yourself, no famous director or crew would choose me. Not to mention becoming a big star. My sister has spent about 700,000 yuan on her medical treatment. Moreover, Chenya asked to go home to recuperate after the operation. No need for hospitalization for observation. This saves another 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Then I only have more than 400,000 yuan left for college. This money is my capital to go to college and compete with other girls. Chu Mengyao pursed her lips tightly. I'm sorry, Duzha. Anyway, you can take out the million without batting an eyelid. I guess you're not short of money. Wait till I become a big star. I will definitely pay you double or even triple. Chenya's advice to her was to go directly to Beijing after the college entrance examination results were released. Block him and change his account number, and don't have any contact with Duzha. Chenya felt that since Duzha could easily take out 1 million, his family must have some money. Plus, he loves his sister so much. I was willing to be a bootlicker for 3 years. Then he would definitely not make a big fuss about the fact that he and his sister ran away. Wait until Chu Mengyao has completely established herself at the Yenqing Film Academy. After having connections and resources, just contact Duzha again and pay him back a few million. The two sisters then discussed the plan together and both felt that it was feasible. I immediately decided that as soon as the college entrance examination scores came out, I would be able to reach the score admitted to the Yenqing Film Academy. Then the two sisters flew to Beijing immediately. I had a good night's sleep in the familiar room. Duzha didn't get up until noon the next day. He has thought it through. Since I'm reborn, then he would never allow himself to live the kind of poverty and destitution he had before. We have an information gap that is 10 years ahead. Enough to earn more money than I can spend. After washing up, Duzha changed his clothes and prepared to go downstairs to buy some food. He has already made some preliminary plans for the next step. I don't know if it's because of his rebirth, but his memory of his past life is unusually clear. Maybe you can go to the antique market and have a look. The Louis George signed silver dollar should still be there. Duzha walked in thought, with a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 3 Childhood Sweethearts. In the previous life, a major news broke out in the antique market. The time is a few days after the exam. Some people took out their grandfather's belongings and set up stalls to sell them. But they were driven away by the security guards, who told them they had to pay the stall fee. The two men were entangled, and then a store owner came forward to help the man. And he casually bought a silver dollar from his stall. the last silver dollar was identified as the Louis George signature. Worth 3 million yuan. The report shocked the whole country and caused a sensation. Now I can try my luck. Just as he was thinking about this, Duzha went downstairs, looked around, and walked into a familiar small restaurant. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a surprised voice. Duzha, why are you here? A sweet-looking girl wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and a long ponytail came over happily. Duzha looked at Lin Qingning, who had a bright smile in front of him. I can't help but feel some emotion. The two of them were classmates from elementary school to high school. The relationship is very good, similar to childhood sweethearts. But since entering high school, he has become Chu Menyao's bootlicker. I seldom spend time with her. When you were cheated out of all your money. Lin Qingning and her aunt also took good care of her and helped her a lot. Duzha teased, what's wrong? If I miss you, can't I come over to see you? Lin Qingning blushed, you just tease me, we are not kids anymore. Duzha moved closer to her and fiddled with her ponytail. Qingning, I'm a little hungry. Please cook a bowl of dumplings for me. When Lin Qingning saw Duzha playing with her braids, her face turned as red as an apple. You sit here and I'll cook for you. She turned and walked towards the kitchen, her ponytail swaying, looking youthful and beautiful. Duzha found a random seat and sat down. Soon the dumplings were cooked. Lin Qingning brought the steaming dumplings and placed them in front of Duzha with a smile on her face. Eat quickly, then go upstairs to continue reviewing. Duzha picked up a piece of dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and put it in his mouth. It's delicious. I haven't eaten dumplings made by Aunt Lan for a long time. If it tastes good, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Lin Qingning looked at Duzha with a smile. She has liked Duzha since she was a child. He is handsome, tall, and very good to himself. If it weren't for the fact that the competitor Chu Mengyao was too powerful. She had confessed her feelings to Duzha a long time ago. Now I can only bury this love in my heart. I am very happy as long as I can see him at school. The two sat and chatted for a while, and then Lin Qingning went to greet other guests. Duzha was eating dumplings while organizing the information in his mind. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from my ear. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Lin Qingning's voice sounded with a hint of fear. He looked angrily at the three hooligans eating in front of him. The leader was a yellow-haired man with dragon and tiger tattoos on his body. He didn't look like a good person. Huang Mao looked at the beautiful and pure Lin Qingning in front of him. The eyes are evil, so beautiful. Beauty, I just want to add you on WeChat, why are you shouting so loudly? The two younger brothers beside him also joined in, that's right, our brother Long is willing to add you on WeChat because he thinks highly of you, don't be shameless. If you don't even give us this little bit of face, then we won't pay a penny for this meal. The three people's teasing voices became louder and louder. Lin Qingning was so angry that her eyes were filled with tears. The customers in the store didn't want to cause trouble and lowered their heads. Aunt Lan, who was busy in the kitchen, hurried out. Standing in front of Lin Qingning. Aunt Lan is Lin Qingning's aunt, and she raised Lin Qingning alone. She has a beautiful face and soft skin, and looks like a woman in her 20s. She has a plump figure and a flowing skirt. The body proportions are extremely exaggerated, 108, 72, 117. His chest is bigger than his shoulders, and he looks like a god. Compared with Chu Menyao's sister Chenya, Aunt Lan is more charming. Standing in front of Lin Qingning at this moment. When the two of them stood together, they looked like twin sisters. I'm sorry, my niece is still young, so today's meal will be considered as the restaurant's treat for you, how about that? When the three yellow-haired men saw the stunning beauty who suddenly appeared before them, their eyes were filled with lust. He said excitedly, oh, I thought there was only one little beauty, but I didn't expect there was another one. This is really lucky. The younger brother whistled excitedly, Brother Long, we must come to this store often in the future, it is really a feast for the eyes. Huang Mao put one foot on the bench and laughed, I must come here every day. If someone likes me, I will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. The three men grinned lasciviously at the two women. In this era, there is never a shortage of ruffians. Seeing these people humiliating himself and Qingning like this. Aunt Lan bit her lip and her pretty face turned red with anger. She is already in her 30s, yet she is still being molested by several young men. Not only that, he also insulted his niece. Lin Qingning, who was standing behind Aunt Lan, was so angry that tears came out. You bunch of hooligans, if you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Call the police? Huang Mao laughed obscenely. We didn't do anything. The police can't control us. That's right, if you dare to call the police, we will cause trouble in front of your store every day and prevent you from doing any business. You guys. I heard threats from several people. Lin Xingning's face turned pale and she held Aunt Lan's hand tightly. Aunt Lan stretched out her hands to protect Lin Xingning behind her and said angrily, "What on earth do you want to do? What are you doing?" Huang Mao took a step forward and stared at Auntie Lan's beautiful face lustfully. What? Now you know, ha 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 ha. An evil light flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes, and he quickly stretched out his hand, ready to reach out to Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan and Lin Xingning screamed. But there was no time to dodge. When the yellow-haired man's claws were only 3 centimeters away from Aunt Lan's breast, a big hand suddenly rushed out and grabbed the yellow-haired man's fingers. But because the distance was too close, he inevitably bumped into Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan only felt a slight pain in her breast. Duang swayed twice. Ah. Hurry up and hug your body. Look at who made the move. Are you looking for death? Duzha looked at the yellow-haired man coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Several years of mercenary career made the blood factors in his body abnormally violent. Aunt Lan and Cheng Ning were among the most important people in his previous life. These people actually dared to provoke them without knowing whether to live or die. Gabba. He applied a little force and pinched the yellow-haired boy so hard that he screamed. Damn, you are that onion, believe it or not. Snap. A crisp sound. Duzha slapped the yellow-haired man in the face. The blow was so powerful that it knocked out several of Huang Mao's teeth, and his face swelled up like a pig's head. Huang Mao cursed in a daze, "Fuck you." Bang. Another kick. Duzha's eyes were cold. He turned around and kicked the yellow-haired man directly against the wall. He fell heavily, with blood gushing out of his mouth. The 2 younger brothers exclaimed, "Brother Long." He then rushed towards Duzha, but was hit on the chin by Duzha with 2 punches. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose and fell into a coma. You dared to hit me? You're dead. The yellow-haired man stood up staggeringly and uttered something harsh. Duzha grabbed his throat directly. I felt a sharp pain and my body struggled constantly. Duzha's eyes were full of cruelty, and he immediately apologized to Aunt Lan, "Otherwise you will lie in a wheelchair for the rest of your life." The yellow-haired man's eyes bulged out and he couldn't breathe. For a moment, he felt as if he had seen the Lord in heaven. Everyone in the store looked at Duzha in shock. This young man beat the hooligans into a state of disarray with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Aunt Lan hugged Tuan Tuan, who had just been knocked down by Duzha, her pretty face full of shock. Covering her mouth, she looked at Duzha in disbelief. Lin Xingning's eyes sparkled with excitement and her face was full of fascination. She used to like Reader's gentleness the most. But I didn't expect that he could be so tough and violent. Lin Xingning is almost fascinated to death. P.S. Auntie Lan covered her rosy lips and looked at the Reader with her beautiful eyes. Are you really not going to consider letting me take a look at the bookshelf? Chapter 4 Louis George Silver $, 3 million. In store. Duzha's eyes were cold. He grabbed the yellow-haired man's neck and threw him to the ground. The 2 gangsters also woke up one after another, covering their faces and screaming. Apologize to Auntie Lan right now, or you will be crippled. Duzha's words were more than just a threat. His career as a mercenary for several years abroad has given him amazing fighting skills. At the same time, I have witnessed many bloody scenes. Duzha doesn't care about the lives of these scumbags at all. If Duzha gets completely angry, he has 100 ways to make these people die silently. The yellow-haired man was breathing heavily, looking at the tall Duzha in front of him with fear. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling. It's just too scary. After just a few seconds of hesitation, Huang Mao knew that he had definitely hit a wall. Apologize. An apology is necessary. Then Huang Mao hurriedly brought his 2 younger brothers and knelt in front of Aunt Lan and Lin Xingning. I'm sorry, it's all our fault, please forgive us. Aunt Lan's face is red and pink. These 3 men were so arrogant just now, but in the blink of an eye they were kneeling in front of her begging for mercy. This made Aunt Lan, who was always gentle, a little at a loss. This is worthy of being called an apology? There is no sincerity at all. Duzha kicked the yellow-haired man in the face, knocking out a few teeth. Huangma was so scared that he cried for his parents and fell to the ground. Dear Mom, I really know I was wrong and I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Aunt Lan's voice trembled a little. You guys go away and don't come here again. When the three yellow-haired men heard this, they hurriedly stood up and tried to run away. But Duzha stopped him again and asked, Don't I have to pay for the meal? Give it to us. Give it to us right away. Then the three yellow-haired people pieced together the information. He could only scrape together $58.60. What a poor bastard. They placed the money respectfully on the table. Without even waiting for Aunt Lan to find the money, he ran away in panic. Lin Xingning opened her mouth slightly, and her eyes were full of little stars. So handsome. How can Duzha be so handsome today? I really envy Chu Mengyao. If Duzha was my boyfriend, I would die of happiness. Aunt Lan standing by also had her eyes filled with gratitude. Her face is flushed and she looks very charming. The way Duzha rescued them just now. Make her feel safe and secure. I remember that he was just a little kid. How come he became so powerful in the blink of an eye? Aunt Lan bit her lower lip tightly. Her lips were so tender that it seemed as if water could be bitten out of them. Duzha, thanks so much to you this time. Duzha waved his hand and said with a smile, It's okay, Aunt Lan, if they come again, just call me and I will teach them a lesson. Thank you, Duzha. Aunt Lan looked at Duzha's masculine figure. Her face turned red, and she was inexplicably flustered, and she quickly looked away. I unconsciously smoothed the hair beside my ears. Lin Xingning ran to Duzha happily, holding the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands. His eyes were full of shyness and admiration. Duzha, you were so awesome today. You beat them all by yourself. Duzha touched Lin Xingning's head and said with a smile, They are just a bunch of hooligans, nothing special. Xingning, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Xingning nodded obediently, her face still excited. So handsome. Duzha actually took the initiative to touch my head. I feel dizzy. Duzha just walked to the door when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Lin Xingning, who was looking at him with admiration, and said, Xingning, please ask for leave from the head of grade for me tomorrow and tell him that I will not be going to school tomorrow. Lin Xingning asked in surprise, Why? The school has been talking about the key points of the college entrance examination these days? But what responded to her was Duzha's confident smile, Those key knowledge are of no use to me, remember to ask for leave for me. After saying that, Duzha left. For Duzha, who carefully compared the answers to the college entrance examination that year and estimated his scores. This is simply not a big deal. Wait until Duzha walks away. Lin Xingning then said to Aunt Lan happily, Aunt, Duzha looks so handsome today. Have you noticed that Duzha seems different from before? Aunt Lan, feeling somewhat ashamed and annoyed at her absent-mindedness just now, finally came to her senses. Covering her rosy and shiny face. Yes, it seems a little different. More violent, but more manly. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Duzha changed his clothes and put on sunglasses. Took a taxi to the antique market. Today he wants to see if he can come across that silver dollar. About half an hour passed. The taxi took Duzha to the entrance of the antique market. They sell all kinds of things in there. There are not many genuine products, and they belong to the Taba market. He walked very quickly, his eyes never lingering on the shops. I just looked at the stalls in front of the store, looking for my target. He walked for about half an hour, and suddenly his pupils contracted. Found it. I saw a young man in black looking around. He stealthily took out a bunch of junk from his travel bag. I just spread a torn sack on the ground and started to arrange the things. But before he could finish his display, he was stopped by several security guards. He was forced to pay a stall fee of 100 yuan. The two sides were arguing, but the security side had more people. In the end, the young people were at a disadvantage. Just when he was about to be thrown out by the security guards, a voice rang out. I have paid his stall fee, please put him down. Several security guards and young men turned their heads to look. I saw a handsome guy wearing sunglasses and about 1.87 meters tall walking towards me. It was Duzha. Then he took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. The security guard was very happy to see that someone was willing to pay this unfair money. He immediately released the young man without hesitation. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Duzha. Handsome guy, this guy has some junk in his hands. You can take a look at them, but don't dare to buy them. After hearing this, the young man got angry and said, "What are you talking about? These are all good things and worth a lot of money." Duja squatted down. He looked at the various gadgets in the sack with great interest. "Handsome man, thank you so much, pick anything you like and I'll give it to you." The young man patted his chest and said generously, "There's everything in the sack. Old oil lamp, broken teapot, all strange and weird things." Duja just took a glance. Then I saw the yuan data coin pressed under an old cowhide book. He moved the book away. He took out the silver coin with a thick patina and looked at the surface carefully. The lower right corner of the silver dollar. It also has the L. Georgie logo printed on it. It's him. Louis George signature silver dollar. Worth 3 million. P.S. Tinquan Pavilion, open the door, standing in the clear sky, the moonlight shines on the empty steps, in the dream the Shang and Sha play the old music, waking up from the dream, tears stain the rouge face. Chapter 5, Tinquan Pavilion. After seeing this silver dollar. Although Duja was excited. But his face remained calm. He threw the silver dollar aside. As if he didn't care. Then Duja picked up other old items and looked at them. He put them down one by one and shook his head. "The thing is old, but of little use. Let it settle down a bit." Having said that, he was about to get up and leave. But the young man was anxious. Finally, a customer showed some interest. "We can't let him go like this. Hey, handsome guy, take another look. If it doesn't work, we can do a buy one get one free deal, even if it's useless. When placed at home, it looks a bit old-fashioned." Then Duja was introduced enthusiastically by the young people. Acting bored. I squatted down and picked up a few things at random. Then he casually picked up the silver dollar as well. "Let us just take these few away. I'll take them home for my parents to reminisce about the past." "How much are they?" The young man saw that what Duja took away were all worthless things. A small ornament and a few walnuts that I bought wholesale. A tattered book and a fake silver dollar. I didn't take it seriously and said casually, "It's a small amount of money, just consider it as you paying for the stall fee for me." Duja stood up with a smile on his face and said, "Okay, goodbye." Then he turned around and left the market. When I got to the roadside, I hailed a taxi. After getting in the car, Duja said to the driver, "Let us go to Tinquan Pavilion." 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a shop that looked quite classical. The driver said, "Handsome guy, we're here." Duja nodded, paid the money, got off the car, and walked straight into Tinquan Pavilion. The doorbell rang crisply. "Welcome, sir. How can I help you?" A beautiful receptionist in uniform smiled. Duja walked straight to the counter and looked at the beautifully dressed girl in front of him. The beautiful receptionist saw that Duja was very young. But he has a handsome appearance, and there is an indescribable temperament. She gave a standard sweet smile and said, "Dear guest, what would you like to identify?" Duja pressed down on the table with one hand. He said in a cold voice, "I want to meet your boss and make some arrangements." The beautiful receptionist apologized, "I'm sorry, sir, our boss is busy with other things right now. If you are interested in selling something, I can help you take a look, okay?" Duja shook his head and said, "My things are open at a glance. I want to deliver them seriously. You can't make the decision yet. Take me to see your boss." Hearing the professional terms from Duja's mouth, the beautiful receptionist showed a hint of surprise. This handsome guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary guest. Then she didn't dare to be negligent and said, "Excuse me, sir, please follow me upstairs." Duja nodded and followed him up the stairs. 2 people, one in front and one behind. The beauty at the front desk has a very well-proportioned figure. She was wearing a tight skirt, black stockings, and her high heels made a clattering sound as she stepped on the steps. As if doing it on purpose, he kept twisting his body. Duja was watching with great interest. He had been through a lot of hardships abroad, and when he had free time, he basically just drank and indulged himself. After being reborn, it's hard to change my habits in a short time. Soon, she brought Duja to a small room on the 3rd floor. After knocking on the door, Duja entered a room that looked very high-end. The walls are filled with all kinds of antiques, which are dazzling. Sitting at the large table was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When the middle-aged man saw Duja, he extended his hand enthusiastically. "Dear customer, what item are you looking for?" Duja simply shook hands with him. Then he took out the silver dollar from his bag. This was handed down from my ancestors, and I wanted to pass it on so you can take a look at it. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the silver dollar, his eyes became solemn. He himself is an expert in ancient coins. You can tell at a glance that the silver dollar is real. The patina on top is also good. But silver dollars usually sell for around 2,000. Logically speaking, it's not my turn to come and see it yet. Duja saw a hint of doubt on the middle-aged man's face and smiled indifferently. He handed the silver dollar directly into his hand. Please take a closer look. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it carefully in his hands. I weighed it, about 26.7. The material and the degree of wear are fine. Hey, that's strange. The middle-aged man looked at Duja again and saw that he looked calm and composed. He turned it over again and took a look. Suddenly, a string of English letters in the lower right corner of the avatar caught his attention. This is L. Georgie. I rely on. This is actually the Louis George signature silver dollar. The middle-aged man was so excited that his hands were shaking slightly. Look at it like a rare treasure. No wonder they are so confident. There really is stock. After slowly calming down, the middle-aged man said, You are really sincere about this item. I wonder how much you want to sell it for. He still wanted to try whether he knew the market situation. An intriguing smile appeared on Duja's face. I'm sincere, the price is 3 million. Know what you are doing. The middle-aged man hesitated a little. This price is actually just at the limit. Even if I do it myself. At most, it's about 3 million. He looked at the silver dollar in his hand again, and the more he looked at it, the more he couldn't let it go. After thinking for a long time, the middle-aged man looked up and gestured to the beautiful receptionist. The beautiful lady at the front desk nodded. Then the middle-aged man smiled and said, Sir, I need to think about it carefully, so I'll leave now. Duja nodded and said, Please. After the middle-aged man left, Duja was just about to get up and walk around. The beautiful lady at the front desk showed a charming look and her smooth face was full of temptation. Dear customer, it is not easy to sell at this price. 3 million can only be sold at an auction. Duja looked at the beautiful receptionist with a playful look. Interesting, he actually wanted to use this method to numb himself. So how much do you think is appropriate? The beautiful receptionist looked at me with seductive eyes and lowered her head and said, I don't know, Soon, half an hour passed. The beautiful receptionist got up and went to the bathroom. Before leaving, she looked back several times. Look of surprise. Oh my God. This person is so awesome. The beautiful receptionist even suspected that Duja ended it on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to deal with him by myself. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged man and the beautiful receptionist walked in with a smile on their faces. Dear customer, there is no such price as 3 million in China. I have just discussed it with our experts. I wonder what you think of the price of 2.8 million. The beautiful receptionist who had just reapplied her lipstick also came over and stood behind the middle-aged man. She blinked at Duja, full of charm and rosy cheeks. It seemed as if she could give Duja something good tonight as long as Duja agreed. But Duja was not moved at all. She's just a woman, and she has plenty of what she wants. What is that compared to money? He lay down on the chair and said with a smile, I said 3 million, so it's 3 million. If Tinquan Pavilion can't afford it, I will go to Guobao Gang to see, they should be happy to pay this price. The beautiful lady at the front desk covered her eyes and was stunned. Doesn't it mean that all my efforts have been in vain? How can you get something for free? The middle-aged man was also a little confused. It's been half an hour. Why is your attitude still so firm and your voice so powerful? Shouldn't he have already entered the state of a saint by now? Did you allow yourself to lower the price? The middle-aged man turned around and looked at the beautiful woman on the stage in front of him. You didn't try your best? The beautiful lady at the reception lowered her head innocently. It's obviously because they are too capable, this approach doesn't work. Duja doesn't have time to watch the two of them acting here. How do you think about it? If it doesn't work, I'll take the things and leave now to help Guobao to judge. When he heard that Duja was going to his arch-enemy, the middle-aged man immediately became anxious. No, 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 since you really want to pass it on, just give me 3 million, let us be friends, I'll take it. Then, the middle-aged man immediately issued the invoice and receipt, as if he was afraid that Duja would regret it. 10 minutes later, Duja walked out carrying his backpack, with a smile on his face. In just one day, he earned a full 3 million. This amount of money is not much, but it is more than enough as my startup capital. The upcoming World Cup is the time to really make quick and big money. Shu Mengyao. Chan Ye. Wait for me. You two bitches, there will be a time for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Chapter 6 Gong Ziyuan's Teacher's Wish. When I got home, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Duja opened the door and entered the room. The weather at the end of May is still very hot. What's more, he had been walking around all day and was sweating a lot. After throwing the bag on the sofa, Duja went into the bathroom to take a shower. It took me almost half an hour to wash. He didn't come out until his body was refreshed, wrapped in a bath towel. Phew, comfortable. The first initial funds have arrived. 3 million in total. Next, you can set your sights on the next opportunity to make money quickly. Duja's eyes narrowed as he looked at the time on his phone. This point in time, I vaguely remember that this year's Samba World Cup is about to begin. Probably just a few days after the college entrance examination. The first game is about to begin. Reminds me of this year's World Cup. Duja couldn't help but sigh. The Samba army was so powerful at that time. Unexpectedly, they were crushed by the Tank Kingdom in the end. 7:1. That match was simply the most brutal battle in the history of the World Cup. I don't know how many people lost everything they had. See you on the rooftop. I heard that only one Dutch guy got drunk and bought the tank 7:1 Samba. In the end, the odds reached 6,500 times. 1.3 million euros. Duja was looking through various World Cup news on his phone. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This year's World Cup. For him who already knew the result of the game, placing a bet is a piece of cake. Just grasp the scale. Enough to quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. This is the benefit of rebirth. It's time for me, Duja, to take a heavy beating. Duja was recalling some of the football games that left the most profound impression on him in his previous life. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Who is coming? Could it be Chu Mengyao? Duja frowned. He only had a loose bath towel wrapped around his waist. So he walked straight over and opened the door. A plump figure wearing an apron suddenly appeared outside the door. Even a white apron can't hide her beautiful curvy figure, which is vaguely visible. Aunt Lon. She was holding some food in her hand and said with a smile, Duja, thank you for helping Auntie today. This is the meal Auntie made for you. You, ah. Halfway through her words, Aunt Lon screamed and quickly turned her head away. Duja then realized that he was only wearing a bath towel. Oops, I should have checked Mao Yen in advance. Wouldn't this embarrass Aunt Lon? So he quickly apologized, sorry, Aunt Lon, I just took a shower. Aunt Lan's heartbeat accelerated violently and her face became even redder. The little boy back then has grown up so much without anyone noticing. Duja hurried into the house and put on a short-sleeved shirt, then took the food from Aunt Lon. Thank you, Auntie Lon. I'll bring the bowl to you after I finish eating. Well, okay. Aunt Lon spoke a little haltingly, then you eat it while it's hot. Auntie will leave first. Then Aunt Lon left quickly. Duja put the food on the table and looked at Aunt Lon who was fleeing. He was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. We returned to the house and started to feast on the food. Aunt Lon cooked him a bowl of chicken noodle soup and fried 2 meat dishes. It tastes pretty good. After a delicious meal. After Duja washed all the dishes. So he went downstairs and delivered the dishes and chopsticks to Aunt Lan's restaurant. Aunt Lon was the only one busy in the kitchen. But I didn't see Lin Qingning. Greeted Aunt Lon. Duja put the bowl on the counter and left. After returning to the room, Duja began hand-free training in the room. All the moves were learned when he was a mercenary in his previous life, there is nothing fancy about them. He attacks ruthlessly and every move is deadly. Even though he is now reborn, he is still in Dragon Country. But these are life-saving fighting skills at critical moments. Duzha didn't dare to relax for a moment. You never know what it might be useful for. He trained for 3 hours and was sweating profusely. Then she took a quick bath and fell into a deep sleep. Duzha was sleeping soundly on the soft bed. Suddenly I was awakened by a cell phone ringing. He casually reached for his phone and pressed the answer button. An anxious female voice suddenly came from the phone. Duzha, why didn't you come to school to review today? Did you know that today we are teaching you the key knowledge for the exam? Come to school quickly. Duzha listened to the familiar voice on the phone and thought for a moment. Ah, it turned out to be his homeroom teacher, Ms. Gong Ziyuan. She transferred to the school to be a class teacher in the second half of the year when exams were approaching. Because Gong Ziyuan is indeed very beautiful and her weapon is very dangerous. So Duzha still had a very deep impression of her. So I said casually, Teacher Gong, it's like this, I found a gold medal lecturer at home and asked him to tutor me. Gong Ziyuan on the other end of the phone heard that it was because of this. I felt relieved and said, okay, but remember to pick up the admission ticket on the 6th. Your grades are very good. You must study hard and try to get into a good school. Okay, thank you teacher. Then Gong Ziyuan hung up the phone. Duzha smiled faintly and threw the phone over. Although there are only 2 days left before the exam, he is not panicked at all. I am the one who has checked the exam answers. Although I can't say I can get more than 700 points. But it was still easy to get into Tsinghua University and Yanda. But I didn't dare to act so outrageous suddenly. After all, my best grades were just above the 211 level. It's better to be safe and score around 670, so that you can get into a top 985 university. He has already made up his mind to go to Binhai University. Binhai is not only the current economic center, but will also attract worldwide attention in the future. Being able to go there in advance and gain a firm foothold will definitely be of great help to you in the future. Shu Mengyao, Chenya. You two bitches, just wait. When you are visited by loan collectors and have no money to pay back the debt. I already have more money than I can spend. Then Duzha opened the book he had not read for a long time. I carefully recalled the questions and solution methods from my previous exams. He already knew how to solve some of the questions. It's just that the exam has some innovative and difficult questions. Fortunately, after Rebirth, the memory in my brain became extremely clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident that he could get a high score. I struggled in the room for a whole day. Duzha finally remembered most of the test question types and solutions. He chose science in high school. I basically scored 270 points in the comprehensive science exam. If you give a little more effort in the reading section of Chinese, getting 130 points will be no problem. Just be low-key in math and don't aim for a perfect score, just 145. As for English, Duzha was good at all other subjects in his previous life. Only English is really hard to describe. I only got 47 points in the exam. Otherwise, it would at least have the strength of a bottom-tier 985 university. Fortunately, I was a mercenary abroad in my previous life. He has dabbled in many different languages. Although Longway's test taking English is somewhat different, they lead to the same goal. For me who has seen the answer, that's not a problem. After closing the book, Duzha rubbed his slightly sore eyes. After studying for a whole day, I feel a little tired. Then he went outside to buy some food. I changed my clothes and went to a gym to exercise. The body is the capital of everything. If I hadn't worked so hard to exercise in my previous life, figure out the skills of survival and fighting on the battlefield. I'm afraid he has already died on a foreign battlefield. Although I have returned to the young body of 18 years old, I cannot relax. Always maintain a strong body. Otherwise, when you get old, you will feel what it means to be worse day by day. P.S. Gong Ziyuan bit her red lips and looked at the readers. Do you want to see the sequel? You can watch it for free with a 1-cent advertisement. Chapter 7 Duzha, don't you only like me? Soon it was the morning of the 6th. Duzha had just finished washing up when he heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Open the door and take a look. A young and beautiful figure stood outside the door with a smile on her face. Lin Xingning has a ponytail and her eyes are clear and bright. She was wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt and sports hot pants. Wrapped tightly around the legs, the canvas shoes were spotless. Show the girl's agility. Duzha, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. and I have to go to school to get my admission ticket today. Did you just wake up? Duzha glanced up and down at Lin Xingning. I didn't expect Xingning to be in such a good figure now. Getting ready to go, together? Great. Lin Xingning was very excited. She hasn't been to school with Duzha for a long time. Ever since that day when Duzha chased away 3 thugs in the store. It completely occupied Lin Xingning's heart. For 2 whole days, she dreamed of Duzha every night. So today I couldn't help but come to see him. Unexpectedly, Duzha actually took the initiative to suggest going to school together. This made Lin Xingning very happy. After about 10 minutes, Duzha packed up his things. So he walked to school with Lin Xingning. The two were talking and laughing. Talking about some happy things in childhood. The relationship gradually returned to the state it was when they were childhood sweethearts. Soon, the two arrived at the school and entered the senior high school teacher's office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a beautiful female teacher sitting at the desk. She was wearing simple clothes and had a graceful figure. It was Gong Ziyuan, Duzha's senior class teacher. I heard that many people in the class took secret photos of Gong Ziyuan. I take it out and read it at night when I feel stressed from studying. Duzha, you're here? Gong Ziyuan saw him come in and stood up with a smile. He picked up a note from the table and handed it to Duzha. You were the only one who didn't come to class yesterday to learn the key points. This is what the teacher wrote down for you. Take it back and take a careful look at it. Duzha took the notes, flipped through a few pages, and was a little surprised. More than a dozen pages of notes. It is densely packed with records of various possible questions that may be asked, covering many types of questions. Thank you, teacher. I'm sorry for your trouble. Gong Ziyuan waved her hand and said with a smile, It's okay, the most important thing is to study hard and prepare for tomorrow's college entrance examination. Duzha looked at the beautiful director in front of him, smiled and nodded. Then he and Lin Xingning asked the dean for their admission tickets. After getting it, Duzha waved goodbye to Gong Ziyuan. After the two left, Gong Ziyuan looked at the two people leaving together and muttered to herself. It's strange. Didn't Duzha say that he had been pursuing Meng Yao madly for 3 years? Why is he so close to Qing Ning now? She really couldn't understand young people's love. Although Gong Ziyuan herself is only 24 years old. Outside the school gate, Duzha and Lin Xingning were talking and laughing. Lin Xingning suggested that they should eat something delicious later. Just to relax before the exam. Duzha pinched her cheek and agreed with a smile. When I was down and out in my previous life, my childhood sweetheart is the best to me. Duzha glanced inconspicuously behind the security booth at the school gate. Then he took Lin Xingning away. It took a long time. Xu Mengyao slowly leaned out from behind the security booth. Only after confirming that Duzha had gone far away did she breathe a sigh of relief. I thought if I came late, I wouldn't be able to meet Duzha. I didn't expect that we almost collided with each other. It would be bad if he asked himself about the 1 million. But then he saw Duzha and Lin Xingning walking away together. A hint of unwillingness welled up in Xu Mengyao's eyes. Duzha, don't you like me? How can I stick with Lin Xingning? She knew that Lin Xingning and Duzha were childhood sweethearts. But during his 3 years of high school, Duzha pursued me. He hardly had any contact with other girls, including Lin Xingning. This made Xu Mengyao feel quite comfortable. But today I saw these two people talking and laughing. They went home together, which made her feel very annoyed. Duzha, I thought you were crazy about me. It turns out that's just the way it is. In less than 3 days, he got involved with Lin Xingning. Xu Mengyao gritted her teeth, feeling that Duzha was very sorry for her. You've been chasing me for 3 whole years. Although I didn't agree with your pursuit, I kept you hanging for 3 whole years. And I took 1 million from you the day before yesterday. But you can't betray me and be with someone else. Even if you know I will become a big star in the future, you are not worthy of me. But what if you persist for 10 or 8 years? Maybe I will really be moved by you and choose to be with you. But how do you do it? Duzha, I really misjudged you. Xu Mengyao stomped her feet fiercely. Then I walked into the school to get my admission ticket. In the office. Mr. Gong, I'm here to get my admission ticket. Gong Ziyuan looked up and saw that it was Xu Mengyao. She smiled, picked up the admission ticket and handed it to her. Mengyao, good luck on your exam tomorrow. With your grades, you can get into the acting department of Yinqing Film Academy. Chu Mengyao's cheeks blushed slightly. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely work hard. She then took the admission ticket and left. Gong Ziyuan looked at her and seemed a little hurried. I shook my head, feeling a little regretful. Chu Mengyao was a top student with a score of 247 in the art exam in acting. It can be said that as long as Chu Mengyao's college entrance examination score is above the undergraduate line, admission to Yinqing Film Academy is a sure thing. Alas, it's a pity for Du Jia. The two seemed to be quite compatible, but I didn't expect that they broke up. Gong Ziyuan sighed, it's not meant to be. Outside Yang Fu's spicy hot pot restaurant, Du Jia and Lin Xingning walked out together. Although it tasted good, Lin Xingning still looked distressed. The price is so high, it costs you more than 40 yuan. And the taste is not much better than other places. I will never eat it again. We might as well make it at home. Seeing Lin Xingning's regretful and distressed expression, Du Jia wanted to laugh. It's just over $40 and I feel so sad. If she knew I had 3 million. I don't know how shocked I will be. It's okay, money is meant to be spent, and you can earn more after spending it. Du Jia put his arm around Lin Xingning's shoulders, making her cheeks blush. Let us go, it's time to go back. The exam is tomorrow. Lin Xingning nodded shyly, and suddenly she seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, let me take a picture. As she spoke, she pulled her phone out of her shorts pocket and turned on the front camera. Du Jia asked in confusion, why take pictures when there is no scenery? Lin Xingning rolled her eyes at him. Standing beside Du Jia, her soft body leaned slightly against him. Today is the first time you've come out to eat with me in 3 years, so of course we have to take a photo to commemorate the occasion. Then Lin Xingning took more than 20 photos of the two of them. I happily selected the best-looking ones. Du Jia then remembered. It turns out that I was so important to Lin Xingning in my previous life. Not even a chance to go out for a meal. She could be so happy that she would take photos. It's all my fault. I was blind back then. He chose to chase after the bitch Chu Mengyao instead of Qingning. Fortunately, he has a new life now, and he will never make the same mistake again. Lin Xingning was still selecting the best-looking photos she had taken on her phone, hesitating about what to upload to YY Space. Her mobile phone is still the Wheat 1S from 2 years ago, which she bought for 1,500 yuan. There are several cracks on the screen and the charging port is crooked. But Lin Xingning was reluctant to even repair it, let alone change it. She knew that it was not easy for her aunt to raise her alone. If I continue to spend money recklessly, how can I be worthy of my aunt? Lin Xingning was carefully selecting photos. Du Jia suddenly pulled her hand. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xingning was pulled away by a strong force and asked in confusion. Du Jia snatched her phone directly and went to replace it with the latest model. P.S. Lin Xingning blushed and whispered, readers are so kind to me. I don't know how to repay you. Chapter 8 iPhone 5S, Speedy Driving School. The streets are bustling with people. Du Jia took Lin Xingning along the way. I went straight to the door of an iPhone mobile phone store. In XX year, the iPhone has now reached the iPhone 5S model, which is very popular in China. It is almost the most expensive and most popular mobile phone in the country. During the same period, the sales volume can only be compared with that of Xiaomi mobile phones, which focus on the sinking market. Lin Xingning was dragged by Du Jia to the door of the iPhone store and struggled. Oh, no, my phone is still working. Besides, how can I spend your money? Let us go quickly, Du Jia, we have the college entrance examination tomorrow. She took Du Jia's hand and wanted to take him home. But he couldn't pull Du Jia at all. Instead, Du Jia exerted force. Lin Xingning was pulled to his chest. Without a doubt, he said, no, come with me now and get a new phone. Lin Xingning leaned against Du Jia's chest. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment and she felt dizzy. What to do? He is so domineering. But, I like it so much. Afterwards, Du Jia directly and forcefully pulled Lin Xingning in. As soon as I entered the door, the clerk came over with a smile on his face. Welcome, which model of mobile phone would you like to buy? Du Jia glanced at the counter. Almost all of them are iPhone 5S. The starting price is 5,288 renminbi. The price was definitely extremely high back then. He pointed at the counter and saw 3 iPhone 5s, all with 32 gigabytes of storage. When the clerk heard this, his eyes lit up. iPhone 6 will be launched soon. There are actually some rich people who are not willing to wait even for a few months. Just buy 3 5s. This is definitely a big order for her now. So he quickly said, "Okay, sir, I can give you a discount, it only costs 17,000. Duja nodded and said, "It's only 17,000. To myself, it means nothing." But Lin Xingning was shocked. Why is it so expensive? She had originally thought that she could pay Duja back after finishing her work. How can she afford this? Lin Xingning grabbed the corner of Duja's clothes. He said with concern, "It's too expensive, there is no need to buy it, let us go." Then he was about to pull Duja away. The clerk looked at Duja patiently. Obviously he knew that the decision-making power lay with Duja. Duja patted Lin Xingning on the head. "It's okay, I don't need that little money now." But, more than 10,000. Lin Xingning's eyes were red and she was extremely heartbroken. Duja smiled slightly and looked at the clerk, "Please pack it up. I'll transfer the money to you through Zafubo." Okay. The clerk packed the 3 mobile phones with surprise. And they also thoughtfully give away many exquisite mobile phone accessories. Holding the brand new phone in her arms, Lin Xingning felt both distressed and happy. What makes me sad is that Duja spent so much money. What made her happy was that Duja was willing to give her such a precious gift. "You are such a fool. I will pay you back when I have a job during the summer vacation." When the two came out of the mobile phone store, Lin Xingning was still immersed in the shock of having just spent so much money. Duja handed her another cell phone. "Take this back and give it to Aunt Lon, and tell her it's from me." "Do you want to give one to my aunt?" Lin Xingning quickly waved her hands and said anxiously, No, I can't afford to pay back just this one, I can't take it anymore." Who knew that Duja would directly stuff the phone into her arms, pull her ponytail and say, "You don't have to pay it back. Just consider it as my advance gift to you for the college entrance examination." Lin Xingning's face turned even redder. In a daze, Duja pulled me towards home. The entrance of a mobile phone service center in the distance. Xu Mengyao's eyes were spitting fire and she looked extremely crazy. She just came to Singapore to apply for a mobile phone card. Don't let Duja contact her in the future. But I didn't expect to see this scene. Duja actually bought such an expensive mobile phone and gave it to Lin Xingning. "I sent 2 at once. You chased me for 3 years. I didn't see you giving me an iPhone." Xu Mengyao thought angrily. "Duja. You wait. I will drag you through 7 or 8 years to pay back your 1 million, so that you will cry and beg me to pay you back." Xu Mengyao then became very angry and returned home angrily. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Duja sent Lin Xingning back home. I saw Aunt Lon was still busy cooking for the guests. Duja did not disturb her. He said a few words to Lin Xingning and then left. After arriving home, he replaced his old mobile phone with the iPhone 5s. Although I know iPhone 6 is coming out soon. But Duja, who had been using smartphones for 10 years, simply couldn't accept the broken HTC in his hand. After the information was transmitted, Duja changed his clothes and went downstairs. I took a taxi to the largest driving school in the city. He needs to get his driver's license as soon as possible. It will be convenient for me to buy a car and drive it later, and it will also be convenient for me to do things. As soon as I entered the driving school registration office, a staff member came to greet me with a smile. "Young man, you came too early. The student discount will be available in 2 days." It turned out that he thought Duja was young. Like a student who was studying, give him a discount out of kindness. Duja glanced at him and asked directly, "I want to sign up for the most expensive class here. How long will it take for me to get my driver's license?" The staff was stunned. Did I make a mistake? Is this handsome guy actually a rich second generation? The most expensive is the Supreme VIP class, which costs 15,800 yuan, and you can get the certificate in just 1 month. After listening, Duja shook his head. A super large driving school 10 years ago. Almost everyone has their own special way. Things like queuing, exam appointments, and manual evaluation. They are almost all industrial chains. Some people even pay to take the exam for others. I never went to driving school from beginning to end. Duja didn't waste any more time and just took out his cell phone. He showed off the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had in his savings. I will get my driver's license within half a month after paying 30,000 yuan. The staff was dumbfounded when they saw the balance on their phone. Rich second generation. Definitely a rich second generation. I made a lot of money this time. He immediately said enthusiastically, "No problem, I will help you with the procedures now." The traffic control office is just one street outside the driving school. After paying the money, Duzha followed the staff and went directly inside to handle the formalities. Follow the whole process. It took barely half an hour to complete all the registration required. Then at Duzha's strong request, the staff helped Duzha use his connections to take the first subject exam in advance. After walking through various dark roads, Duzha passed with almost full marks. Duzha then demonstrated his driving skills at the driving school. Single-sided bridge, press the pancake, reverse and move into the garage. As skilled as an experienced driver. After the staff saw it, the second subject test was directly arranged for 3 days later. As long as you pass it, you can take the third test in 3 days and get your driver's license. By the time Duzha returned home, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. After looking at the questions for a while, it's time to prepare for tomorrow's college entrance examination. Duzha took out his cell phone. I saw advertisements everywhere announcing that the Samba World Cup was about to begin. The corners of my mouth lifted up, the chance to soar into the sky was finally here. P.S. Are there any readers who bet on the World Cup that year? I think they all made a lot of money. Chapter 9. Know the answer and start controlling your score. The morning of the 7th. Duzha got up early, washed up, and went downstairs to find Lin Qingning. At the entrance of the small restaurant, Aunt Lan had already prepared 2 breakfasts. She kept reminding Lin Qingning, "Don't be nervous during the exam, just pass the questions you don't know first and do your best." Lin Qingning nodded frequently, but her eyes were always looking into the distance. Finally, Duzha's figure slowly emerged. Lin Qingning said in surprise, "Duzha, come here, my aunt also made a breakfast for you." Then she picked up the breakfast and ran towards Duzha and handed it to him. Duzha took the breakfast and looked at Aunt Lan, who was smiling in front of him. He smiled and said, "Sorry to bother you, Aunt Lan." Aunt Lan looked at Duzha and said with relief, "It's okay, you should go and take the exam soon, and try to get into a good university this year." Then Duzha and Lin Qingning walked to the examination room together. Their examination venue was their own school, and they arrived there with ease. There was a huge crowd of people at the entrance, gathering thousands of candidates. Duzha saw a beautiful figure at the school gate, teacher Gong Ziyuan. The reason is simple: the beautiful director's charm is so dazzling that she attracted the attention of countless people. There were several classmates from Duzha's class in front of her, waiting to enter the exam. Duzha and Lin Qingning also walked over. Gong Ziyuan's eyes lit up when she saw the two of them. But more attention was focused on Lin Qingning. Lin Qingning's grades were good enough to rank in the top 10 at number 1 middle school. He is a top candidate aiming for admission to top universities. "Duzha, Qingning, how are you preparing?" Gong Ziyuan asked with a smile. Lin Qingning said happily, "Teacher Gong, don't worry, we are both fully prepared." Duzha also nodded. He didn't take this exam seriously at all. Seeing that the two were so confident, Gong Ziyuan felt relieved. Another examination room. Xu Mengyao was wearing a light-colored half-sleeve shirt, her skin was fair and she looked graceful. It attracted the attention of many people around. But Xu Mengyao didn't feel proud at all. Instead, his mind was filled with the scene of Duzha and Lin Qingning together yesterday. She couldn't concentrate on reviewing properly the whole afternoon yesterday. "I think about this matter when I go to sleep at night. Damn Duzha. He has no perseverance at all. He gave up after only 3 years of pursuing me." Lin Qingning. Everyone in the school knows that Duzha likes me. You are so shameless to try to steal someone else's girl. Just wait until I become a big star. I will definitely take care of you. Soon, the bell of the examination room rang, and candidates came in one after another. Xu Mengyao also quickly shook her head and cleared her thoughts. "I must take the exam seriously and get into the Yinjing Film Academy." Then he followed the crowd into the examination room. On the campus of number 1 middle school, Duzha said to Lin Qingning, "Qingning, good luck in the exam." Lin Qingning blinked her eyes and said, "Well, you should work hard too. Let's try to get into the same school." Then the two of them went into separate classrooms and waited for the exam. In the examination room, the moment the test papers were handed out, Duzha flipped through the test paper. The smile on his lips could no longer be suppressed. When the bell rang, Duzha started writing without any hesitation. The test paper rustled and was soon filled with answers. In the end, Duzha only gave some slack on the reading questions. The rest of the content is almost correct. After the exam, Duzha walked out of the examination room with full confidence. There is no big problem with Chinese this time. Around 135, pretty good control. After he came out of the examination room, looking at the candidates around me with different emotions. Some were jubilant, some were dejected, and some even burst into tears. For almost everyone, every exam is an opportunity to change your destiny. If you do well in the exam, you can even change your class and rise to the top. Duzha walked among the crowd, carefully feeling everything around him. Life is really wonderful if Duzha hadn't been reborn. I'm afraid there is no such opportunity at all. Change your life and turn everything around. At noon, Duzha found Lin Xingning, and the two of them ate a bowl of rice nearby. Then I reviewed the next math lesson outside of school. Around 2:30, thousands of candidates entered the examination hall one after another. Duzha also performed steadily in the afternoon math test. Less than an hour. He filled up the answer sheet. The mathematics scores are well controlled. Duzha did not hold back at all. 140 points up. Just get high scores directly, and then focus on controlling the scores in comprehensive science and English later. After resting for a while, ding-a-ling, the sound of the end of the exam rang out. The candidates walked out of the classroom one after another. The first day of the exam is finally over. Duzha and Lin Xingning met outside the school and went home together. In the evening, Duzha casually flipped through the book and stopped reading. Tomorrow's test will be a breeze for him. The next day, Duzha walked into the examination room with full confidence. In his eyes now, the comprehensive science test is not difficult at all. After a simple control of the score, it was determined to be around 270. He put down his pen and began to rest. English in the afternoon is the same as usual. I deliberately made some mistakes in the reading and close test and wrote a random essay. About 120 overall. Finally, the bell rang, symbolizing the end of the 20XX exam. Duzha walked out of the gate of number 1 middle school with ease, finally being able to let go completely. He did not agree to Lin Xingning's offer to treat him to a meal. Duzha simply stayed with her for a while and then went home. He hasn't communicated with Chu Mengyao at all in the past few days. It's time to connect. Duzha smiled coldly, picked up his phone and sent a micromessage to Chu Mengyao. How do you feel about the test? After a long while, Chu Mengyao sent a message. Not bad, I should be able to get into the Yinjing Film Academy. Duzha replied, that's good. How is Sister Chen's illness? Chu Mengyao on the other end of the phone saw that Duzha asked about her sister's illness so quickly. I thought Duzha wanted her to pay the money back quickly. My sister's illness has been almost cured, but she still needs to stay in the hospital for a while. The treatment is almost complete, which means it's time to run away. Duzha's eyes were cold. It would have been fine if you had been able to escape in your previous life. In this life, you have been burdened with $1 million loan sharking debt. There are loan collectors watching your every move. See where you can run to. As far as he knew, those who lent money at high interest rates all had complicated relationships behind them. If the borrower wants to buy the ticket and run away, it can be intercepted almost immediately. Take good care of Sister Chen. I believe she will recover soon. After replying, Duzha put down his phone and ignored Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. She thought Duzha was here to urge her to pay back the money. I didn't expect that he didn't mention anything about money. That's right, Duzha was so generous at that time. He definitely didn't take the money seriously. Besides, he had betrayed me and got involved with that Lin Xingning. How can he have the nerve to ask me for this 1 million? Chu Mengyao put down her phone and looked at Duzha's profile picture on WeChat. Duzha, you didn't ask for money. It's not that I, Chu Mengyao, don't want to return it. Wait till I become a big star. You must regret choosing Lin Xingning now. Chapter 10. The Samba World Cup is about to begin. The next morning, Duzha got up very early. First I went to the park and jogged for 10 kilometers. After returning home, I took a hot bath. Open the phone and take a look. Lin Xingning actually sent him several messages. Duzha, I just finished the college entrance examination today, do you want to go hiking together? You can get free admission with your admission ticket. Looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Duzha declined, wait a while, I'm busy with something. Lin Xingning, okay. Then the two chatted for a while. Lin Xingning said that her aunt would never accept the iPhone 5S given by Duzha. It's been 2 days and I haven't opened it yet. And she also had to go to the mobile phone store to return it. Duzha asked Lin Xingning to tell Aunt Lan. iPhone phones are strictly managed and cannot be returned after shipment. Let Aunt Lan accept it. Just think of it as a gift from myself to her. Then he got up, changed his clothes, and took a taxi to the driving school. After arriving at the driving school, the staff member who received him was the same one as last time. He said everything was arranged. At that time, Duzha would be the last one to take the exam and there would be no one around. Duzha nodded. The staff then drove Duzha to the Subject 2 examination center. There are still a lot of people taking the exam. Everyone looked nervous. After all, the cost of getting a driver's license is really not low in this era. Failing once means losing thousands of dollars. Just waited for a whole morning. Duzha saw that the convenience store outside the driving test center had sold hundreds of boxes of cigarettes. Each pack of cigarettes has a label on it. It will be convenient to collect it from the invigilator when the time comes. After waiting for about 3 hours, it was finally Duzha's turn. And the examination venue was just as the driving school said. There are not many people left. The invigilator looked at the ID card Duzha handed over. He nodded and motioned Duzha to get in the car. The content of Subject 2 at that time was extremely complicated. Limited width gate, single-sided bridge, compressed pancake, undulating road. Many people died several times. But Duzha's driving skills have already reached perfection. Soon I passed the exam perfectly. The invigilator looked at Duzha in amazement. If you are not so capable, why would you use a backdoor? So he happily put a series of check marks on Duzha's file. Subject 2 passed perfectly. After going out, the staff said that I could take the third subject test in 3 days and get the certificate in the afternoon. Duzha nodded. This progress is already very fast. It was worth the 30,000 yuan I spent. He then took a taxi and went to the internet cafe nearest to his home. The internet cafe has 2 floors, but both are full. Everyone is playing games. The screen is either Crossfire Dungeon, League of Legends or Speed Drive. Duzha doesn't have the patience to wait any longer. He stood directly next to a person who was playing League of Legends. Gave him $100 and asked him to come back tomorrow. The man saw Duzha giving money so generously. So he happily gave up the machine. Then Duzha quit the game directly. Open the Samba World Cup webpage. Look at the groups of schedules listed above. Duzha began to compare the information in his mind one by one. There are 32 participating teams in total. First the group stage will be held, and then the teams will qualify to compete in the quarter-finals. The opening match is between the Samba team and the Checkered Army. There was almost no suspense in this game. The Samba team is the host team. It is also one of the teams with the strongest potential to win the championship this year. Countless Samba fans are looking forward to bringing back the World Cup. But unexpectedly, they were crushed by the Tank team with a score of 7-1 in the end. Duzha took a quick look at the schedule. I remember most of the games in it. The score between the Samba team and the Checkered Army was 3-1. The game time is around 4 a.m. the day after tomorrow. You have enough time to observe the changes in betting odds. Although domestic gambling is not as open and arrogant as that abroad. However, this world-renowned World Cup event still has enough base. Duzha currently has a balance of nearly 3 million in his card. Although this game was the first game in the previous life, the bookmaker invested a lot. But the odds of winning or losing are not too high. After all, everyone knows that the Samba team has a greater chance of winning. So Duzha planned to directly lower the score. 2 million to buy the Samba team 3:1 Checkered Army, 1 million to buy the Samba team 2:1. This way at 1T appear too exaggerated and you can still make a lot of money. After about 2 hours, Duzha got up and left his seat. I went to the network administrator's front desk and directly transferred 2,000 yuan. Ask the network administrator to arrange a dedicated computer for him in the corner upstairs on a monthly basis. The network administrator saw Du Zhe and praised him generously. He patted his chest and made the promise. After all, $2,000 is enough to play 24 hours a day for several months. Du Zhe only took 1 month, it was a huge profit. Then Du Zhe scanned the ID card. So I went straight home. Next, all we have to do is wait quietly for the World Cup to begin. That's when I'll have the chance to soar to the sky. After returning home, Du Zhe lay on the sofa and felt a little relaxed for a moment. In the previous life, I was on a battlefield abroad. I am always on edge and could die at any time. So I often followed that group of fellow soldiers to take care of the business of young women living alone. Everyone is willing to spend money. After all, the pressure between life and death can only be released through the most primitive way. Du Zhe is no exception. In his previous life, he was released almost every week. The price of chicken in places like foreign countries is not low either. One costs as much as $300. Du Zhe always finds two every time. $600 was spent without any hesitation. Even so, the feeling of madness after each escape from death is still lingering. It's all because of those two bitches Chu Mengyao and Shenya. Du Zhe's eyes were cold. If it weren't for these two people, my life would never have ended like that. Then he decided to go to Chu Mengyao's house to observe. According to his memory of taking out a loan when he started a business in his previous life. As long as you borrow money from a loan shark, that group of people will make their own way. Check address and accuracy of information. Then closely monitor all the borrower's actions. If there is any sign of escape, arrest the person immediately. I lent Chu Mengyao more than 30 websites. Each one costs about 30,000 yuan. Not too much, not too little, just right on the edge. I think the person who needs to pay the money won't be that anxious, it will take about 10 days. That is, a reminder will be given only a few days after the college entrance examination scores are announced. After taking a taxi, Du Zhe came to the place where Chu Mengyao and her sister rented. Just got off the car. Du Zhe saw Chu Mengyao in a beautiful dress in the distance. She was holding several shopping bags. Judging from the size, it should be clothes and cosmetics. His face was full of joy. Look at the valuable items in your hands from time to time. Chu Mengyao touched the iPhone 5S in her hand lovingly, feeling very pleased with herself. Du Zhe, if you don't give it to me, I'll buy it myself. Her idea is simple. I should be able to get into the Yanqing Film Academy for sure. Next, I need to buy some clothes and accessories to dress myself up. After arriving at Yanqing Film Academy, enjoy your perfect moment. Attract those film and television companies and famous directors. Fulfill your dream of becoming a female star. She walked into the house in her high heels. Du Zhe in the distance sneered. Buy it, bitch, buy it. When the debt collector comes to your door, what will you use to pay it back? P.S. Chu Mengyao looked at Du Zhe pitifully and cried, please, as long as you are willing to help me pay back the money, I am willing to do anything. Chapter 11, Earning 15 million. 2 days passed like this. Du Zhe kept thinking about and perfecting his money-making plan at home. You don't have to cook when it's time for dinner. Aunt Lan will prepare it and send it to him. Maybe it was because he gave her and Lin Xingning mobile phones worth tens of thousands of yuan. The meal Aunt Lan prepared for Du Zhe was exceptionally sumptuous. Every meal consists of 4 dishes and 1 soup, and they are almost never repeated. This allowed Du Zhe to enjoy himself at home. In the blink of an eye, it was the night after tomorrow. Du Zhe came to the internet cafe and sat in front of the computer he subscribed to. The World Cup opening match will be here in 3 or 4 hours. In order to see the dynamic odds of the game in real time, he first logged into the gambling website to check the win-draw-loss ratio. I also entered various World Cup forums. Then he turned on the TV5 channel, which was broadcasting the previous year's Champions League and Premier League schedules. Du Zhe looked around and confirmed that there were not many people. Take out your mobile phone, open Zafubo, and transfer all the remaining money into Zafubo. The power of the wealth-generating treasure in 20XX is so great that it is unimaginable. You can gamble online throughout the entire process, and your earnings will generally be credited to your account within a few hours. You can place bets on the next round very soon. The purpose is to attract people to participate in this 4-year carnival. I don't know how many people have lost their fortunes because of gambling on football. Jump off the rooftop. But these things will never happen to Duja. The score and other things have long been firmly engraved in my mind. Then he spent 2 million to bet the score on the Samba team 3-1 against the Plaid Army. Each bet was 50 times the price, and I bought 20,000 bets. Then he spent another million to beat the Samba team 2-1 against the Plaid Army. Each bet is also 50 times, 10,000 bets. The 1 million is used to confuse the public. After all, many people still think that the strength of the Grid Legion should not be underestimated. Duja sat quietly in front of the computer. Watch the game highlights replay above. Waiting for the official arrival of the World Cup. The people around were noisy, and the angry shouts of gamers kept coming. Not a buddy? A big 99 shot dead. Fuck it, I fought 97 and didn't die. I fuck a $% Disobedient transport ship sniper. Catch Lucian, why the hell are you catching Thresh? There is a solo. Most of the people in internet cafes are playing games. There were constant shouting and insults. This made Duja feel very good, a familiar era, a familiar life. I spent some money and asked the network administrator to buy me some barbecue and beer. Duja was watching the game and enjoying the food, feeling extremely comfortable. The computer screen is showing the Champions League semi-final, Real Madrid vs Bayern. That was the peak period for Real Madrid BBC. Bale, Benzema and Ronaldo are shining in Real Madrid. The game started shortly after. The explanation process was very exciting. The first corner kick in the first half belonged to the visiting Real Madrid. Modric took a corner kick and the ball drew a long arc. Ramos header from close range. Leading away from home, Real Madrid won a clock. Bayern then launched a crazy counterattack and knocked down Ronaldo, who received a yellow card. However, because they played too hastily, Real Madrid was given another free kick opportunity. Ramos scored 2 headers. Oh, Ramos played really well today. Next, Bayern was obviously panicked and organized a large-scale attack. But Real Madrid's defense is too solid. Pepe, Ramos and Carvajal defended more fiercely than the other. Di Maria made a long pass to Benzema, Bale in the middle and Ronaldo at the far end. Look at the red rabbit Bale among people, and give it to Ronaldo. Door. 3 o'clock, the outcome is decided. Real Madrid's BBC 3-man front line is so strong that since the Champions League was reformed, Ronaldo has scored 15 consecutive goals. Soon the referee blew the whistle to end the game. Real Madrid eliminated last year's Champions League champion, Bayern Munich. After 12 years, they reached the Champions League final again. After seeing the replay of the Champions League schedule end, Duja looked at the time. It's almost 2 o'clock, and the world-renowned Samba World Cup is about to begin. Soon, the opening ceremony of the World Cup officially kicked off. The performance lasted over an hour. The event was star-studded and there were more than 60,000 fans partying in the stadium. Duja looked at it for a long time. It was interesting at first, but then it became boring. It's better to start the fight earlier. Finally, it was almost 4 o'clock. The opening match between the Samba team and the Checkered Army officially kicked off. The strength of both sides should not be underestimated, and the game was extremely intense just as it started. When the note is 10 minutes long. Origi pushed forward and his teammates followed. It was a bit too slow. Marcelo from Samba team stepped forward to clear the ball. Oops, Marcelo, he accidentally hit the ball into his own goal. The Grid Army took the lead in scoring a point. The Plaid fans present were jubilant and the Samba fans were not to be outdone. After all, in terms of hard power, the Samba team is stronger than the Checkered Army. Soon, the score changed. The Samba team passed the ball down the middle. Neymar dribbled the ball, past one player, and scored elegantly. The ball went in and Neymar is worthy of being the top star. The Samba fans at the scene immediately burst into cheers. Next, the Samba team was assisted by God. Got a penalty kick in the second half. Neymar took the penalty. The yellow number 10 jersey flashed on the court. A burst of shooting. The Checkered Army goalkeeper made a desperate save. Although the ball was blocked, it was moving too fast. It still hit the blind spot. Samba 2-1. The battle then became tense and entered the final injury time. At this point, even Duja, who already knew the result of the game. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Finally, at the last moment of the game, Oscar of the Samba team rushed forward in the middle at an extremely fast speed. The Grid Legion was caught off guard. Oscar. 3:1, Samba team won the first victory of this game. Seeing the end of the game, Duja breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at the spinach page on Zafubo, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow. He immediately transformed himself into a multi-millionaire. Then he looked at the major forums. There's nothing nutritious in it. Most of them bet on the win or loss. The odds are only around 1.1 at most. There are only dynamic odds on the gambling website. To attract him, the odds of the Samba team 3:1 checkered army in the final frame above are 7.6. Although the final frame does not represent the final odds. But the fluctuation will not be too large. 2 million was bet, and more than 10 million came out. Duja turned off the computer. I packed my things, went home, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After staying up all night, even he couldn't take it anymore. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning that Duja woke up groggily. The first thing I do when I wake up is to open Zafubo and check my balance. 155,20715. 15.52 million. Duja. Multi-millionaire. He couldn't hide his excitement. Huge profits. No wonder so many people are willing to spend all their money on gambling. This scene of getting rich overnight is so shocking. 2 million in, 15 million out. And the winning amount of a single bet did not exceed 10,000. You don't have to pay a penny of tax. Compared to the millions earned by fighting on the battlefield in the previous life. This money made Duja ecstatic. But this is just the appetizer. The craziest and most lucrative opportunity in the World Cup. It's always the semifinals. The Samba team plays the Tanzania team. 7:1. 6,500 times the amazing multiplier. Although the domestic prices are not that outrageous. But the gap will never be too big. That's when you can cross the class barrier in one step. Many people think that getting rich overnight is too exaggerated and unreasonable, but who is the protagonist? It's Duja, so handsome, even if he wins 10 million every day, it's easy. Chapter 12 Anode. After taking a deep breath, Duja got dressed and stood up. Getting ready to go downstairs to Aunt Lana's house for dinner. I ask Aunt Lana to bring me meals every day. Duja felt a little embarrassed. Just walked to the door. Then I saw the bag I had casually thrown on the sofa a few days ago. It also contains some junk found in the antique market. Then Duja poured out the contents. Prepare to take it downstairs and throw it away. But an old, tattered book inside attracted his attention. When he first picked it up, Duja didn't look at it carefully. Now holding it in my hand, I feel that the material of this book feels quite unique. Duja was really curious about what was written in this book. Then he sat on the sofa and slowly opened the book. There were only 2 big words written with a brush on the first page. This book by Yangzi is by no means about cultivating immortality. It's just to plug in to help the protagonist strengthen his body. To strengthen his body. What does this mean? Duja has read quite a few novels and has heard of Ji Yang. But this is the first time I have seen a book named after the anode. He turned another page and began to read slowly. There are not many words on each page, only a few dozen. And there are illustrations on it. They all show a person posing in various strange postures. The book was very thick and I finished reading it after flipping through about 20 pages. This book? Why does it look like the kind of martial arts technique that's meant to fool people? It talks about mobilizing yang energy. Go all over the body, cleanse the bones and refine the marrow, and generate a sense of qi. The more I look at Duja, the more interesting he becomes. But he felt an inexplicable urge in his heart. I want to try practicing the movements and principles mentioned above. Duja has always believed that there are definitely some masters in the world. Isn't Tai Chi just a few simple moves? But it can also play a certain role in strengthening the body. The above movements don't look difficult to learn, so why not give it a try? Just do it. Duja looked at the contents carefully. Start from page 1. Yang Qi rises from Dantian, goes up to the abdomen and flows through the whole body. Follow the instructions in the book and move slowly. At first these movements were a bit awkward. Moreover, the formulas in the book are rather obscure. Dusha did it twice before he could barely grasp some of the key points. When I was halfway through the third time, Dusha still didn't feel anything strange. It doesn't seem like a big deal, huh? It seems that I am just having some unrealistic ideas. If only there were some good thing like secret books in the world. There's no way it will be my turn. Let us just forget it. Then, Dusha didn't even plan to finish the third time and got up to go downstairs. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. An indescribable burning sensation suddenly exploded from Dusha's lower abdomen. It instantly spread throughout his body. What's going on? Dusha was shocked. The burning sensation flowed through my body. It seemed as if his entire body was about to burn. He immediately thought of the passage in the book. Could this be the yang energy flowing through the body, cleansing the meridians and refining the marrow? Doesn't that mean this book is really useful? Dusha was overjoyed. If you continue to practice, maybe you can really develop the chi feeling described in the book. Enduring the burning sensation, Dusha continued to practice the subsequent movements. My whole body seemed to melt and felt warm. Extraordinarily comfortable. It was like soaking in a hot spring for hours. Dusha's body became hotter and hotter. My face was covered in sweat and my mouth was dry. When I practiced it for the 9th time, the burning sensation finally dissipated. The whole body feels instantly cool. There is only a subtle breath in the dantian area of the lower abdomen. Air. This must be the feeling of chi mentioned in the book. Dusha was overjoyed. I didn't expect that this book I picked up casually was so effective. I just don't know if I can become a martial arts master. He walked to the mirror and carefully observed the changes in his body. The skin becomes fairer and firmer. The muscles also seem to be more pronounced. The changes are not too big. But his whole temperament is completely new. He looked radiant, like a man who had just taken a shower. Dusha looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. I am amazed by this strange effect. I just don't know what my current physical condition is like. Will it be much greater than now? You can try it in the afternoon. Then Dusha went downstairs. Walked straight into Aunt Lan's restaurant. Dusha, now you are here, Auntie wanted to send it to you. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Aunt Lan who had already packed the food. Dusha smiled and said, Don't bother me, Aunt Lan. I feel a little embarrassed to have you running around all the time. Sitting at the table, he opened the bag and started eating. Aunt Lan looked at Dusha with a smile on her face. I don't know why, Dusha just came in. His whole temperament seems to be a little different from before. Become more masculine and more handsome at the same time. 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a large bowl of rice. In less than 20 minutes, Dusha swept them all away. But he still didn't feel full. It seemed as if the food just eaten was consumed very quickly. No wonder people say practicing martial arts can ruin a family. This means you have to train a lot and eat a lot. Then Dusha smiled embarrassedly. Aunt Lan, I'm not full yet. Give me another bowl of noodles. Huh? Not full? Aunt Lan covered her mouth in surprise, a little bit unbelievable. The meal she just cooked was already a lot. Unexpectedly, Dusha still wasn't full. But that's true. Boys aged 18 or 19 are the ones who eat a lot. Aunt Lan inadvertently glanced at the muscles on Dusha's arms and her cheeks became hot. He quickly shook his head and went in to feed Dusha. What's wrong with me lately? Could it be that she has been a widow for too long and is now feeling a bit rejuvenated? After that, Dusha finished 2 large bowls of noodles in succession. Only then did he leave under Aunt Lan's surprised gaze. After returning home, Dusha spent the entire day immersed in the beauty of practicing yang qi. This feeling of becoming stronger all the time was simply intoxicating to him. I did 200 diamond push-ups. Dusha was just sweating slightly. Really got a lot stronger. Push-ups of this specification in the past. It would be very tiring if I did 100 of them myself. He then tried the one-handed push-up with crunches. It has also increased several times compared to before. I didn't expect that I only practiced for an entire afternoon. It has such a significant effect. It was almost afternoon. Dusha bought 3 pounds of barbecue from a barbecue restaurant outside. After eating, I bought some cooked beef. Only then did I feel the hunger slowly fade away. I looked at the time and it was just past 7 in the evening. The game doesn't start until 12 o'clock, so you should get some sleep first. After practicing for a whole day, Duja felt very tired. But there has always been an inexplicable evil fire in my lower abdomen. The steam is endless. Duja tossed and turned for a long time before he slowly fell asleep. Xu Mingyao's home. She had light makeup on her face and looked pretty. He was wearing branded clothes and smelled slightly of alcohol. Chenya brought her a cup of hot water. Yao Yao, you are going to be a big star, so stay away from bars in the future. Xu Mengyao took the water and took a sip. Don't worry, sister. I went to KTV with my classmates, not to the bar. Today she went to KTV to sing with her best friends. They were all envious of the brand name clothes and iPhones they were wearing. He said that he would definitely stand out in the Yenqing Film Academy in the future. Become a hot star. This made Xu Mengyao very happy, and she kept drinking until now before going home. Suddenly, Chenya gathered her hair and whispered. Yao Yao, my chest feels a little painful today. Can you give me some money so I can go to the hospital? Want money? Xu Mengyao bit her lip, a little hesitant. She has spent 100,000 yuan on brand name items these days. If I go to the hospital again, then I will have less money after I go to college. Wouldn't that affect my becoming a big star? P.S. Xu Mengyao tightly held the bank card. This was the money she needed to become a big star. Even her sister couldn't touch it. Chapter 13 Spinach as Data. But Xu Mengyao couldn't just watch her sister Chenya suffer like this. Said, Sister, besides the chest pain, where else do you feel uncomfortable? Chenya frowned and covered her full chest. No, just chest tightness, dull pain, and uncomfortable sleeping. I heard that my sister's condition was not serious. Xu Mengyao felt a little relieved. Then she hugged Chenya's arm and said, Sister, you're fine. It's just that it's not long since you had the operation and your body is still a little weak. As long as you pay more attention to rest and eat some nutritious food, you will recover soon. When Chenya heard this, she felt that what her sister said made sense. I just had surgery a few days ago. It is inevitable that you will feel a little uncomfortable. If it's because of this little thing, going to the hospital again will cost you a lot of money. Wouldn't that delay my sister's college education? You're right, I was overthinking it. Chenya forced a smile. Yao Yao, do you want to eat something? I have made soup for you in the pot. Xu Mengyao had no idea how many fruit plates and pastries she had eaten outside. I'm not hungry at all now. I don't want to eat anymore, sister. I'm a little sleepy tonight. I'm going back to my room to sleep. As she said this, she walked into the room. The door slammed shut. Chenya was feeling depressed outside. I always feel like my sister has been, since she finished the college entrance examination. The whole person has become a little different. Not only did he stay out all night, and every day after returning home, he just went into the house and no one knew what he was doing. Alas, my sister has grown up and is harder to control. I also blame myself for working so hard to earn money. I haven't spent much time with Yao Yao. Chenya sighed and went to clean up the dishes silently. Then she felt a pain in her chest again. I sat on the sofa for a long time before I recovered. Forget it, let us wait for Yao Yao to get into university. After becoming a big star, I feel relieved. Duja slept until 10:30 in the evening when he was woken up by the alarm clock. After rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the time. In just over an hour, the second World Cup match will begin. Then Duja got up and put on his clothes. After 2 injections of the anode, I felt much more awake. Then I went downstairs to buy some fried skewers and barbecued meat and went to the internet cafe. As long as the score tonight remains the same as in the previous life. Then Duja stopped going to the internet cafe at night and kept an eye on it. Anyway, I can basically bet right every time. It doesn't matter what the odds are. I still have a 7:1 trump card in my hand. When I entered the internet cafe, it was exactly 11:30. Duja was eating barbecue while waiting for the game to begin. Tonight at 12 o'clock is the Mexican Chicken Burrito team versus the African Lions team. The score was 1 o'clock. There's nothing much to see, the gap in strength between the two teams is not that big. At 3 o'clock, the Bulls will play against the Orange Army. The score was 1-5, a huge upset. The Spanish team was the champion of the last World Cup. Everyone thought they would win. I didn't expect that the Orange Army would beat us into such a tragic situation. This game was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected that the powerful bullfighting team would suffer such a devastating defeat. He was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. This was also the most surprising game a few days before the World Cup. I don't know how many people cried because of this. How many people jumped off the roof? Long before going to bed, Duja had already bought spinach. Still chose to lower the score. But this time Duju is safer. Because the strength of the Mexican chicken roll and the African lions is average, not many people bought it. He bet 2 million on the Chipotle team winning 1 o'clock against the African lions. Bought another 2 million Mexican chicken burritos, 0:1 African lions. This creates the illusion that he is more optimistic about the two teams drawing. The odds for this game are not too high, but you can still earn a little. And the bullfighting team vs the Orange Army at 3 points. The odds of this game are 500 times. Shocked the world's eyes. Although the odds of this game are very attractive to Duja. But he still suppressed the desire in his heart. 2 million to buy 1 million to buy 1. Duja deliberately chose to lose the 3 million. The purpose is to continue to create the illusion. Show that you know the ball well. But it is far from being able to predict an upset. The more you want to get the big head, the more you need to keep steady. Online gambling, the funds don't matter. You will go through various processes such as recharge and withdrawal. There is always someone behind the scenes who can find out all your information. If they knew that I was still a student a few days ago. It doesn't take much money to gamble in a blink of an eye. And he wins every time. Even the odds of 500 times for this big underdog are accurate. It will definitely arouse suspicion. I even devoted myself to studying the expected values of various competitions. More serious words. It is possible that they will be taken away for sliced and studied. You can't get fat in one bite, so it's better to be cautious. Soon, the competition began. The game between the two teams was extremely intense at the beginning. The Mexican chicken team launched attacks again and again. The African Lions' midfield strength was somewhat lacking and they kept losing possession of the ball. But fortunately, the defense was extremely strong and blocked many attacks. The first half ended quickly. The two teams still couldn't do anything to each other. But as the second half progressed, the competition has completely entered a fierce stage. Well, look at this, it's a great chance. The Mexican chicken roll team dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Door. Blocked. Hey, shoot again. Goal. The ball went in. Mexican chicken burrito team 1 o'clock African Lions team. The game lasted a full 90 minutes. Even if the African Lions made long passes and lobs, or double-teamed players from the ground, but still failed to score a goal. The game finally ended around 94 minutes and the outcome was decided. The fans in the stands went wild, screaming with excitement. A smile also appeared on Duja's face in front of the screen. They all matched, and the score was exactly the same. Proceed exactly as in the previous life. I don't have to stay in the internet cafe every day. There is time to do more. Afterwards, Duja lay down on the table and took a nap for a while. At 3 o'clock there was another game in which he directly lost 3 million. No matter what, he had to watch the game to the end. The battle between the bullfighters and the Orange Army soon began. The game continued to climax. Robin and Van Persie played to their full potential. A diving header and a through ball in front of the goal. The value of the Spanish team's goalkeeper Casillas was directly destroyed. Even Peak of the Spanish team covered his face and shook his head, saying that it was difficult. Such a situation. Even when he faced Real Madrid at Barcelona, he was not so confused. Soon, this race that shocked the world came to an end. Bullfight versus Orange Army, a terrible defeat. Duja lost a full 3 million. Then he turned off his computer and went straight home. To take that big score. It's definitely worth sacrificing a little money up front. The World Cup is fine for now. Next it's time to think about the longer term. My next choice of college entrance examination school will definitely be Binhai University. I will stay in Binhai permanently in the future. It's time for me to go to Binhai City. Who still remembers the pain of Germany's 7-1 defeat to Brazil? I don't know how many people became paupers overnight. Chapter 14 Tian Xingli Senior Female Real Estate Salesperson Residential Sales. In the past life, Binhai City was the economic center. The development momentum is unprecedented and it is known as the Magic City. Although it is XX year now. But there are already countless people going there to invest and develop. Duja lay on the bed, thinking about his next move. In order to pay off his debts in his previous life, he had to go to Binhai City to work. I struggled for 3 or 4 years. I have a relatively good understanding of that place. If there is any project worth competing for now, that's nothing more than real estate. The average house price in Binhai is currently around 15,000 yuan. The housing prices in those high-end communities have even soared to over 40,000. Many people are speculating in real estate in coastal areas, hoping to make a fortune overnight. But this does not include those who can only buy great properties through the above relationships. No one knows where the price will increase next. The only exception was Duja, who knew exactly what the situation was at that time. I currently have about 10 million in my hands. Let us spend a few more days in the World Cup. I saved about 40 million. It's almost time to go to Binhai. After a short sleep, Duja woke up and looked at Zafubo. A total of 3.6 million was deposited. Minus the 5 million for the illusion and the 2 million for the bet. The game also lost 3.4 million. Compared to the night before yesterday when Duja became a multi-millionaire, he indeed lost a lot. But he is not panicking at all, as the World Cup prize pool will get bigger and bigger as time goes by. The same amount of money earned in the group stage and the semi-finals is completely different. Prepare the betting data in advance. In this way, even if you make a lot of money later, it won't arouse too much suspicion. After dozing off for a while, Duja stood up and continued to practice Yangjiao. Practicing martial arts is really addictive. Especially after Duja fought on the battlefield as a mercenary in his previous life. Understand more about your own strength. Even if you become rich in the future, you can't avoid being harmed by others. With the anode on me, my sense of security is greatly increased, at least in China where guns are rarely seen. But the anode also made Duja a little distressed. That is, I can't help but want to find a woman. There is always an evil fire spreading in my lower abdomen, and I can't suppress it no matter what I do. Duja took a deep breath. It seems that when I go to Shanghai in a few days, you can release some pressure at the same time. It is better to relieve the problem than to hold it in and feel uncomfortable. It's better to let it out directly. The next few days, Duja bets millions on almost every game. If he wins small, and if he loses big. It was a loss of almost 3 million. Of course, everything is done to make your own gambling data. There are wins and losses, this is what an ordinary player does. If you keep making great progress, I'm afraid people will suspect whether he has a system. Of course, in order to raise funds, Duja would not keep pretending to lose. For example, in a match in Group G. When he only had more than 5 million left, he directly took out 4 million. The bet was on the match between the tank team and the grape team. 1 game 4:1, 1 game 4 o'clock. And that was exactly what happened in the end. 4 o'clock. A perfect clean sheet. The Chariot team has an unparalleled attitude. The team defeated the Portuguese team led by superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. Shocked the entire football world. Everyone thought that even the grape team could not defeat the tank team. At least he could score 1 or even 2 goals. But even the official company of spinach could not have anticipated such a tragic outcome. The odds of winning this game are really not high. But people like Duja who put out 2 million to bet the score at 4 o'clock made a fortune. He essentially took over 90% of the money from the buyers who bet on the scores. Although the dynamic odds of gambling are constantly adjusted. But with such a huge score gap, the odds are still extremely explosive. A whopping 34 times odds. Although Duja didn't know how much those at the top of the spinach world could earn. But he has already won 99.9% of the people. Duja. Get rich overnight again. 68 million. What a terrifying number. The money didn't arrive until noon the next day. And this time the amount was too high. Zafubo still automatically deducted 20% of the unexpected income tax. A total of 54.4 million was distributed. See a series of numbers displayed on the Zafubo page. Duzha nodded secretly. It's time to go to the coast. During these few days, he carefully observed the movements of the sisters Chu Mengyao and Chenya. He didn't send a single message to Chu Mengyao for several days. Similarly, Chu Mengyao did not dare to contact Duzha. I was afraid that he would mention the 1 million. He observed that Chu Mengyao still went out early and came back late these days. Have fun with people who are also taking the art exam in high school. Showing off her various brand name clothes. He also said that it was to prepare in advance for going to Yanjing Film Academy. Duzha sneered at this. Now you can show off, bitch. When the debt collectors come to your door, you will cry. Then it was Chu Mengyao's sister Chenya. She has come out twice in the past 2 days. One time I went to a small clinic to get some medicine. One time I went to a Chinese medicine clinic and bought some medicinal herbs. Spent a little money. Duzha found out that those were pain-relieving and gas-reducing drugs. Could it be after the operation? Are there any sequelae that have not been cured? Duzha knew. In order to save some money for Chu Mengyao, Chenya did not continue to observe in the hospital. Instead, he went straight home to recuperate. Now it seems that there are indeed some problems with Chenya's body. Now things get even more interesting. Duzha looked at the floor where the two girls lived and smiled coldly, then returned home. The next morning, Duzha brought some changes of clothes. Boarded the flight to Binhai. Around 1 p.m., at the departure gate of Binhai Airport, Duzha, dressed in casual clothes, walked out carrying a suitcase. I hailed a taxi and went to Mingzhu Real Estate Center. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped steadily at the gate of the real estate center. Duzha opened the door and got out of the car. In front of the real estate center, there stood a bright and pretty young woman wearing an OL uniform, black high heels, and her breasts were so full that they could not be grasped with one hand. She walked quickly forward, her high heels clicking. You must be Mr. Duzha. I am Tian Xingli, a salesperson from Mingzhu Real Estate. It's our pleasure to help you. Tian Xingli stretched out a small hand, which was wearing a DR diamond ring. Hello, I am Duzha who contacted you a few days ago. Duzha's gaze lingered on the diamond ring for a while, then he said with a smile. The two shook hands briefly. They went into an office inside the real estate center together. Tian Xingli enthusiastically poured Duzha a glass of water and sat in front of Duzha. I don't know if it's because the chest can't hold it or if it's intentional. A piece of snow white was revealed. From Duzha's 1.87 meter perspective, he could see it so clearly. I didn't expect Mr. Du to look so young. When we chatted on WeChat, I thought you were the same age as me. Duzha laughed and said, Miss Tian, you are too polite. I just received some spare money from my family. His eyes were fixed directly and blatantly on the ravine. Anyway, it's her own wish, so it would be a shame not to watch it. How can it be considered as spare money to buy a house here? Tian Xingli laughed sweetly. Mr. Du, do you want to go and see the existing house first, or? She noticed Duzha's gaze, but didn't feel shy at all. Instead, he seemed to straighten his chest. This is how sales should be done. In a place like Binhai, what is most lacking is big bosses with money. If I didn't rely on the little bit of beauty I still have, how is it possible to sell a house successfully and get the sales bonus and commission? Duzha took a sip of tea and said with a smile, the scenery here is so great, why don't you take me to see the available houses? Ah. After hearing this, Tian Xingli seemed to realize something belatedly. He quickly covered his chest. She looked at Duzha shyly. Okay, Mr. Du, I'll drive right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Tian Xingli stood up. She walked outside with the clatter of her high heels. Duzha also withdrew his gaze from Tian Xingli's plump back. The main reason I came here is for the house whose price will increase wildly in the future. Although Tian Xingli is indeed an extremely plump peach. But the most important thing right now is to finalize the house. In the future, the prices of these houses will increase tenfold. If you make good investments now, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future. P.S. Tian Xingli pursed her lips tightly. All the handsome readers here, if you want to buy a house, you can find Xingli. Xingli will definitely work hard. Chapter 15. The dormitory building has been transformed into a school district house. It is a full 20 kilometers away from the location of the existing house. Duzha sat in the passenger seat, admiring the scenery along the way. Tian Xingli is not tall. Even when the seat is raised to its maximum position, you still have to sit up straight to see the road. Duja's eyes were always on the steering wheel and the pair of headlights. With nothing to do, Tian Xingli started chatting with Duja to get closer to him. It turned out that she was not from Binhai, but just came here from another place to work. Although I don't have any academic qualifications. But with his eloquence and extraordinary looks. Or become a competent real estate salesperson. Duja glanced at the DR diamond ring on Tian Xingli's hand and said with a smile, Miss Tian is already married? Ha! Tian Xingli exclaimed in surprise, then said, Not yet, Mr. Duja. It's just an engagement ring. We're getting married next year or the year after. Duja nodded and asked, Does your fiancé also work in Binhai? He didn't, I'm the only one here. Tian Xingli sighed, a little sad. He opened a small supermarket in his hometown and earned 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. I asked him to come to Binhai with me, but he just couldn't bear to leave the supermarket at home. There is no other way. I can only work hard in Binhai by myself. When I save enough money, I will go back to my hometown to live a good life. So that's how it is. Duja looked at the clothes and jewelry on Tian Xingli, which were obviously worth a lot of money. In a developed city like Binhai. After witnessing countless famous scenes in high society, how many people can stick to their original intentions? Will you go back to your hometown and marry your fiancé once you make enough money? Maybe, but a beautiful and wealthy woman like Tian Xingli would never do that. Then I wish Miss Tian happiness, Duja said. Tian Xingli has a charming face and displays the charm of a mature young woman. He smiled and joked, I don't know what will happen in the future, but if Mr. Du takes care of my business today, maybe I will be very happy today. Ha, of course. Duja smiled and nodded. She thought she was just buying a house casually. Who doesn't know just today's performance? It would allow her to earn more money than she could earn in several years. Soon, the car stopped in a quieter area. There are residential communities in groups of 3 or 2. Behind the community, there is a large piece of desolate wasteland. This place is 20 kilometers away from those tall buildings, which can be said to be far away from the city center. In Binhai, this is the area where renting a house is the cheapest. There simply aren't that many people willing to buy a house here. They would rather take out a loan and buy a smaller house in the city center. Mr. Du, please wait a moment, I'll get my shoes. Tian Xingli smiled embarrassedly and then unbuckled her seatbelt. The plump body leaned from the driver's seat to the back seat, with full buttocks, revealing endless temptation. I don't know if it's because the high heels were placed too far back or what. It took Tian Xingli a full 2 minutes to get her shoes. Just when she was feeling a little embarrassed, Duja opened the car door with a snap and walked out. Miss Tian, I'll go up and take a look first. As soon as Duja got out of the car, Tian Xingli immediately pulled away. The atmosphere was chaotic and a little disappointing. I think today's deal is going to fail, so it's all a waste of time. She has already tried Duja twice. But Duja didn't react at all. Even though Duja was just teasing her just now. Or take a shot. Tian Xingli felt that today's business was secure. But she really didn't expect it. Duja was surprisingly indifferent to such a beautiful woman like herself from beginning to end. This made Tian Xingli very discouraged. Although I feel there is no hope today. But she still followed him upstairs dutifully and told Duja about the house. Mr. Du, you see, this room is also of extremely high quality now. There are 2 households on one elevator, the house faces north and south, and has a classic layout. The rooms are also finely decorated. The total area is 180 square meters, the public area is about 15, there are 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and an independent balcony and cloakroom. Tian Xingli, wearing high heels, took Duja to visit the facilities in the room. Explain everything to Duja in detail one by one. The decoration style is warm and comfortable. Of course, if you don't like it, you can change it later. Also, Mr. Du, look at the vacant land outside. I heard that a factory will be built there in the next few years, and the price of houses will definitely increase afterwards. So if you buy it now, you will definitely make money. Duja looked at Tian Xingli with interest. But I heard that the factory has not been approved for several years? Hearing this, Tian Xingli's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. This is also one of her tactics for selling houses. Everyone knows that houses with supporting facilities around them are more expensive. When this building was first launched, many people came to buy because the factory was about to be completed. But it's been 5 or 6 years. The factory's approval has not yet been received. So the house is mostly empty now. Even she doesn't come to this area often to sell. Duja walked to the balcony and looked outside. That piece of open space was the important goal of his trip. In his previous life, he was working in Binhai. It's because I can't afford to rent a house close to my workplace. So I rented a small house of only a few square meters in the suburbs. And it's not far from here. Sometimes I can see this open space on my way to work. At that time, it was said that a factory would be built here. The surrounding housing prices suddenly rose very high. But the subsequent factory affairs were left unresolved. House prices here have also hit rock bottom. Just when everyone thought that this area of housing was about to collapse, a policy was suddenly announced. Binhai City aims to attract talents to settle down. Solve the problem of schooling for children of talented people coming to Binhai. This huge open space was specially planned to be a key school. The situation took a sudden turn and the dormitory building was transformed. Changed to a school district room. The housing prices of several buildings in this community have skyrocketed. The total property value increased by nearly 2 billion. Those who did not buy a house here in the first place, or those who sold it a long time ago. I cried bitterly and regretted it so much. Duja let out a sigh and looked at Tian Xingli. Miss Tian, what is the current house price? House prices? Tian Xingli suddenly woke up from her dream. She had just been exposed for her rhetoric. I thought Duja no longer wanted to buy a house. I didn't expect that he would ask about the house price. The current lowest price is 12,900 yuan per square meter. If you really want it, Mr. Du, I can make the decision. It's 12,500 yuan per square meter. What do you think? Duja didn't reply, but just lowered his head and thought. 12,500 per square meter. Then a house is about 2.2 million. Considering the current coastal properties, the price is indeed not expensive. I still have more than 50 million in my hands. If you use most of the money to buy a house, it will definitely be a sure win. Tian Xingli, who was standing by, saw that Duja didn't respond for a long time. I thought he was weighing the pros and cons, and I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He quickly said, Mr. Du, how about this? If you feel it is still not enough, I can make the decision and give you another underground parking space. Normally a parking space costs 50,000 yuan. What do you think of this discount? Duja was stunned for a moment. I haven't even spoken yet. I just got a parking space for free. You know, after the policy on school district housing came out, the price of a parking space here has also soared to hundreds of thousands. Without saying a word, Tian Xingli gave herself so much money. What if I say something myself? Will there be more benefits? Duja pretended to hesitate and said, it's still a bit too expensive. The location here is really not worth the price. Mr. Du, you said before that you wished others happiness? He works in Binhai and his salary is not high. If you bargain again, Xingli will be out of money this month. Tian Xingli spoke in a coquettish tone, quite like she was acting like a spoiled brat. A young and beautiful young woman. Wearing office lady clothes and living alone in a suite with a man. Being so close and acting so flirtatious. This made Duja feel a little amused. When I was in the office before, I hadn't thought about it yet. Now. Mr. Du, I don't think you are such a calculative person, just let him make a little money. I will have to go back to my hometown and marry my fiancé then, okay? Tian Xingli smoothed her hair and deliberately took a few steps forward. The plump body was almost touching Duja's arm. Duja saw the charm on Tian Xingli's face. I still don't know what's going on. He had been tormented by the anode for several days. With meat delivered to your door, how could you not eat it? Reached out and grabbed Tian Xingli's lamp. Amid Tian Xingli's cries of reluctance and slight struggle, he pulled her directly into the fully furnished bedroom. Whether you can be happy or not, my words don't count. It still depends on how good your skills are and whether it is worth my money. Oh, Mr. Duja, you are so bad. I like you so much. Practice? What kind of practice? I bought a piece of unfinished building. I admit that there was an element of gambling involved, but I made the right bet. The unfinished building has become a school district house. Chapter 16. I want to buy 20 sets. In the room. Duja lay flat on the bay window of the bedroom. The clothes are hung neatly on the hangers. Some salespeople are just good at speaking and can charm customers into a frenzy in just half an hour. Content comment area display. Tian Xingli said to Duja respectfully, "Mr. Du, I will go take a shower first, please wait a moment." Duja waved his hand, signaling her to hurry up. After a while, Tian Xingli came out wearing a bathrobe and just walked to the bed to tie up her hair. Suddenly I heard Duja say, "You don't need to take off the diamond ring." Tian Xingli was stunned, but didn't say much. Turned back to the bathroom. 2 hours later. It's already past 1 in the afternoon. Duja put on his clothes and walked out of the room, looking at Tian Xingli, who was like mud. Duja said with some amusement, "Do I need you to buy some medicine?" Tian Xingli was breathing heavily, her voice weak. "No, Mr. Du, I have it in my bag. Could you please get it for me?" Duja nodded. She took out a pill from her bag, handed it to Tian Xingli in the room. Then he walked out, ordered 2 takeouts, and waited quietly in the living room. More than half an hour passed. Tian Xingli just came out of the room, staggeringly. Her face flushed and she glanced at Duja, who was sitting on the sofa with a drawn look in her eyes. "It's amazing. Oh my god. He is simply Superman." On the sofa, Tian Xingli rubbed her cheeks. "It took a while before I felt comfortable speaking. The takeaway arrived soon and we waited until we finished our meal." Tian Xingli's face was full of sunshine. He smiled and said, "Mr. Du, take a look at this house." Duja smiled and said, "This house is very good and Miss Tian's service is very enthusiastic. Let us buy it." Hear this. There were almost stars in Tian Xingli's eyes. Her sales commission is 1.8%. If this house is successfully sold, adequate to earn 40,000 yuan. This is already a lot of money. Many times, Tian Xingli couldn't sell a single unit for several months. This time I really made a profit. "Mr. Du, please wait a moment, I will get the contract for you right away." Tian Xingli said this and stood up and searched for the contract in her bag. But Duja stopped her and said, "Miss Tian, don't be in a hurry." Tian Xingli froze. "No way? He put me to sleep. Is it time to regret now?" But then Duja said the following words. Directly caused Tian Xingli to crash. "Just based on the discount on this house, please buy me 20 houses." Next to the sofa. Tian Xingli was completely stunned. Keep holding the contract without moving. Did I hear that right? He wants to buy 20 sets? That's more than 40 million. He is so young, how could he possibly come up with so much money to buy a house? This must be an excuse not to buy a house. Tian Xingli gritted her teeth and became angrier the more she thought about it. I feel like I've been ripped off. Duja must be deceiving himself. Even if he can really come up with that much money, how is it possible to buy 20 houses in such a remote place? He just found out that there would be no factory built here. Even if it is an investment, this business is a huge loss. Seeing Tian Xingli's surprised and suspicious look, Duja also knew that she didn't seem to trust him very much. So he took out his cell phone and showed the balance on his card. Choose to use strength to break the doubts. The series of numbers on the phone immediately caught Tian Xingli's attention. More than 50 million. Duja actually has more than 50 million. Tian Xingli was so excited that she almost threw herself on Duja. Oh my god. He's not kidding. Duja actually wants to buy 20 houses. The profits you can get from this are simply unimaginable. Duja chuckled. How about it? 20 houses, all according to the discount just now. The price is 12,500 yuan per square meter, and each house comes with a parking space. Can you make the decision? Tian Xingli suppressed her excitement and nodded repeatedly. Yes, very much. Mr. Duja, the first time I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary. You are really very capable. Are you sure you want to buy 20 sets? I can go get all the contracts now. Oh my god. 20 sets. Tian Xingli pressed her entire body against Duja. A charming smile. I made a lot of money today. Not only does it make your body comfortable, it also elevates your soul. When I think of this, Tian Xingli couldn't help but become interested again. She looked at Du Zhou with charming eyes and pointed to the bedroom with the corner of her mouth. Du Zhou understood what he meant. Just pick up Tian Xingli. Break open the bedroom door. Du Zhou looked at his phone. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. Then he woke up Tian Xingli, who was unconscious nearby. Miss Tian, are you still able to move? Tian Xingli turned over lazily. After struggling for a while. Then he got up and put on his clothes and jewelry. Prepare to go back and get the contract. Suddenly, she cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Du Zhou asked in confusion. Tian Xingli covered her head in annoyance, about to cry. I suddenly remembered that the company has a rule that I can sell a maximum of 10 houses to a single customer in a month. Are there such weird regulations? Du Zhou was surprised at first, but then he changed his mind. That's right, real estate nowadays. There are indeed some places that have such regulations. Before someone buys a house, they often arrange for their own people to work as salespeople in the real estate company. Not only can you lower the price to the lowest, but you can also earn a kickback. It's a two-way profit. Although the developer did not lose much, he still felt unhappy. So there was such a regulation. After all, there are only a few people who can sell 10 houses in a month, except for the pre-sale houses. The only ones left are the undercover agents who have been planted there. People like Du Zhou are extremely rare. Then you can decide for yourself. Find another reliable person in your company and you two can sell it together. Tian Xingli pouted. It's such a pity that I can't eat such a big piece of fat. But that's all we can do. Otherwise, follow the preferential treatment you offer. There is a high possibility that you will be fired directly by your boss. Soon, Tian Xingli went downstairs and drove back to the company. She needs to think seriously about who should be her partner. This way I can also get some referral fee from her. Soon, Tian Xingli arrived at the company. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw a beautiful woman with even better appearance and temperament walking past her. Tian Xingli's eyes lit up with joy and she stood in front of the beautiful woman. Bai Jia, are you doing business or not? Chapter 17, Buying a House. In the office. Two young women in OL clothes and black stockings sat facing each other. Tian Xingli advised earnestly, Sister Bai, what are you still hesitating about? Why don't you see such a good opportunity? Bai Jia, who was sitting opposite her, looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, with a slender and plump figure and a graceful posture. He is about 1.68 meters tall and slender. Bai Jia's cheeks flushed and she said weakly, No, I still can't do it. The big boss that Tian Xingli just told her about. Just a wave of the hand means buying 20 houses. But commission alone is hundreds of thousands. It made Bai Jia's heart beat fast. But the boss only agreed to buy it after doing that with Xingli. If you also want to make money, doesn't that mean we have to be like that big boss? How can I feel good about this? Although I have been working in sales for several years, I have never used that kind of method to increase my performance. Although my colleagues around me made a lot of money from this. But Bai Jia always sticks to her principles. I have always been unwilling to exchange principles and innocence for performance. This has also resulted in her salary not being high in recent years. If it weren't for her extremely outstanding appearance, some people would buy several houses to try to strike up a conversation with her. I guess her boss has fired her a long time ago. Seeing that Bai Jia still refused, Tian Xingli became a little anxious. This sister is not only gentle and easy to talk to, but her appearance and figure are even better than mine. That's why she was willing to give the commission of 10 houses to her. Otherwise, what if Boss Du Zhou feels that he did not understand what he meant? What should I do if I don't buy it? Tian Xingli quickly sat down next to Bai Jia and took her arm. Sister Bai, the other party is a young guy, not one of those skinny old men. And even if you don't want to earn this money, you have to consider your sister. Her condition might worsen at any time, we can't just keep putting it off. Hearing the word sister, Bai Jia was a little dazed, and her mental defenses were shaky. She originally wanted to save money for her sister's medical treatment. I just came to Binhai alone. There is such a good opportunity right now. If I give up in vain, that sister may never have the money to treat her illness in her entire life. For a moment, Bai Jia bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her eyes complicated. He sat on the sofa blankly, not saying a word. Seeing that Bai Jia was somewhat moved, Tian Xingli struck while the iron was hot and said, Sister Bai, if you want to treat your sister's illness, you can only come to the top hospital in Binhai. Here, it is impossible to cure it without 1 or 2 million. Think about it carefully, is temporary innocence more important, or is your sister's illness more important? After she finished speaking, Tian Xingli stopped persuading her. She knew that her sister had always been the most important person in Bai Jia's heart. As long as this trump card is thrown out, she will definitely not hesitate anymore. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes passed. Bai Jia wiped her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Okay, Xingli, I promise you. Hearing this, Tian Xingli was overjoyed. He hugged Bai Jia's body. Sister Bai, don't worry, we are good sisters. I will definitely not treat you unfairly in this business. The sight of two beautiful women hugging each other is particularly pleasing to the eye. In the room, Duzha had just placed his bet on tonight's World Cup. Then there was a knock on the door. It seems that Tian Xingli came with another person. Well, let us get these things done as soon as possible. Then I went to buy a villa near Binhai University in advance. To prepare for my future career of studying and starting my own business at the same time. Kara. The moment the door opened, two extremely gorgeous women stood gracefully at the door. They all wore well-cut tight OL uniforms, showing off their curvaceous figures. She wore a burgundy silk scarf around her neck, which made her look elegant and beautiful. She wore a short skirt, black stockings, and high heels. The two of them stood at the door, looking very charming. Duzha looked at Tian Xingli in confusion. Did you misunderstand what I meant? I told you to just find someone, what are you doing? Tian Xingli smiled at Duzhu and said, Mr. Duzha, how about letting her take over the contract signing? Are you satisfied? Bai Jia's face flushed, she lowered her head and said nothing. She didn't even dare to look up at Duzha, she was extremely shy. Although I couldn't see her face clearly. But Duzha just glanced up and down at Bai Jia. Then I knew that her beauty was even greater than Tian Xingli. He glanced at Tian Xingli. I just asked her to find someone to sign the contract. It seems that this woman misunderstood. Bai Jia raised her head nervously and looked at Duzha. Her face became even more rosy and her eyes were sparkling. This Duzha looks so young. And he is so handsome. I wonder if he will dislike that I am already in my 30s. But in order to cure my sister's illness, she had no choice at all. Bai Jia rubbed the corners of her clothes with her two jade hands and said carefully, Hello, Mr. Duzha. I'm a salesperson from Mingzhu Real Estate. My name is Bai Jia. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Duzha nodded and stepped aside. Come in. Tian Xingli pushed Bai Jia into the room while smiling. The three of them then sat down in the living room and took out all the contract documents. The formalities are comprehensive and the contract becomes effective after just a signature. Duzha plans to buy a total of 20 houses, all of which will be fully furnished and ready for move-in. At a price of 12,500 yuan per square meter, one unit would cost 2.25 million yuan, which is equivalent to the money an ordinary person earns in his entire lifetime. In addition, each house will come with an exclusive parking space, for a total of 20 parking spaces. All the costs add up to 45 million renminbi. What a terrifying number this is. It can be said that piles of cash can crush a person to death. Tian Xingli and Bai Jia had never seen so much money in their lives. Both of them looked at Duzha nervously, fearing that he would change his mind at this moment. But Duzha just glanced at the contract and confirmed that there was no problem. So he signed it directly. It's just over 40 million. Once the policy to build the school is released, I can make more than 10 times the profit. Because it would take a few days to transfer the house, it was impossible for Duzha to transfer all the money so quickly. So he just paid a deposit of 10 million first. The remaining amount will be transferred after all the house procedures are completed. When the two women saw that there was really 10 million in the company account, Tian Xingli was extremely excited. Mr. Du, you are so generous. It is an honor to do business with you. Thank you so much. The deposit of 10 million was given as soon as it was agreed. This deposit alone could allow her to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Duzha looked at her lips and smiled. It's nothing, this is the result of your own hard work. Tian Xingli blushed. She still feels a little pain now. Bai Jia standing by stared blankly at the money in the company account. 10 million. That's a full 10 million. 20 houses were actually sold. Her eyes were filled with emotion, and there were even tears in them. When she came, Tian Xingli told her. She took 50,000 yuan as an introduction fee from me, and the rest was hers. The commission for one house is about 40,000 yuan, and for 10 houses it is 400,000 yuan. This time, I can get a commission of 350,000 yuan. Although this money is not enough for my sister's medical treatment, it undoubtedly gives her hope to keep going. Then Bai Jia raised her head and looked at Du Zhi gratefully. Now Du Zhi is her and her sister's savior. As long as I serve this boss Du Zhi well from now on, then the funds for my sister's medical treatment will be more than 300,000 yuan. When she thought of this, Bai Jia's eyes couldn't help but turn red. After more than 10 minutes, Du Zhi saw that the contract was almost ready, so he stood up and walked into the room first. Bai Jia took a deep breath for her sister. Then she stepped on her high heels. He walked in with a clatter. 4 hours later. At this moment, Du Zhi stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the bright lights and nightlife on the coast in the distance. The test results will be out in a few days. It won't be long before I start to go to Binhai. Xu Mengyao. Chen Ye. You two bitches should laugh for a few more days now. Chapter 18 Du Zhi, Save Me. Early the next morning. The reader wakes up in a quiet room. The woman next to him was still fast asleep. He opened Zafubo and saw that more than 8 million had been deposited into his account. This is the result of the match between the Kangaroos, the Orange Army and the Chile that I bet on last night. During this period, I lost about 6 million yuan by doing data, which is equivalent to earning about 2 million yuan. It has been in the profit stage these days and the results are pretty good. Du Zhi can no longer remember all of these less popular competitions. The outcome of the game can only be determined by the teams in the knockout stage. Basically all the bets are on win, draw, or loss. Occasionally a few games go into overtime and all bets are lost. But I don't care. My biggest goal is still the world tragedy, the Samba team 1-7 against the team. That is the biggest opportunity to completely win the capital for a turnaround. After a while, Du Zhi got up and took a shower. I practiced Yang Qigong several times in the living room. Then he sat on the sofa and sent messages to Lin Qingning to chat. Probably more than half an hour passed. Bai Jia staggered out of the house. But she couldn't even walk properly at the moment. Du Zhi had already ordered a large table of food, all of which were meats with extremely high protein content. The amount was enough for 7 or 8 people, but he still ate it up crazily after he had just finished practicing Yangjia. Bai Jia and Tian Xingli brushed their teeth and washed their faces, then just sat on the sofa, watching Du Zhi eat quietly. They are not hungry at all now. Just looked at Du Zhi in surprise. That meal was enough for several people, and he almost finished it by himself? Bai Jia stared at Du Zhi's face blankly. I couldn't help but lower my head, my cheeks burning. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. I obviously did this to make money. Why do I act like I'm stupid? Tian Xingli covered her face and looked at Du Zhi obsessively, becoming more and more fascinated the more she looked. He is really awesome. Oh my god. I love him to death. After Du Zhi finished eating, the three of them went downstairs. Prepare to go back to the real estate company to complete the transfer procedures and other materials. As soon as she got on the car, Tian Xingli exclaimed. What's wrong? Bai Jia asked. Tian Xingli looked at Du Zhi with resentment and said, my leg is cramped and I can't drive now. Du Zhi's eyelids twitched. Then he looked at Bai Jia in the back seat and motioned for her to drive. But Bai Jia's situation is even worse than Tian Xingli's. Du Zhi sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'll drive. Tian Xingli happily gave up her seat and sat in the back seat. Du Zhi fastened his seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator. The car quickly drove towards Mingzhu Real Estate Center. Once we arrived, there was no delay at all. Du Zhi asked Bai Jia to take out all the documents and sign them directly after he had read them. Any subsequent issues will be handled by them. Bai Jia and Tian Xingli were overjoyed to hear Du Zhi was so straightforward. Handing over all the assets worth tens of millions to them shows that we have complete trust in them. The two of them looked at Du Zhi with increasingly tense eyes, and their hearts were moved. Then, after Du Zhi signed all the documents, he transferred the remaining 35 million to their company account. Tian Xingli looked gentle and raised her eyebrows at Du Zhi. Seeing this scene, Du Zhi rubbed his eyebrows. Don't you have to go to work today? It would be a shame to stay in there for several hours. Tian Xingli started to tie her hair and said in a coquettish voice, Boss Duzha, don't worry. I've done such a big business, and now even if I skip work for a month, no one would dare to say anything to me. The sofas at the real estate company are very expensive and very soft. It's very comfortable to lie on. I lay there for more than 3 hours. Duzha has already stood up and left. He bought a ticket for 1 o'clock this afternoon. I expect to be home around 4 o'clock. In the room, Bai Jie frowned and said to Tian Xingli, who was getting dressed, Xingli, can you help me buy some medicine? Tian Xingli had just buttoned up her shirt and asked in surprise, Sister Bai, didn't you take medicine last night? Bai Jie blushed and pursed her lips and said, I want to buy blood-activating medicine, Tian Xingli looked at Bai Jie, then lowered her eyes and immediately understood something. Duzha is too scary. Binhai Airport. Duzha was carrying a dozen exquisite packaging boxes. The clothes and jewelry I bought from the mall are all inside. Skirts, high heels, bracelets and necklaces are all available. Duzha didn't know what style they liked, so he simply matched 3 outfits for each of them. All of them were taken by the store clerks inside. She also said that it was exactly what she said about matching women in their early 30s with women in their 18s and 19s. The effect on the upper body is absolutely amazing. Then Duzha boarded a plane to his hometown. Now that he had money, he naturally couldn't treat himself badly, so Duzha bought the most expensive first-class ticket. After rejecting the stewardess's enthusiastic service, in her resentful eyes, Duzha asked her to pull out the seat to make it into a bed and lie down to rest. Although he didn't mind being on the plane. But it has happened many times today after all. Let us just forget it. Then Duzha closed his eyes and waited quietly for the plane to arrive. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Duzha took a taxi back home. When I was still more than 10 kilometers away from home, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Xingning calling, and Duzha just opened the phone. Lin Xingning's terrified cry came from the phone immediately. Duzha, a group of people broke into my store and smashed everything. I'm so scared. Can you come and save me and my aunt? Do. Before he finished speaking, he heard an arrogant voice. You bitch, you dare to call me. Then there was a loud slap and the sound of a cell phone falling to the ground. Still want help? I tell you, if you don't pay me today, neither you nor your mother will have a good life. Stop it, don't touch her. Aunt Lan's crying voice was heard. Get out of here. With a bang. The phone was completely disconnected and no sound could be heard anymore. Duzha's eyes instantly turned blood red, and endless anger burst out. The whole person's breath became extremely violent. Court death. Duzha stared straight ahead. Then he took out a handful of banknotes from his bag. Press it directly in front of the driver. He said in a cold tone, I don't care what method you use, just get to XX Road as fast as possible. Get there in 10 minutes and the money is yours. The driver saw the huge amount of banknotes in front of him. And various luxury brand clothes in the trunk. Don't you know that Duzha is a super rich second generation? Don't worry, boss. My car is famous for being fast. Then he stepped on the accelerator. Sprint forward at the fastest speed in your life. Downshift to overtake, keep honking the horn and don't release the accelerator. I don't know how many cars were forced to stop. Stimulated by the pile of banknotes in front of him. This driver drove the taxi like a racing car. All the drivers who were stopped rolled down their windows. Keep cursing the domineering taxi. Nima driving a racing car? Driving so fast is asking for death. WTF. Green belt bend. P.S. I lost to an AE86, it used inertia to drift through the corners, very fast, all I saw was a sign saying the reader is so handsome. Chapter 19 Crown Club. Inside a small restaurant. All the tables and chairs were overturned on the ground, and the bowls, chopsticks, cups and plates were smashed to pieces. The shop, which is usually neat and clean, is now in a mess. Aunt Lan's hair was disheveled, and she was sitting among the broken glass, holding the crying Lin Xingning tightly in her arms. There was a bright red slap mark on Lin Xingning's face. At his feet was an iPhone 5S with a cracked screen. In front of them, there were a dozen burly men with tattoos of dragons and tigers, looking at the two of them with unfriendly faces. The leader was a fat man with a face full of flesh and a thick gold necklace around his neck. He stared at Aunt Lan with a lewd smile. What a plump beauty with hips that extend beyond her shoulders. I found a treasure this time. The muscular man picked up a bottle. It hit Aunt Lon with a bang, and glass shards flew everywhere, cutting Aunt Lan's calf. What on earth are you going to do? Aunt Lon, with tears in her eyes, suppressed her fear and questioned the fat man. Lin Xingning covered her red face and stared at the gang of hooligans angrily. The fat man cursed and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, the food you cooked made my brother sick, now give me 100,000 yuan for medical expenses." After saying that, a little brother next to him held his stomach and pretended to cry out. Aunt Lon gritted her teeth, endured the wound on her calf, and slowly stood up. "You clearly didn't order anything, how could you possibly get a stomach upset? I have called the police. If you continue to make trouble, let the police judge." The fat man laughed and looked at Aunt Lan's extremely plump body with lustful eyes. He rubbed his chin with his hand and said with a lewd smile, "Police? Wait until they come, I'll have done everything, ha ha ha." As he spoke, his fat body continued to move forward. Aunt Lon was frightened when she saw his wanton look. She stepped back repeatedly, her face pale. "What are you doing? The police will be here soon." The fat man licked his lips with a disgusting smile on his face. His eyes wandered wantonly over Aunt Lon. "Even if the police really came, they wouldn't dare to say a word when they saw me. For today's matter, either you take 100,000 yuan, or, just have some fun with me." A group of younger brothers also came over, rubbing their hands and laughing lasciviously. "Big brother, after you're done playing, let the little brothers have some fun." The fat man waved his hand and said with a smile, "No problem, just follow me and you can have soup to drink." Then he kept getting closer, with disgusting saliva flowing from his mouth. Aunt Lan's eyes were filled with fear. She had already retreated to the wall, with nowhere to go. Just as the fat man was about to pounce. "Don't bully my aunt." An angry voice sounded, and Lin Xingning directly picked up a beer bottle. It hit the fat man on the head with a bang. The fat man screamed and covered the blood on his head. Lin Xingning held the broken bottle tightly in her hand, her body trembling. This was the first time she had done something so violent. "Although I was very scared, I did it for my aunt." Lin Xingning still mustered up her courage and took action without hesitation. "Fuck, bitch." The muscular man grabbed Lin Xingning's wrist with a ferocious look on his face. Lin Xingning's wrist was pinched so hard that it turned purple. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. "Let me go, asshole." Aunt Lon saw that Lin Xingning was in danger and rushed forward anxiously. But he was stopped by a group of thugs and pinned against the wall, unable to move. Aunt Lon cried anxiously, "Let my niece go, what's the big deal?" The bottle in Lin Xingning's hand was snatched away by the fat man. Several big men held Lin Xingning's arms tightly. The fat man wiped the blood off his head and walked up to Lin Xingning viciously. "Bitch. I wonder who can come to rescue her today." Lin Xingning's eyes were filled with tears and her legs kept kicking. The muscular man with a perverted look on his face looked at Lin Xingning's legs with lustful eyes. "Damn, these legs are so white and long." "Let my niece go, you beast," Aunt Lon shouted angrily. How would she live if something happened to her niece? Tears streamed down Lin Xingning's face and her eyes were filled with despair. "Duzha, where are you? I'm so scared. Save me. Duzha." The fat man took off his shirt with a lewd smile, revealing his fat pig-like body. He walked up to Lin Xingning unscrupulously. Aunt Lon was extremely desperate and kept crying, "You beasts." Lin Xingning looked gloomy and ashen. "Duzha, I'm sorry. I have liked you for so long, but I haven't had the chance to tell you." The fat man stretched out his hands with a lewd smile and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of you two beauties today." Lin Xingning smiled bitterly, and recalled again the sweet time she had spent with Duzha in the past few days. "Although it's too late, I still want to say it. Duzha, I like you so much. I have liked you for 10 years. Even if I die, I don't want to be defiled." Then she would use all her strength to bite her tongue off. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The wall collapsed instantly, and dust flew everywhere. A taxi rammed in violently, knocking several people away. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Lin Xingning stopped moving. The group of men were so frightened that they quickly let go of Aunt Lon and Lin Xingning and hid deep in the room. The fat man saw his little brother being knocked away. He cursed angrily, "Fuck, who is this blind person? How does he drive? As he said this, he walked to the front of the car with a ferocious look. If you open the car door, you have to teach the driver a lesson. Bang! The passenger door was kicked open. Then, a man who was 1.87 meters tall, extremely handsome, and tall and strong walked out. It was Duja who happened to arrive here. When Lin Qingning saw that it was Duja who came, the fear in her heart instantly burst out like a tide. She ran over and threw herself into Duja's arms, crying, "Duja, you finally came to save me. Woohoo, I was so scared I thought I'd never see you again." Duja hugged Lin Qingning tightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Aunt Lan collapsed to the ground helplessly, revealing a bleeding wound on her leg. The slap marks on Lin Qingning's face were also clearly visible, constantly stimulating Duja's heart. Duja glanced coldly at everyone present, filled with murderous intent. "I don't care who you are, no one can save you today." Seeing Duja being so arrogant, the fat man started cursing. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act so pretentiously in front of me? Come on, beat him to death." Then a dozen big men picked up the glass bottles on the ground and rushed towards Duja. Duja let go of Lin Qingning and stepped forward. With a kick, he kicked the first big man who rushed up and sent him flying 5 meters away. He then dodged the incoming glass bottle and threw a fierce straight punch. It hit a man's chin, shattering all his teeth and causing him to faint. At the same time, more than a dozen people came forward and surrounded Duja. But he couldn't do anything to Duja at all. With each punch and elbow, he beat all the bastards in front of him until their bones were broken and they wailed everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen thugs were killed by him. These scumbags don't know their place just because they have some tattoos on their bodies. Not to mention that Duja has already practiced Yangpul, and his physical fitness has greatly improved. Even if he had never practiced it, his years of experience as a life-and-death mercenary were enough to handle it. Duja looked at the last fat man with extreme indifference. "It's your turn, bastard." The fat man was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he collapsed to the ground. Oh my god. Who is he? How could he defeat so many of his brothers so quickly? Duja approached slowly, murderous aura oozing from him. The temperature in the entire room dropped to freezing point. The muscular man was so frightened that he kept backing away on the ground. "What do you want?" "I'm from the Crown Club. If you mess with me, you'll die." "Crown Club? What is that?" Duja didn't take the fat man's background seriously at all. He strode forward, ready to give him a good beating. Suddenly, the alarm sounded outside the store. Then the police's voices were heard. "No one inside is allowed to move, just stand still." The fat man was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and looked at Duja with a big laugh. "Bastard, no matter how good you are at fighting, what is the use?" The fat man pointed at Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning who were standing beside him. He looked at Duja with a grim smile. "Why don't you kill me? Is there a time when you are not around? Look how I kill them both." Then the fat man turned around and walked outside. The police outside the door couldn't see what was going on inside for a while because of the collapsed wall and the taxi blocking the way. Lin Qingning became extremely anxious when she heard that the police station was their backer. But Duja didn't care about that and strode forward. "Want to leave? Have you asked me?" The fat man turned around suddenly and saw Duja coming forward. Shouting in fear, "What are you doing?" Duja kicked the fat man directly and broke his nose. The fat man screamed and blood gushed out. Like the other hooligans, he fainted on the ground. When the police outside finally opened the taxi door and came in, all I saw were a dozen hooligans lying on the ground, and I had no idea whether they were dead or alive. In front of me was an extremely handsome man, holding 2 beauties in his arms, one big and one small. Duja has an upright posture and cold eyes, standing quietly in the mess. Chapter 20 Duja, I like you. 9 o'clock in the evening. In front of the police station. Duja supported Aunt Lan, who had difficulty moving, with one hand. With one hand he held Lin Qingning, who was extremely angry. 3 people walked out of the police station slowly. Lin Qingning walks and complains. They are in cahoots with the gangsters. It was clearly that group of people who bullied us first, but he actually classified it as a fight. It's simply the umbrella of evil forces. Aunt Lan put her arm on Duja's shoulders, and most of her body weight was on Duja. The wound on the leg was treated simply, but the blood continued to seep out. She looked at Lin Qingning, whose cheek still had a red mark, with a sad look in her eyes. Okay, Qingning, it's all my aunt's fault. She was reluctant to install surveillance cameras in the store, so we have no evidence to sue them. Fortunately, Duzha came back in time, otherwise, woo-woo. When Lin Qingning saw her aunt crying, she quickly hugged her arms. The two of them kept crying as they continued to comfort each other. Duzha, who was standing aside, looked at the two girls crying sadly beside him, and the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Crown KTV, and the police station chief who was obviously covering up for the case. A group of bastards who are in cahoots with each other and are working together for evil. How dare you make Aunt Lan and Qingning so sad? If I don't kill you, I, Duzha, will be sorry for Auntie Lan and Qingning's care for me. Then Duzha comforted the two girls. He hailed a taxi and took the two of them back to his home. The walls of Aunt Lan's house were damaged and the outside of the house was a mess. I can only stay at Duzha's house temporarily tonight. 9:30 p.m. Aunt Lan sat upright on a small stool. Duzha sat on the ground, carefully applying medicine to Aunt Lan's slender and round legs. Aunt Lan is only 34 years old this year and is still in her prime. So Duzha half opened and half closed his eyes, not daring to look above his legs. The potion brought waves of stinging pain, causing Aunt Lan to clench her teeth. My legs twitched constantly because of the stinging pain. Duzha frowned. Shaking like this? The medicine was spilled on the ground. What other effects are there? Then Duzha didn't think much about it and just held him down. Aunt Lan, don't move. Wait until I finish. What? Aunt Lan was a little surprised. Then Duzha obviously didn't expect that what he said would be ambiguous. He still concentrated on applying medicine to Aunt Lan. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom next to him. It was Lin Qingning taking a bath. Aunt Lan sat on the sofa, staring straight at Duzha in front of her with bright eyes. It was he who saved himself and Qingning again. Before he knew it, the little boy had grown into a towering tree. They can be sheltered under its shade. The last time when those three gangsters got into trouble, Duzha rescued them. This time, a dozen gangsters were causing trouble, and Duzha arrived in time again. Otherwise, Aunt Lan couldn't imagine what those beasts would do to them. Duzha is simply the savior of both of them. Thinking of this, Aunt Lan looked at Duzha with even gentler eyes. After a while, Duzha stood up and took out a roll of bandage from the medicine box. Okay, Aunt Lan, I'll put a bandage on your leg again and your leg will be fine in about a week. Sorry to bother you, Duzha. Aunt Lan smiled sheepishly. Duzha looked at the aunt next door who had almost watched him grow up. It's okay, Aunt Lan. You helped me in the same way when I was injured before. Aunt Lan covered her mouth and smiled. Yes, I had forgotten that you used to stick with Qingning and come to my house every day. The two of them laughed and talked constantly. With a bang, the bathroom door opened. The hot air was coming out. Lin Qingning tied her wet hair up high and walked out gracefully wrapped in a bath towel, exposing large areas of snow-white skin with water droplets rolling on it. Her legs are slender and long, as smooth as jade. Aunt Lan was embarrassed. Qingning, why did you come out like this? We are at Duzha's house. Ouch, silly niece. We are at Duzha's house now, not our own home. At least pay attention. Duzha stood up and said with a smile, It's okay, Aunt Lan, just treat this place as your own home. Duzha is truly willing to give everything he has to Aunt Lan and Qingning. Lin Qingning looked at Duzha lovingly and said, See, Auntie, Duzha doesn't mind. Aunt Lan looked at her niece's eyes that were about to be wet with tears. How could I not know what she was thinking? It seems that Qingning has completely fallen in love with Duzha, and this is obviously done for Duzha to see. Here, I am just a big light bulb with 36G brightness. Then Aunt Lan stood up, held her forehead with her hand and said to the two of them, Mom is a little sleepy, I'll go back to my room to rest first. Duzha's house has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aunt Lan pushed the door and entered the room on the right. In the middle was Duzha's room. Duzha and Lin Qingning, who was wrapped in a bath towel, were the only 2 people left in the living room. Duzha looked at the time, it was 10:20. Revenge never waits overnight, so tonight he wants to go and wipe out the gangsters who bullied Aunt Lan during the day. Jiandan nodded at Lin Qingning. Lemon, it's late now, just blow dry your hair and go to bed. After saying that, Duzha turned and went into the house. Hey, Duzha. Before Lin Qingning could finish her words, Duzha's door was already closed. What's going on? Isn't it said that what men can't resist the most is the look of a woman who has just taken a shower? I'm in this situation myself. Why didn't Duja react at all when he saw me? Does he still love Chu Mangyao in his heart? When she thought of this, Lin Qingning felt a little pain in her heart. After entering the house, Duja first took out black long-sleeved trousers from the closet. He pulled out another hoodie and mask, making sure the hood covered his face. Standing in front of the mirror, Duja looked at himself in a black suit. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he really felt a bit like Batman. He took out a ballpoint pen from his pencil case, held it in his hand and kept pressing it. Yes, the nib is also very sharp. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for time to pass. But before long, there was a knock on the door. Duja, are you asleep? Hearing that it was Lin Qingning, Duja opened the door. Lin Qingning, wearing a cute cartoon t-shirt, stood at the gate smartly. He lowered his head, feeling extremely shy. Just as the reader was about to ask, a soft body threw itself into his arms. Lin Qingning has a good figure and is slightly taller than Aunt Lan. The moment it touches the reader's chest, the soft and smooth feeling is simply wonderful. Lin Qingning buried her head in the reader's arms and said in a trembling voice, "Reader, take me. I don't care whether you still love someone else. As long as you are willing, I will follow you all my life." Seeing this, the reader laughed and said, "I am a very fickle person. It will definitely not work if you are the only one to accompany me in the future." Lin Qingning's face turned red with embarrassment and she kept twisting her body. The bathrobe had almost fallen to my waist. The voice was so low that it could not be heard. "As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care who it is." The reader's eyes narrowed, and he wanted to tease her, saying, "Can I ask Aunt Lan?" But then I felt that this seemed a little inappropriate. Then he hugged Lin Qingning's delicate waist, slowly sliding towards. When Lin Qingning was breathing rapidly, the reader picked up Lin Qingning and closed the bedroom door amid her screams. Aunt Lan next door had a frown on her face. These two little enemies. Don't you consider that there's a woman living next door who has been a widow for more than 10 years? 2 o'clock in the morning. Duja gently moved Lin Qingning's hand away from his waist. The look he gave her was full of love and care. I actually couldn't help it. Hateful. Blame it on the anode. My self-control has dropped so much. After quietly getting out of bed, Duja put on his clothes quietly and put the ballpoint pen into his pocket. Then he went out quietly. Chapter 21 Kill All. Duja only chose to walk on quiet streets and paths, avoiding all the cameras which were few and far between in this era. I walked all the way to a food stall 3 kilometers away. Then he took a taxi to the Crown Club. 20 minutes later, Duja got out of the car and came to the door of a club with slightly luxurious decoration. It is 4 stories high, and there are 4 security guards guarding the door. Ordinary clubs don't have this kind of attitude. It seems that there are a lot of shameful things going on there. Then Duja came to the back of the club. Taking advantage of the night, he climbed up along the pipes on the wall and the air conditioning unit. The top floor of the 4th floor. In a huge room, there were more than 20 people in total. Most of his body was wrapped in bandages, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." It was the same group of people from the daytime. The muscular man in the lead had a plaster cast on his body, cursing viciously. "Damn it, call someone immediately and kill that bastard tomorrow. Catch that mother and daughter back and make them serve me every day. Damn it. I was beaten like this by a brat. How can I survive in this area if I don't kill him?" The man in police uniform sitting on the sofa opposite frowned and said, "Don't overdo it. I'm already in a very difficult situation today. If someone takes a photo and posts it online, it will be a disaster." The muscular man snorted coldly at the police station chief in front of him. "You two, why don't you just sentence him to detention today and let me bring people to kill him?" The police station chief took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "You guys made such a big noise, it's good enough that I can settle it for you. The investigation has been strict recently. There will be plenty of ways to deal with him in the future. Otherwise, even Lord Tiger will have a hard time." I heard the word Tiger Lord. A hint of fear flashed across the fat man's eyes. "I'm just helping them keep watch. Lord Tiger is the gangster boss behind the scenes. There are countless gray industries. gambling, lending, kidnapping, smuggling, and drug trafficking. Almost everything. Many lives are lost every year. The fat man swallowed his saliva and said, I understand. At worst, I can just let them go for a few days. Wait until the storm is over, then kill them. Okay, let us not talk about this anymore. Let us not go home until we are drunk tonight. Then the group turned up the music to the maximum and opened bottles of champagne to drink. In a bathroom on the 3rd floor, Duja knocked out a waiter. He changed into his clothes and put on his gloves. He was looking for that group of people in the club as if no one was around. The 3rd floor is almost entirely made up of enclosed private rooms. Excellent sound insulation and privacy. But wearing the waiter's clothes, Duja still saw a lot of things. There are not only fallen women who were forced to sell their bodies. There are even prohibited items like syringes and powders. I didn't expect that Longbo would crack down on this kind of items so strongly. Surprisingly, there are still many people who take risks. Just as Duja was about to step onto the stairs to the 4th floor, 2 gatekeepers stopped him at the stairs. You don't understand the rules. Big Brother is entertaining guests in the box. Is that the place you can come to? Duja looked at the 2 guard dogs and a smile appeared on his face. It looks like it's here. Then he took out a ballpoint pen from his arms and slowly walked towards the 2 of them. The 2 men in black became furious when they saw that the waiter was a little ignorant. You little bastard, you're looking for death. He simply didn't take us seriously. As he said this, he was about to rush up and grab Duja. But the 2 of them were in front of Duja. Just like a little chicken, he couldn't even hold out for a single move. Puff. Puff. An ordinary ballpoint pen seemed to become the most deadly weapon in his hands. It stabbed the 2 men in black in the throats with precision. Instant death. For these bastards involved in gangs and drugs, Duja showed no mercy. Then he strode towards the depths of the 4th floor. There is only one huge box here. Sticking to the wall, I could faintly hear the sounds of revelry coming from inside. Found it. He didn't rush into it. Instead, he found the distribution box on the 4th floor and turned off the power. Then the entire 4th floor fell into darkness. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Call someone to fix it, damn it, at this time. The fat man and others were making a lot of noise in the box. Little did they know that the door had quietly opened. Duja's figure slowly moved in. Quickly covered the big man's mouth. The ballpoint pen went straight down his throat. The man died on the spot without even being able to scream. It was dark and noisy inside. No one noticed that a person was dead. Until Duja dealt with 7 or 8 people. Then someone noticed something was wrong. Why are all the brothers missing? Oh no, someone sneaked in. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who was shouting was stabbed to death by Duja. The fat man and the police station chief heard the scream. He stood up immediately. The police station chief, in particular, had a serious look in his eyes. If word got out that he was at the Crown Club. That's all. Who? Who is so bold? Don't you know this is my territory? The muscular man shouted in a timid manner. He ordered the people around him to pull out machetes from under the tables and chairs. They were all on guard in the darkness. The chief of the police station even took out his gun and protected everyone in front of him. There. A man found his companion dead and shouted. Then everyone held machetes. Kill towards the direction where Duja is. Duja snorted coldly, then threw the body aside. Then a man rushed forward. His figure shuttled back and forth between these people. The ballpoint pen in my hand is like a butterfly knife. Every time, it can be inserted accurately into everyone's throat. Killed with one blow. Oh my God. The muscular man heard the screams of his men. I was so scared that I just sat on the sofa. In the blink of an eye, almost all of his 20-odd brothers were killed by the enemy. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The police station chief fired the shot. He held the gun high in his hand and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Stop your criminal behavior immediately or I will shoot you." Duja recognized his voice instantly. A sneer appeared on his face. They are really a nest of snakes and rats. The police station chief who shielded them was also here. Isn't this a coincidence? You don't have to make an extra trip yourself. Then he held up the dead subordinate. Rush all the way to the shooting location. Bang bang bang. There were several more gunshots. But the bullet didn't hit Duja at all. All of them hit the corpse that Duja was holding high in his hands. Just when the police station chief heard footsteps approaching, a corpse knocked him to the ground. Before he could move away. Then I heard a familiar voice ringing in my ears. You have characterized the case very well. A fight? Is it the young man from the daytime? He was able to kill so many people alone. The police station chief was filled with remorse at this moment. How could I have provoked such a killer? I was just about to beg for mercy. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my throat. His eyes bulged and blood flowed from his mouth. His neck twisted and he died. The entire box was filled with the smell of blood from more than 20 corpses. Duja walks on the floor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Bang! He kicked a sofa away with a flying kick. It revealed the terrified man hiding behind. The fat man saw that everyone was dead. He immediately cowed out and cried, begging Duja for mercy. Uncle, please forgive me, I will give you all the money, please. Duja took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight. It illuminated their faces. Didn't you threaten me today? Threaten me again and let me see. The fat man raised his head tremblingly. In an instant, he saw clearly Duja in front of him. It's you. He was just about to pounce. With a puff. A ballpoint pen was inserted directly into his throat. The force was so great that it almost penetrated the entire neck. Duja took out a ballpoint pen and rubbed it on the fat man's body a few times. After checking and finding no survivors. Then he turned and left. Before leaving, Duja found a lot of syringes and powders in other places on the 4th floor. All thrown into the box. When leaving the Crown Club. It's almost 4 in the morning. Duja checked the time. The World Cup is about to start tonight. He didn't want to take a taxi back. So I went directly to a nearby internet cafe. Get ready to watch 2 games. Let us do some more data. This paved the way for the tank team to shut out the Samba team in the semi-finals. Chapter 22 by Ching. 4 o'clock in the morning. Chu Mangyao, who was slightly tipsy in the bar, staggered back home. I saw that the exquisite circle of friends I posted was liked by many people. A bright smile spread across Chu Mengyao's face. This is the life I want in the future. Wait until I get admitted to Yanjing Film Academy. Become a big star that everyone is paying attention to. Must make more money. Become a real socialite. Click. Chu Mengyao pushed open the door and turned on the light. But suddenly he found his sister Chenya lying on the ground. In coma. Sister, what's wrong with you? In hospital bed. A doctor looked at the test report and said to Chu Mengyao, your sister's illness still has some sequelae, and she needs to continue hospitalization for a period of time. Chu Mengyao's face was filled with anxiety. Doctor, how long will it take for my sister's illness to be cured and how much will it cost? The doctor adjusted his glasses and said seriously, it will take about half a month, and will cost about hundreds of thousands of yuan. Hundreds of thousands? Wouldn't that mean the money would be reduced by half? I only have 400,000 left in my hands now. If it were half less. The doctor has left. Only Chu Mengyao was left sitting in front of the bed. His eyes kept flickering. After a long while, Chenya slowly woke up. Yao Yao, what happened to me, sister? Then Chu Mengyao made her faint due to the sequelae. And also talked in detail about the follow-up treatment in the hospital. When Chenya heard that her illness would cost more than 100,000 yuan to cure, she was shocked. His eyes also dimmed. To cure my own illness. Yao Yao has already spent a lot of money. If I spend money on my sister's schooling again. I have worked so hard for so many years to support Yao Yao to pursue art and study acting. Isn't that giving up halfway? Then Chenya sighed and said in a hoarse voice. Yao Yao, there is no rush to treat my illness. You should go to school first. When you become a big star and have money, you can get me treated. Hear this. Chu Mengyao threw herself on Chenya and cried. Although she originally thought it was just a sequelae. It's not fatal, so it shouldn't be a big deal if you delay it for a few years. But I heard this from my sister in person. she was still deeply moved. Sister, I asked the doctor, and the sequelae are just minor problems and will not threaten your life. Don't worry, sister, the results will be out in 2 days. I will definitely be admitted to the Yinjing Film Academy and become a big star in the entertainment industry. When the time comes, I will definitely hire the best medical team to treat you. Seeing my sister being so filial, Chenya's beautiful eyes were filled with tears and she hugged her. She is such a good sister to my sister. All these years, I have loved you for nothing. It was a little after 6 in the morning. Duja yawned, fiddling with the computer out of boredom. Belgium is a bear country. M country 22 Portugal. The draw between country M and Portugal was a big upset. Duja deliberately bet 4 million on this. I only bet on the outcome of the match between Belgium and Russia and recovered 2 million. The data tonight was pretty good. Duja twisted his waist and looked at his phone. Sent a message to Lin Qingning. Said he went out for a run in the morning. Let her rest for a while and take good care of herself. After all, it was her first time having sex last night. I was tormented by myself for almost 3 hours. Lin Qingning didn't reply to the message, probably because she hasn't woken up yet. Then Duja felt a little bored. So I opened League of Legends on my computer. I Auntie played LOL for a long time. Duja also tried to recall those passionate memories. Open the interface, Heroic Bronze. Click to match, tap the keyboard. Mid lane Yasuo, if you don't give it away. Half an hour later, the crystal exploded. Grass. Duja slapped the keyboard. Fortunately, he stopped. Otherwise, the keyboard will be smashed by him. I'm really impressed. I finally got the urge to play a game. I was actually abused like this. Duja was speechless. Drop. A power-on sound was heard. It's the position to the right of Duja. A tall, straight girl with fair skin sat next to Duja. Turn on your computer. I also chose League of Legends. But when she just opened the game, a cold machine sound rang out throughout the internet cafe. All those who came to the internet cafe to get breakfast were instantly stunned. Players sitting in machine A49 are the shining diamonds from the Black Rose. I wish you a happy mood and a good time. WTF. Diamond rank. At this time, there are many people in the internet cafe who come to check in early. They all looked at this beautiful girl with a cool appearance. Diamond rank in XX. He is basically the strongest player in League of Legends. At this time, the master rank has not been updated yet. Diamond level. It can be said that it has surpassed 99% of the players. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, the beautiful girl started a ranked game directly. I waited almost 5 minutes before I was allowed in. She also picked Yasuo. Start the game with an iron sword. In less than 2 minutes, he took all the blood of the opposing mid laner. In 25 minutes, I had 6 sets of equipment. I wandered around in the crowd on the opposite side for less than 30 minutes. He won the qualifying victory with a terrifying record of 16. Duja's eyes were a little dazed. Diamond rank. Is it that easy? This is probably on par with professional players. I was stunned in the brass bureau just now. How could she, a woman, be so powerful? Duja just watched the beautiful girl play games for the whole morning. She seemed to be taking orders and helping others to make numbers. I changed 3 or 4 numbers during this period. The rank is almost always around platinum, and they kill in every game. Look at this beautiful girl with such superb skills. An idea suddenly came to Duja's mind. After the Samba World Cup, I should have several hundred million in funds. But this money is far from enough to defeat the stepfather Chu Mangyao found in her previous life. I heard that the man is not only rich but also powerful. And it seems that there is official support behind the scenes. So Duja plans to establish his own industry in Shanghai. Shanghai is a huge den of money and debauchery. I want to start my own business there. Apart from alcohol, sex, and entertainment, you can only choose the popular industries. The year XX was when online live streaming began to emerge. Gain popularity by attracting a large number of fans. In the future, it will transform into various internet celebrities and even e-commerce industries. The profit here. It can simply be described as horrifying. At 12 o'clock, The girl's breakfast time was over, so she got up and left. Duja also followed him out. When I went out, I happened to see police cars driving out and gathering in front of the Crown Club. But he was stopped by a group of men in black. Both sides were aggressive and neither was willing to give in. Duja ignored the group of people. What does the murder caused by gang fight have to do with me? I'd been watching football in the internet cafe. Duja followed behind the beautiful girl. As I walked, I was thinking about how to convince the beautiful girl. After following for a while, Duja's gaze gradually moved downwards. TSK. The legs are long and white. It's about 1 meter long. Until you have passed several intersections. The pretty girl couldn't bear it any longer. He turned around and stared at Duja with disgust and said, "If you follow me again, I will call the police." Seeing the contempt in the beautiful girl's eyes. Only then did Duja remember what he was here for. Gone. Just looking at the legs. Forgot the important matter. Duja touched his nose and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I was your neighbor in the internet cafe before." The beautiful girl saw that Duja was sunny and handsome, and didn't he look like a bad guy? But I still didn't let down my guard. Coldly said, "Oh, what's the matter?" "It's like this." Duja walked closer to her and said, "I see that you are very good at playing games, so I want to introduce you to a job." The beautiful girl heard Duja's words. His expression suddenly turned cold and he turned and left. "Get out of here. If you dare to take another step forward, I will call the police immediately." Seeing that the girl got angry for no reason, Duja quickly ran forward to stop her. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a liar. I sincerely think you have good skills and want to give you a lucrative job, at least more than you can earn by taking orders." The beautiful girl looked at Duja's face. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Don't you just want to find a lover who is pretty and good at playing games? I've seen a lot of disgusting people like you." Then she pushed Duja aside and walked straight forward. Only Duja was left with a confused look on his face. Little lover? I don't have that idea yet? Hey, wait a minute, you misunderstood. What I mean is, game streaming? What is that? On a bench. The beautiful girl looked at Duja with curiosity. Duja didn't know much about the beautiful girl. So I told her the story in detail. 10 minutes later. The pretty girl nodded. "That is to say, I just need to sit there and play games, and you will prepare the computer, live streaming equipment and so on for me." Duja snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "That's about what I mean. What do you think?" The beautiful girl lowered her head and thought for a while. Then he looked at Duja with bright eyes. Asked, "How much money can you give me per month?" Duja said seriously, "I will give you a basic salary of 8,000, and we will split the income from gifts 50-50, and bonuses will be calculated separately." The basic salary is 8,000 yuan, and it's still an XX year. Even if he is a graduate student at a key university. It's time to take it down myself. I heard the salary is so good. The beautiful girl couldn't even believe her ears. Am I actually worth so much money? Although I still find it a bit hard to believe. But at least we can talk about it first. After a long while, she finally stretched out her white little hand. White and green. Duja smiled and held her soft little hand. Duja. Chapter 23 Persuasion. The top floor of a building. Duja followed by Qingqing along the steel ladder extending down from the skylight. Until you climb to the highest rooftop. There is a small attic on the rooftop. Duja said in disbelief, "Do you live here, crawling around like this all day?" Bai Qingqing nodded calmly. "Because it's quiet here and the rent is cheap." Duja was all around. "It's called the attic here. It's better to say that this is a small house built alone on the rooftop. It's only about 10 square meters. There is a lot of debris around. There is also a simple bathroom made of a plastic shed outside. The environment looks terrible." But as he followed Bai Qingqing, "Go into the attic." But I was surprised to find that Bai Qingqing's room looked very simple. But the interior is very cozy. The steel bed was covered with a lace sheet. The modular bookshelf also has hand-sewn curtains. There are also white flower arrangements next to the bookshelf, with a faint fragrance. There is a batik canvas calendar hanging on the wall, which has a very retro feel. There is an induction cooker on one side of the table. On one side were various condiments and unfinished dishes. Do you live in a place like this? Duzha asked. Bai Qingqing said indifferently, it doesn't matter where you live, it only costs 200 yuan a month here. Duzha really didn't know how to describe the feeling in his heart. If your parents knew, they would feel bad for you. My parents died when I was a child. Bai Qingqing had no expression on her face. My sister also went to work in another place, and I live here alone. Duzha was a little embarrassed and stood there in a daze. The summer in June is still very hot. There was only a small, shabby fan in the attic. The two just climbed up. Duzha was fine, but Bai Qingqing was sweating a lot. Bai Qingqing picked up the towel and soaked it in the water. Wiped the sweat from his face. Then he knelt on the bed. He was leaning sideways and was about to take off his short-sleeved shirt. But she found that Duzha was staring at her intently. Feed her, she said. Ha? Duzha was still looking at her. Hey, she said again. What's the matter? I want to change my clothes. Oh, Duzha suddenly realized. He quickly turned around and faced Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing bit her lips and her face turned a little red. She originally wanted to let Duzha go out. But he saw Duzha turned around. I won't say anymore. That's fine. After a while, Bai Qingqing said behind Duzha. Duzha turned around. When he saw Bai Qingqing in front of him, his eyes lit up. The light yellow short-sleeved shirt makes her skin look even whiter. She has a full chest and long legs. Plus that cold look. She is indeed a natural beauty. Bai Qingqing's heart started pounding and her cheeks turned red when Duzha looked at her. After all, this was the first time a boy came to her house. And she even changed her clothes behind his back. There is one thing I must tell you in advance. Duzha asked with interest, what's the matter? I may not be able to work under you for long, only a few years at most. Bai Qingqing's expression darkened. Several years? How can this be possible? The training of a big anchor is definitely a long-term process. A few years is just the beginning. The early stage of creating an account is the most expensive time. Making money basically depends on the later stages. A new anchor who can only work for a few years. It can be said that there is no benefit at all. Can I ask why? Duzha asked, sitting on the bed. Bai Qingqing took a deep breath. He said to Duzha word by word, I have leukemia, and it has been 4 years. Duzha was shocked and stood up and said, so now? The only way to prolong life is to take targeted drugs regularly. Bai Qingqing turned her head away and gathered her hair. So that's how it is. The two talked for a while. Duzha also had a general idea of Bai Qingqing's family situation. At the age of 15, he was diagnosed with leukemia and dropped out of school. My sister went to Binhai to work and save money for her medical treatment. During this period, Bai Qingqing did not live in an expensive nursing home. Instead, he saved all the money his sister gave him. I rent this small house myself. I usually make money by doing odd jobs and helping others with game orders. Then the two fell into silence. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. I saw Duzha lowering his head, as if he was thinking about something. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and said in a trembling voice. Do you regret it? Actually, I wanted to tell you earlier, but I thought it was something else. Duzha interrupted with a smile, saying that there are top hospitals in Binhai City that can successfully treat leukemia, so your disease is nothing to worry about. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and said, I know, but I don't have the money for the surgery. I promised you before because I wanted to see if I could hold on until I could earn enough money for my treatment. I don't want to deceive you, so I'm telling you clearly in advance. Duzha stood up. Walked around Bai Qingqing twice. His eyes kept wandering over Bai Qingqing. She couldn't help but cover her body when she saw it. What are you doing? Duzha smiled and said, let us see if you are worth my investment of so much money. If you think it's inappropriate, I can accept it. Bai Qingqing lowered her eyes, disappointed. I finally saw a glimmer of hope. But I could only watch it shatter. People like me, hee. How can we deserve a complete life? I'm going out for a while, please wait for me to come back. Duzha waved his hand and strode outside. Where did you go? Bai Qingqing followed out and asked. Don't worry about it. Just wait here for me to come back. Duzha slowly climbed down from the rooftop. The figure gradually disappeared. Only Bai Qingqing was left standing alone outside the attic, looking at the endless sky in front of you. But it was a long time later. Duzha still didn't come back. Bai Qingqing smiled bitterly and went into the house. It is indeed so. I am a person who died without knowing why. What qualifications do I have to deserve such a high-paying job? I'm not a fool. Why should you help a short-lived ghost like me? Bai Qingqing had tears in her eyes. He lay on the bed and buried his head in the quilt again. The wailing sound lingered in the attic, mixed with the hum of an old electric fan. Seems extremely lonely and painful. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Sorry, I went quite far and came back a little late. It's Duzha's voice. He's back. Bai Qingqing stood up hurriedly, with tears still on her face. There was no time to wipe it. As soon as I turned my head, she saw a handsome figure pushing the door open. Duzha held a document in his left hand. In his right hand he was holding an iPhone S mobile phone packaging box. He walked to Bai Qingqing with a smile. Why are you crying? Did you think I wouldn't come back? Duzha guessed the truth. Bai Qingqing's face turned red. I wiped away my tears and said, no, you saw it wrong. Seeing Bai Qingqing's quibbling, Duzha did not expose her. He sat on the bed and placed the documents in front of Bai Qingqing. This is a simple labor contract. Once you sign it, you can only work for my company in the next 10 years. The salary is the same as mentioned before, and subsequent bonuses will be paid to you depending on the growth in performance. Bai Qingqing hardly even looked at the contract. He signed his name without thinking. Duzha was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to the contract? Bai Qingqing's eyes were red and she rubbed her eyes. I'm already like this, what else is there to be afraid of? Duzha burst out laughing. Then he handed the iPhone S to Bai Qingqing. This is a work machine for you, as an early reward. Bai Qingqing saw the iPhone sign. Then you know that this phone is extremely expensive. He waved his hands quickly. He refused, I don't want it, it's too expensive. But Duzha directly snatched away her phone whose screen had already been broken. All the QQ WeChat Zafubo and other information were uploaded. Don't refuse. I'm your boss now and this is part of my advance pay. Bai Qingqing saw Duzha being so domineering. It's as if I have to accept it. She lowered her head and her face turned red. He muttered, you are just my boss, why do you control me like this? Say what? No. Nothing. Duzha opened Bai Qingqing's Zafubo account. Then he picked up his phone. Also open your own wealth treasure. A series of numbers was entered. Bai Qingqing didn't know what Duzha was doing. Just watch his movements quietly. When Duzha handed her the phone, a clear electronic sound suddenly rang in her ears. The wealth treasure arrived, 500,000 yuan in total. Wow, what? Did I hear it wrongly? Bai Qingqing just stood there with a dull look on her face. 500,000? This is, for me? Bai Qingqing looked at Duzha in shock. There was disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Seeing her so surprised, Duzha smiled and said, the money has already been deposited into your Zafubo, check it for yourself. It took a long time. Bai Qingqing dared to look down at her phone. Both of her hands were shaking slightly. The Zafubo balance displayed on the screen is clearly visible. 507,468. Duzha actually transferred a full 500,000 yuan to himself. This moment, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt an unprecedented sour emotion coming over her. His voice trembled as he said, what do you mean? Duzha shrugged and said with a smile, consider this money as my advance salary to you. Spend it first, and we will go to Binhai Hospital to treat you later. Let's cure your illness first. As for repaying the money, I'll deduct it from your salary in the future. There was a gleam of light in Bai Qingqing's eyes. He was actually willing to do this for me? Aren't you afraid that my illness can't be cured, or that I will change my mind and run away after it is cured? Bai Qingqing was crying and her body kept twitching. Duzha also stood up. Come in front of Bai Qingqing. He smiled and said, your disease can definitely be cured, and I believe you will never do this. How can he be such a nice person? This is just the first time we met. I actually believe in myself so much. And he even lent me 500,000 yuan with a wave of his hand. He also said that he would take me to Binhai for treatment. This moment. In Bai Qingqing's eyes, Duzha suddenly became extremely tall. Directly occupied Bai Qingqing's heart. Looking at Duzha's handsome face in front of him, Bai Qingqing was deeply moved. Since she got sick. Always depressed. Except for my sister. He treats almost everyone with indifference and keeps them at a distance. But this moment. Emotions that had been suppressed for many years suddenly burst out. It turns out that I am also qualified to be pitied by others. Or is it the handsome man in front of me who has paid so much for me? Tears were flowing from Bai Qingqing's eyes. She threw herself directly into Duzha's arms. The reader has no time to speak. The lips were covered with white. Thank you, readers, thank you so much. Tears were flowing from Bai Qingqing's eyes. Clumsy movements. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I don't know if I will ever have the chance to repay you. But now, I just want to thank you for everything you have done for me in my own way. The aroma is everywhere. WTF. Why is it like this again? Qingning also used the same attitude last night. Today, I come again. Bai Qingqing is the number one employee he had reserved. As a boss, you should lead by example. It is important to clearly distinguish between public and private matters when dealing with employees. What's more, he is seriously ill. Do this yourself. What is the difference between them and animals? Duzha shook his head and prepared to break free. But Bai Qingqing's face was rosy. It makes a sound like a kitten, which is particularly attractive. Omit description. Duzha's brain got hot. Grass. Beasts are beasts. Can't they be worse than animals? 10,000 words are omitted here. P.S. Bai Jie said angrily, Qingqing, you must leave the readers. Bai Qingqing cried, why? Sister, I love him, why can't I be with the reader? I can't live without my readers. Why don't you agree that we should be together? Bai Jie covered her face and said angrily, because the reader is the HB I told you about. So what, I don't care. Bai Jie. Chapter 24. No, she's my aunt. Just like that year in a hurry, we engraved our forever together, such a beautiful rumor. The cell phone rings. Duzha reluctantly let go of one hand. I saw that it was Lin Qingning calling. Duzha quickly pressed the answer button. Lin Qingning's voice rang out on the phone. Duzha, I couldn't see you when I woke up. Where did you go? Duzha hugged Bai Qingqing. Cover it with one hand. Bai Qingqing heard it was a woman's voice. But no words were spoken. Instead, she lay obediently on Duzha's chest. I'm out here to learn how to drive and will be back soon. How are you feeling? Lin Qingning on the other end of the phone blushed. It still hurts a bit, so I haven't gotten up yet. Duzha apologized, I'm sorry, Qingning, I was too excited last night. Lin Qingning hid her head in the quilt and said shyly. Oh, stop talking, I insisted on doing it that way. Where is Aunt Lan? My aunt went out in the morning and hasn't come back yet. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll bring you some. No, I'm not hungry. Duzha, you go ahead and do your work. I won't talk to you anymore. Come back soon. I'm hanging up now. Duzha smacked his lips. He kissed the phone. Lin Qingning uttered a moan. He kissed her back. Then there was a beep and the phone was hung up. Bai Qingqing drew a circle and asked with a smile, girlfriend? What's wrong? Are you jealous? Duzha smiled and ruffled her hair. Bai Qingqing's body twitched slightly. I just felt a strange electric current flowing through my body. Blushed cheeks. No, I am content just to be with you. Seeing Bai Qingqing acting like a little bird, Duzha couldn't help but kiss her again. This kiss lasted for an hour. Duzha put on his clothes. Kissed Bai Qingqing's face again. Then turned and left. Bai Qingqing saw Duzha leave. Standing up with difficulty. Put on your clothes and come to the table. Take out a pair of scissors. Then she lifted the quilt and cut out a bright red color on the bedsheet. He folded them neatly and put them in the drawer. This is her first time. Although Duzha already has a girlfriend. But she doesn't care. As long as Duzha doesn't dislike her, Bai Qingqing is willing to stay with Duzha forever. She wants to be Duzha's woman. Even if it's the so-called mistress, I don't care. Less than 20 minutes. Bai Qingqing, who was mending the bedsheets, suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. He opened the door and looked in confusion. Duzha stood in front of the door with a smile. He turned back again. Bai Qingqing cried with joy and threw herself into Duzha's arms. Why are you back again? Duzha kissed her forehead. I just saw a house for rent downstairs, so I rented it. I'll help you move all your things downstairs. Bai Qingqing was extremely moved and cried to Duzha. No, I live well here, don't waste so much money. Duzha said in an unquestionable tone, No, you are my woman, you must listen to me. Bai Qingqing's eyes became even redder. Then he put his arms around Duzha's neck and kissed him again. Time kissed, and another hour passed. Wait until Duzha returns home. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. Aunt Lan hasn't come back yet. Duzha went straight into the house carrying the supplements for girls he had just bought. Lin Xingning, who was curled up in the quilt, saw Duzha and hugged him directly. Duzha kissed her lovingly. I bought some supplements for you. I'll cook them for you later. Lin Xingning nodded obediently. Then Duzha cooked a bowl of blood-replenishing and qi-nourishing soup for Lin Xingning. Then he took out another portion of donkey hide gelatin paste. After Lin Xingning finished drinking, I just felt my body was hot. I bought you some clothes when I came back yesterday. Do you want to try them on now? Duzha touched Lin Xingning's head and said. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Xingning's eyes. She hasn't bought new clothes for a long time. I had originally planned to go out and buy it with Duzha during the summer vacation. I didn't expect that when Duzha came back from outside, he actually brought me new clothes. Then he nodded quickly. I want to wear it. Then Duzha took out the clothes he brought back from Binhai yesterday. Let Lin Xingning try it on. White long skirt with intricate patterns. A pearl-studded sun hat. Diamond buckle with silk scarf. Cartier's girly bracelets and earrings sparkle. Let Lin Xingning look. She's like a young lady carefully raised by a wealthy family. And such exquisite clothes as these. There are 3 different sets for Lin Xingning to choose from. There are also 2 exquisite bags worth a lot of money. Lin Xingning can't put down every piece. Wear it on and keep looking in the mirror. Duzha, does it look good on me? Does it not match my temperament? Duzha looked at the extremely cute Lin Xingning and said with a smile, They are a perfect match. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that some big star had come to my house. It's not that exaggerated, you just try to fool me. Lin Xingning pouted, and then thought of another question. These clothes are so beautiful, they must be expensive, right? Lin Xingning reluctantly turned her eyes away from the beautiful clothes. He looked at Duzha with heartache. Or I should just return it. My old clothes are working fine. Duzha laughed and said, It's not expensive, just a few hundred yuan. I also bought some for Aunt Lan. You are my darling, it's just buying some clothes, what's the big deal? Lin Xingning was coaxed by Duzha until she was dizzy and her face turned red. Then he silently raised his legs. Show her white silk stockings to Duzha. The delicate and smooth calves are straight and slender. Plus a set of expensive clothes. Make Lin Xingning look more beautiful. Duzha looked at the time, it was just 5 o'clock. Then he carried Lin Xingning to the side. Hey, wait a minute, the clothes are going to be wrinkled. Buy it only if it's wrinkled. 7 o'clock in the evening. Aunt Lan dragged her tired body and knocked on the door. Lin Xingning opened the door. He quickly helped Aunt Lan in. Aunt, are you back? Duzha also walked out of the kitchen and brought out plates of steaming dishes. Aunt Lan, let us eat. Aunt Lan looked at the 2 of them and said bitterly, Duzha, I want to hire someone to re-clean up the store, but I'm afraid of retaliation from that group of people. I really don't know what to do. I heard that Aunt Lan was troubled by this matter. Duzha smiled and comforted. It's okay, Aunt Lan. I went to the police station again this morning and they said that group of people won't do evil again. Aunt Lan was surprised and asked, did they really say that? That group of people looks so fierce, and they may have the police station backing them. How could it be so easy to just give up? Duzha put the food in front of Aunt Lan. Of course, they will never appear in front of us again. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xingning brought Aunt Lan into the house. Try on the clothes Duzha gave them. Aunt Lon blushed as she looked at the outfit that accentuated her figure so well. The style of clothes is so novel. A short off-the-shoulder dress that hugs your body perfectly. Or a flowing silk shawl on the outside. The white jade shoulders and graceful collarbones are revealed without reservation. Sexy and charming. Exuding a fatal temptation. The diamonds on the bracelet sparkle. It contrasts beautifully with Valentino's red-bottomed high heels. A crystal necklace of Carlo Dia hangs on her fair neck, falling straight into the deep ravine. Chanel's black and gold CH bag. Long spike earrings from Jimmy Choo. These combinations perfectly highlight Aunt Lan's figure. The whole person's temperament has undergone a drastic change. Exudes amazing temptation. Lin Qingning looked at her mother in surprise. "Aunt, you look like a wealthy lady in the movies. I almost can't recognize you." "What nonsense are you talking about? I am old and ugly now." Aunt Lan's ears turned slightly red. "Keep turning around in front of the mirror. The more I look at it, the more I like this outfit. The clothes Duja bought for her are all very beautiful. It's a bit too revealing. It feels like a sudden burst of spring. I always feel like the skirt can't cover the back enough. And the style of the clothes is too bold. I am already an old lady in my 30s. How can I pull off this style of clothes?" But Aunt Lon changed her mind. After all, these are the clothes Duja bought for himself. You can't just not want it. Then Lin Qingning excitedly pulled Aunt Lon, whose cheeks were flushed, out of the room. The two beauties instantly lit up the entire living room. Qingning is simple and lovely, while Aunt Lon is mature and seductive. "I go." Duja stood up directly. His eyes were filled with amazement. Aunt Lon and Lin Qingning now look like a pair of sisters with a small age gap. Beautiful and very tempting. Aunt Lan's voice is as soft as a mosquito. She was too embarrassed to look at Duja. "I don't know why, I was so flustered. Duja, you are already over 30 years old. If you wear this kind of clothes, you will be laughed at if you go out." Lin Qingning smiled and hugged Aunt Lan's waist. "No way, my aunt is still young. I wonder how many people will turn around when she walks on the street. Yes, Auntie Lan looks like she is only in her 20s. If you stand with Qingning, I would think you are twin sisters." Duja also praised with a smile. Aunt Lan lowered her head and her cheeks turned red when she was praised by Duja. She didn't know why she suddenly became so shy. There are deletions. Chapter 25 by Jia and by Qingqing. Night. Clean and tidy bedroom. Bai Qingqing was lying on the soft bed, holding the iPhone that Duja bought for her today. But she was swiping on her phone, distracted. "When I think about what I did today." Bai Qingqing's cheeks felt hot. How could I not help doing such a thing? Duja already has a girlfriend, but she is still with him. In an instant, Bai Qingqing's cheeks turned red. But she felt no regrets at all. Duja is the best person to me except my sister. The two had only known each other for less than half a day. He was actually willing to sign a well-paid job contract with himself who was about to die. And he directly gave himself 500,000 yuan. Not only did he take me to Shanghai for treatment, but he also rented such a big house for me before leaving. The two of them had never met each other before, but he was willing to give so much for her. Young, rich, handsome. He is generous and treats me so well. Such a perfect Duja easily captured Bai Qingqing's heart, which had been sealed off for many years. "Duja, don't worry. I will always be by your side. As long as you don't mind. I, Bai Qingqing, am willing to remain your subordinate in obscurity." Just as Bai Qingqing closed her eyes and recalled what happened between her and Duja today. Buzz. A phone call came in. The two-word sister were displayed on the phone screen. Bai Qingqing then remembered. Yes, it's such a big thing. I actually forgot to tell my sister about it the first time. When I think of my sister saving money for my medical treatment. I have been working in Binhai for several years and have not been home. Bai Qingqing burst into tears. But she decided not to tell her sister yet. Instead, he waited until Duja brought him to Shanghai. Go give my sister a surprise. Bai Qingqing wiped her tears and answered the phone. With a crying voice, she said. The woman on the other end of the phone sounded extremely excited. Qingqing, I have good news for you. A few days ago, I made a big deal and sold 10 houses. I have earned more than 300,000 yuan. If I work hard for a few more years, I will have enough money to treat your illness. If Duzha were here. I'm afraid I can tell the owner of this voice immediately. It was just a few days ago. Is that the salesperson by Jia that I met in Binhai? Bai Qingqing heard that her sister earned so much money. The first feeling I had was not happiness, but heartache. My sister works alone in Binhai. He has no education and is old. How much hardship must one have endured to be able to earn so much money? Then Bai Qingqing cried and said, "Sister, you don't have to work so hard, I can already earn money on my own." The woman on the other end of the phone comforted her softly. Okay, my good sister is the best." The two sisters chatted for a long time before hanging up the phone. In a double shared house in Binhai City. Bai Jia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tian Xingli, who was removing her makeup at the side, said with a smile, "What do you think, Sister Bai? If you had humbled yourself earlier, you would have saved enough money to treat your sister's illness." Bai Jia said a little nervously, "Xingli, we are just lucky this time to have met a rich man like Duzha. If I'm asked to do something like that again in the future, I'd still find it hard to do it." Tian Xingli wiped her face with a hot towel. "Sister Bai, if you want to make money in our business, there is only one way. Look at me, I have no education, no background, and I came to Binhai from my hometown with a lot of luggage. I don't know how many times I hit a wall before I finally found the trick to survive here. As women, how else can we make money except for ourselves? For the sake of a happy life in the future, a little sacrifice now is nothing." Sister Bai frowned and said, "That's what I said, but I'm still afraid that Qingqing will know that her sister is such a person. If Qingqing knew about this, I wonder how sad she would be." Seeing that Bai Jia was in a low mood, Tian Xingli hurriedly comforted her, "Sister Bai, don't worry, everything you do is for your sister's good. Even if she knows, she will definitely forgive you." Bai Jia wiped the corners of her eyes and sobbed, "I hope so. As long as Qingqing's disease can be cured, I will be satisfied." Tian Xingli sighed, "Every family has its own problems. Didn't I choose to come here just to have a bright future with my fiancé? But I don't have such a high moral bottom line. I have seen everything in Binhai in the past few years." After a few minutes, Bai Jia, who had recovered a little, smiled and asked, "Don't just talk about me, Xingli, tell me about your fiancé. It's been several years, and I haven't seen you video call him or anything like that." Tian Xingli rolled her eyes, sat up and said, He doesn't even have a smartphone, we just chat on the phone. I haven't been back to my hometown for a few years, I almost forgot what he looks like." Bai Jia smiled and said, "At least you still have a fiancé, and you will have someone to rely on in the future." "So what if I have a fiancé? All he does is run that small supermarket and earn a few dollars. He won't be able to support me in the future." There was a hint of disgust in Tian Xingli's eyes. "I have made up my mind to break up with him after a while. It was my family who insisted that I meet him. I don't like him at all. From now on I will stay in Binhai and hook up with a rich boss. No matter whether he has a wife and children or not, even if he is more than 10 years older than me, as long as he can give me money to spend, I will accept it even if I have to be his mistress for the rest of my life." Bai Jia looked at Tian Xingli in surprise as she looked determined. Although she knew that doing so seemed cheap and unfair to her fiancé, this was how society was. You don't even have hundreds of thousands of dollars, you don't even use a smartphone, and you are completely out of touch with society. I run a small supermarket in the village all day and earn 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Why do you ask for a beautiful woman who has lived in a big city? Go back to the remote town with you to live. What's more, she is a woman like Xingli who knows how to seize opportunities. I just talked with Duzha for one day. I made over 400,000 yuan by selling houses. How could such a woman be willing to continue with her mediocre fiancé?" Bai Jia sighed helplessly. Maybe it's okay for Xingli this way. I might never encounter an opportunity like the one I had a few days ago again. If my sister's illness really gets worse, and I can't come up with enough money, maybe I will choose to find a big boss. As long as that person is willing to give himself some money. Come to treat my sister. Even if it means letting myself follow him for the rest of my life. Bai Jia was also willing. Two women with different thoughts were just about to go to sleep. Suddenly Tian Xingli's cell phone rang. Who sends messages so late? She picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Then he saw that the big boss Duzha had sent him a message. Still the same buildings as before, buy me 10 more houses, and you and Bai Jia will be fully responsible for them. I will give you a deposit of 10 million tomorrow, and the remaining 10 million will be paid after all the formalities are completed. It's Duja again. He's going to buy a house. Oh my god. How come he is so rich? Tian Xingli was completely stunned. I was just thinking about finding a big, rich boss. Duja immediately sent himself a message to buy 10 more houses. That's more than 20 million. Tian Xingli was so excited that she wanted to run back and forth on the ground twice. He is simply his lucky star. Isn't this the rich boss I'm looking for? And he's so handsome. Then she quickly replied, okay, boss do, but I can't offer you the same preferential price as last time. So the price may be a little higher than last time, is that okay with you? Duja quickly replied, money is not a problem, as long as the houses are still in those buildings. Okay, boss do, I'll arrange it for you right away. Bai Jia looked at Tian Xingli, who was so excited that she was about to fly, with a curious look on her face and asked, who sent you the message? Why are you so happy? Tian Xingli threw her phone away directly. He hugged Bai Jia tightly, feeling very happy. It's Duja. Now we are going to make a lot of money again. Bai Jia was a little dumbfounded and asked, Duja? What did he say to you? He just sent me a message saying he wants to buy 10 more houses and we will be fully responsible for them. Real? Bai Jia was also very happy and sat up immediately. I just received a commission of about 300,000 yuan. Now Duja is going to bring him performance again. Could it be that Duja is the big boss that he will have to rely on in the future? Bai Jia quickly covered her burning cheeks. Ba, what are you thinking about? He is so much younger than me, how can I feel comfortable with this? Tian Xingli, who was standing by, didn't care about time and immediately called the property manager. The property manager was about to get angry when he saw that someone was still calling him so late. Suddenly, I heard Tian Xingli telling me that she could still sell those dilapidated houses. Ask him to approve it quickly and forget about those crappy rules. If it's too late, the customer will regret it. This time, Tian Xingli's tone was very arrogant. Not afraid of property managers at all. Joke. I can sell 10 more houses on that worthless lot. This kind of record applies to the entire company. This is also the first one. If he talks to me about rules again, I slapped him a few times. Let those buildings rot there. The kind that you won't be able to do anything about in the future. Chapter 26. Buy a car and get a free sales. 7 o'clock in the morning. Duja woke up on time. First, practice the anode several times in the room. I feel that my physical fitness has improved. This speed made Duja marvel at the terrifying power of this strange martial arts. Last night, Lin Xingning and Aunt Lan had a heart-to-heart talk. This made Duja a little bored. Forget it, just bear with it for a day. Just think of it as exercising your willpower. Open the fortune treasure. The news shows that more than 30 million yuan was first deposited. I was doing data a few days ago. I have been losing money all the way and now I have less than 10 million left. So I bought a big bet last night. A total of 2 games were played in the early morning. Cameroon 14 Samba. The gap in strength is huge. Spinach is also trying hard to adjust the data. Duja bet 3 million on Samba to win. In the end, I only won less than 300,000. But in another game, it was the Platt Army 13 chicken roll team. It was a complete and total upset. No one expected that the Checkered Army, a top-tier strong team, would be defeated. Odds soar. Catching up with the first game of the World Cup. 9.6 times odds. Once again, Duja made nearly 30 million. A windfall. Duja. Get rich again. After deduction of unexpected income tax. There are still more than 23 million left. It's because I know I will earn so much money the next day. So last night, Duja then informed Tian Xingli to buy 10 more houses for him. Invest all the more than 20 million in the house. After a simple breakfast made by Aunt Lan, Duja took a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz dealership in the city. I always take a taxi when I go out. Duja still felt very uncomfortable. What's more, the test results will be out the day after tomorrow. By then, those 2 bitches Chu Mangyao and Chenya will definitely run away secretly. Sit in the car by yourself. It is convenient to observe the situation. He can also appear in a domineering manner when the two bitches are at their lowest point. Soon, Duja arrived at the door of the Mercedes-Benz store. As soon as I stepped through the door. Welcome. On the left side of the door, a charming saleswoman with dyed red hair bent over and smiled. But when she looked up, she saw that the person coming was actually a young man. His expression instantly changed from attentive to contemptuous and perfunctory. He must be another poor boy who only looks but doesn't buy. How much money can you have at such a young age? The red-haired saleswoman curled her lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Still holding your iPhone? Maybe he borrowed money to buy it just to show off. Ignored the female salesperson. Duja walked directly to the most expensive Mercedes-Benz S65L in the center of the exhibition hall. Look at the car body that exudes a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Duja nodded with satisfaction. Yes, a car like this is barely worthy of my current net worth. Then he asked, can you tell me about the optional extras for this car? How much will it cost in total? The red-haired saleswoman spoke in a cold tone. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Sir, this car is the most expensive one in our store and it is very expensive. If you want to buy a car, I can take you to see our series models. Duja's face was full of question marks. This car is worth only a few million at most. I don't take it seriously at all. How could she actually think she couldn't afford it? Seeing Duja didn't reply. The red-haired saleswoman also lost her last bit of patience. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came in. See the man in suit come in. The red-haired saleswoman smiled instantly. This is more like a customer coming in to buy a car. Then he looked at Duja with even more disgust. Unlike you, you dress in any way you want. You can tell at first glance that he is a poor guy who came in to check in and take photos. The red-haired saleswoman pretended to check her watch. Act like you're busy. Well, sir, I have other clients to entertain. If you are interested, we can talk in detail later. Then she waved. A young and inexperienced female salesperson was called over. Linyu, this gentleman wants to know about the car, please take good care of him. I have more important clients to serve. The red-haired saleswoman deliberately emphasized the three words, more important. Then he turned around and left. With a smile on her face, she quickly ran towards the man in the suit. Linyu looks very young. Just like a college student. She looked at Duja nervously. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Hello sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. Which car would you like to know about? Duja turned his head and glanced at the red-haired female salesperson who was enthusiastically entertaining the man in a suit. It seems that I am still too low-key. Even a prostitute dares to look down on me. He shook his head and laughed. Please introduce this S65L to me. I saw Duja wanted to know about the most expensive car in the store. Linyu did not look down on Duja like the red-haired saleswoman did. Instead, he patiently introduced the vehicle's performance and interior design to Duja. And various humanized configurations. Duja nodded frequently. It is indeed a luxury car worth millions. Many of its features are in no way inferior to those of good mid-range cars 10 years later. The red-haired saleswoman in the distance was warmly entertaining the man in a suit. When you bend down, you can vaguely see the snow-white color. This attracted the attention of the man in the suit. There was a lustful light in his eyes. The car she introduced to the man in the suit was a Mercedes-Benz E260L. Worth about $500,000. But the man in the suit kept hesitating. I always wanted to continue negotiating the price. The red-haired saleswoman was not in a hurry either. Still showing myself with a smile. The man in the suit almost popped his eyes out of his head. Seeing the man in the suit looking like a lustful ghost. The red-haired saleswoman chuckled. It seems that this business is stable again. I haven't even taken him to the reception room to demonstrate my skills yet. After we go in later, I guarantee he will rush out and buy the car immediately. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked behind her. I just happened to see Linyu explaining something seriously to Duja. The red-haired saleswoman couldn't help but sneer. As expected, he is new here and has no tact. Talking to this kind of person is a complete waste of time. Even this successful person next to me can only see the E-Series. That person came in and wanted to see the S65L. How is that possible? If he can afford it, I will serve him for 10 days and 10 nights. Then the red-haired female salesperson approached the man in the suit more enthusiastically. He implied that the price was negotiable. Why don't we go sit in the reception room and talk slowly? But what she didn't see while immersed in her joy was Duzha is already under the leadership of Lin Yu. Walked to the reception room where the contract was signed. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S65L. The total cost of the license plate and insurance is 3.5 million. Duzha thought this price was fair. So he simply asked Lin Yu to take him to sign the contract and pay the money. Spending 3.5 million. Buy a car with full payment. This is Duzha. Being rich means being arrogant. P.S. The red-haired female salesperson knelt in front of Duzha with regret and kept crying. Dear reader, I am too short-sighted. Please don't take it personally. Duzha sneered, let me ask you, what gear is Mercedes-Benz? The red-haired saleswoman trembled and said, I. Why don't you do it quickly? Yes, dear reader, I will process the file for you right away. Chapter 27 4 Consecutive Temptations of Female Employees. The other side. The red-haired saleswoman held the arm of the man in the suit. She walked into another reception room with a charming smile. 5 minutes passed. The man in the suit was driven out of the reception room in a panic. There was a lot of cursing coming from inside. Damn it, why are you pretending to be so arrogant when you have no money? Get out of here. Redhead saleswoman barefoot. He rushed out of the room angrily. If you dare to let me see you again, I will have you skinned alive. The man in the suit was very embarrassed. He covered his red face and ran out in a hurry. Oh shit. How can there be such a thing in the world? The red-haired saleswoman's chest puffed up with anger. She thought the man in the suit had a lot of money in his pocket. I didn't expect that I was only halfway through. When I was about to let the man in the suit sign the contract before taking action, the man in the suit actually bargained. He said he would do the work first and then sign. This immediately made the red-haired saleswoman suspicious. Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later? How can there be such a rule? I sell cars, not just for sale. Then the red-haired female salesperson asked again and again. Under her constant pressure, the man in the suit trembled as he spoke the truth. I have no money at all. I just heard that there are beautiful ladies who provide special services when you buy a car in a Mercedes-Benz store. So I borrowed a set of clothes to try my luck. Hearing this, the red-haired saleswoman was so angry that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Oh shit. What service do you want if you don't have money? I hunted swallows all year round and was almost pecked in the eye by a swallow. I didn't expect that I have met so many people. But I've never seen anything so weird. Pretending to be a rich person to buy a car. I want to trick myself into giving him a technical job. Pooh. Damn it. I almost got ripped off. I drank 2 large glasses of water in a row. The red-haired saleswoman still felt a little uncomfortable with this. Just at this moment, a weak voice sounded. Sister Ting, where did you put the official seal? I want to use it. The red-haired saleswoman casually said, it's at the counter, go get it. Lin Yu held a pile of documents and said, thank you Sister Ting, I will go and stamp them. Then she turned around and walked away happily. It's okay, you cover, Lin Yu. The red-haired saleswoman's voice rose 3 degrees. You, what do you want the official seal for? Only then did she see clearly who had just spoken. It turned out to be Lin Yu, the intern who was arranged by him to entertain that poor guy. Shouldn't she be entertaining that poor guy? Why do we have to cover the contract all of a sudden? Could it be that Duzha bought the Mercedes-Benz S65L? But she immediately shook her head. Impossible. Just based on Duzha's ordinary dress. Apart from that inhumanly handsome face and 1.87 meter tall stature. If you throw it into the crowd in other places, it will be completely inconspicuous. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes? Then the red-haired female salesperson quickly blocked Lin Yu. Ask her if she discussed the order with other customers. But Lin Yu's words directly broke through her psychological defenses. No, it was the same handsome guy as before. He just asked about the configuration and so on. Without even discussing the price, he just paid the full amount for the most expensive Mercedes-Benz S65L. Okay, Sister Ting, the guests are still waiting for me in the reception room, I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Yu walked towards the counter happily. Only the red-haired saleswoman with a messy face and dull expression was left. How is this possible? I actually made the mistake twice in one day. That Duzha turned out to be a hidden wealthy man. Is he from Shenzhen? I heard that the rich people over there don't care about their heirs at all. Wearing flip-flops and big pants all year round. In fact, they are all wealthy people who own more than a dozen buildings. He can earn tens of millions every year just from collecting rent. That's right. The more the red-haired saleswoman thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct. Duzha must be that kind of low-key rich man. At this moment, she almost wanted to slap herself twice. Such a distinguished guest. How could I have offended him? Not only did we lose the order. Maybe the other person still holds a grudge against me for my previous contemptuous attitude. No. The red-haired saleswoman quickly took out a mirror and lipstick and started to touch up her makeup. I must make Duzha stop hating me no matter what. Otherwise, you might even lose your job. After looking in the mirror several times, the red-haired saleswoman let out a sigh of relief. Strike a charming pose. Then put on high heels. He walked towards Lin Yu's reception room. It should be fine to just put the chapter here. Lin Yu picked up all the documents and looked at them with satisfaction. Then he went to find Duzha. But the door to the reception room wouldn't open. It seems to be locked. I wonder who locked the door. Just when Lin Yu was about to get the key. But a female colleague came over and stopped her, smiling playfully. You should go register the car and buy insurance first. I guess he's sleeping now. Lin Yu's face was full of confusion. Are you asleep? When you come out by yourself. That handsome guy doesn't he look sleepy either? Forget it, I should just do what I should do first. 2 hours later. The door to the reception room banged open. The red-haired saleswoman walked out slowly, holding onto the wall. Her hair was disheveled and one of her high heels was broken. There is a pool table in the reception room for leisure use. The two played billiards for several hours. At this moment, the red-haired female salesperson looked into the room with a slightly fearful look on her face. A voice came from the reception room. If I buy a fully equipped Mercedes-Benz S400L, the order will be counted on you. Hear this. The redhead saleswoman was ecstatic. She originally thought that it would be enough if Duzha would not bear a grudge against her. I didn't expect that I could get such an order. Even if I drank it myself, it would be very refreshing. But that can't be so cool. The red-haired saleswoman smiled coquettishly and said, Okay, distinguished Mr. Duzha, I will go and handle the procedures for you right away. No hurry, go get a wet towel and wipe the lipstick off my hair, Duzha ordered. Hair? The red-haired saleswoman was stunned at first. Then I immediately realized what was going on. Her face turned red and she said, Okay, I'll go right away. Wait until the red-haired saleswoman leaves again. Another half-hour passed. Lin Yu had already sorted out all the matters. Just wait for Duzha to drive away. Duzha took the car keys and thanked Lin Yu. Then he sat on the sofa, while enjoying the enthusiastic tea and water served by the other female sales staff. While waiting for the red-haired female salesperson to handle the relevant procedures for the Mercedes-Benz S400L. This car was bought for Aunt Lon. After all, Aunt Lon's outfit now is so mature and beautiful. Just like a rich lady whose husband just died and inherited a fortune of tens of billions. If you still ride a small broken electric bike, isn't it extremely inconsistent with her temperament? So Duzha also bought her a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million yuan. A nice car goes with a beautiful woman. Aunt Lon is elegant, generous, sexy, and beautiful. Every gesture is full of charm. If Aunt Lon was wearing an exquisite slit cheongsam, she walked gracefully towards the Mercedes-Benz. Gently open the door. Take your seat elegantly. Then slam the car door shut. The car windows were down, revealing a charming face. Duzha couldn't even imagine how beautiful that scene was. Pooh. What am I thinking about? She is my aunt. It's all your fault, Anode. You just bully me because I can't speak. P.S. The red-haired female salesperson said shyly, Mr. Reader, please, just buy a car from them. For you, a few million is just a drop in the bucket, right? Duzha threw all the billiard balls in front of her and sneered, 200,000 per ball, how much you can sell it for depends on your ability. Chapter 28, Buying a wife and adoptive mother gives the daughter a great joy. After the red-haired saleswoman hurriedly completed all the procedures. It's already 12 o'clock noon. Aunt Lon called Duzha. She said she had already prepared the meal. Ask Duzha when he will come home for dinner. Duzha said he would be back to eat soon and asked them to eat first. He stood up and walked to the counter. Lin Yu was filled with joy. Duzha is her first client. Let yourself earn a considerable commission. It turns out that being self-reliant is not that difficult. The red-haired saleswoman saw Duzha walking towards her. His legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. The pressure this man had given me before was too strong. Dear Mr. Duzha, do you have anything else to tell me? Duzha took the contract and car keys. I can't drive 2 cars, so each of you can drive one for me. Lin Yu smiled and said, no problem, Mr. Duzha. She just got her driver's license this year and is full of confidence. The red-haired saleswoman blushed and nodded weakly. The glass of these 2 cars is the top-of-the-line anti-peep version. If Duzha was sitting in the passenger seat, he would do something to himself. Wouldn't that mean I would dirty that expensive Mercedes-Benz S400L? But to her disappointment, Duzha sat directly in the Mercedes-Benz S65L that Lin Yu was driving. The red-haired saleswoman sighed. I also want to discuss with him the smoothness of the Mercedes-Benz car computer. 2 Mercedes-Benz cars with a combined value of over 5 million. The momentum when walking on the road is still very strong. Passers-by on the road frequently look sideways. Lin Yu drives very steadily and skillfully. Mercedes' arms were like a toy in her hands. Duzha looked at Lin Yu with interest. Your family is so rich, why do you come here to do sales? Ah! Lin Yu shouted. I looked at Duzha in surprise. Mr. Duzha, what are you talking about? My family doesn't have much money. Duzha laughed. He reached out and grabbed Lin Yu. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to take advantage of me? Just thought of this. Lin Yu was ready to slam on the brakes and jump out of the car to escape. But before she could step on the brakes, a silver white diamond necklace was pulled out by Duzha. This necklace should be Tiffany's petal-shaped full diamond necklace. It should be sold for at least 100,000 in China, right? Lin Yu blushed when she saw Duzha just pulled out her necklace. Is it? You must be mistaken. I bought this at a roadside stall, it only cost a dozen dollars. Seeing that Lin Yu did not admit it, Duzha didn't say much. Originally, I was just curious, and since she was pretty, I wanted to tease her, so I asked. No matter what her identity is, it is none of my business. Half an hour later, 2 luxurious Mercedes-Benz cars were parked in a parking lot near Duzha's home. Duzha got off the car and left directly. Aunt Lon and Lin Xingning are still waiting for me to go home for dinner. The red-haired saleswoman has a resentful look in her eyes, staring straight at Duzha's receding figure. Lin Yu lowered his head. Touch the ground with your high heels. It's almost like digging out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment from the ground. He could actually tell the brand of his necklace. You're still joking with me like that. Could it be that he was sent by those people to follow and investigate me? No. Can't stay here any longer. I'd better go back to Binjiang directly. Wipe your sweat first, I'll go heat up the food. Aunt Lon said as she wiped Duzha's sweat. Lin Xingning brought a glass of boiled water and put it in front of Duzha's face. Duzha, have a drink of water first. I saw both of them coming in front of me and caring about me. Duzha couldn't help but feel like the head of the family coming home to be served. Quite comfortable. Wait until after dinner. Duzha decided not to hide the fact that he was rich now. I already have so much money in my hands now. It's time for Aunt Lon and Cheng Ning to live a rich life. He went straight to the point. Aunt Lon, Cheng Ning, I've been betting on football online recently. What? Hear the words spinach and gambling. Aunt Lon stood up in surprise. Duzha, 9 out of 10 people lose when gambling, and those who gamble are all scammers. Please don't believe it. I have seen many people lose their families because of gambling. Maybe it's a trap set by someone. Lin Xingning's face was also full of anxiety. He even ignored the fact that his aunt was beside him. Just grab Duju's hand. Duja, we will definitely be able to make money through legitimate means in the future, so you must never gamble again. If someone takes him away, then, what will happen to my mother and thee? The two women kept persuading Duja. He was afraid that Duja would go astray and lose all his fortune. Lin Xingning even swore secretly. Find a good job when you graduate. We must be able to support Duja. Even if he stays at home and plays games every day, it will be fine. We must never let him develop the bad habit of gambling. Seeing the two of them so excited, Duja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I actually forgot about it. Aunt Lan and Chang Ning have no idea what World Cup betting is. They must have thought they were going to the casino to play cards. Then he briefly told them what World Cup spinach was. It means spending little money to accomplish big things. A few $dozen go in and a few $100 come out. And I have already made a lot of money from the World Cup. I have about 7 or 8 million in cash on me now. He also showed the remaining balance of his zafubo to the two of them. But Aunt Lan and Lin Xingning still found it difficult to accept this matter. I think Duja must have been deceived. I heard that many people deliberately transferred money into bank cards. The purpose is to frame someone, so as to put people in jail and take away their property. Seeing that the two still didn't believe it and were worried, he asked himself to call the police first. So Duja used his ultimate move directly. He took the two of them to the parking lot where two Mercedes-Benz cars were parked. Aunt Lan, Xingning, I am really rich. I bought these two cars this morning, and the purchase contract is still here. Aunt Lan took the contract with doubt. It says on it that the full price is 3.5 million Mercedes-Benz S65L. 3.5 million? So expensive? Aunt Lan felt her hands were shaking. Until she saw the two big black words Duju on the contract. Only at this moment did Aunt Lan dare to believe it. It turned out that Duja did not lie to them. He really made tens of millions. Lin Xingning was also happy for Duja from the bottom of her heart. I really envy Chu Mengyao for being able to monopolize Duja's heart. Then Aunt Lan opened another contract. I want to see how much that car costs. Mercedes-Benz S400L, full price 1.58 million. Car buyer, Xin Lan. Xin Lan. ISNT Xin Lan me? How come the car Duja bought has his own name on it? I must have seen it wrong. Aunt Lan shook her head and looked at the contract again. But those two glaring black characters Xin Lan still reflected in my own eyes. It's really me. Chapter 29 Tsinghua University Special Recruitment Lin Xingning. Aunt Lan was so shocked that the contract in her hand fell to the ground. Staring blankly at Duja, who was smiling faintly. The voice stuttered, Duja, you. Duja smiled and handed a car key to Aunt Lan's soft little hand. Aunt Lan, this car is yours from now on. If Xingning hadn't gotten a driver's license yet, I would have bought her a car as well. I was surprised to hear that Duja was going to give me such an expensive car. I even want to buy one for Cheng Ning. Aunt Lan was deeply moved. But he quickly refused. He said anxiously, how can this be possible? This is all your money, how can you give it to my aunt? Go to the store and change it quickly. How can I ask you for money? That's the money you save for marrying a wife in the future. Lin Xingning also came over to dissuade him. They said Duja saved their lives the day before yesterday. It was already not paid off. Now you can't ask for it anymore. Duja tried to persuade them for a long time, but the two still refused to give in. He had to take the car back. In the end, Duja simply grabbed Aunt Lan's hand. He forced the car keys in. Aunt Lan, just take it. You've taken so much care of me over the years, this is what I should do. Seeing Duja so determined, Aunt Lan also sighed helplessly. Okay then, but I'll just drive it for a bit, and you'll be the one in charge of this car from now on. That's right, Auntie. Then Aunt Lan briefly tested the car. The more I drive, the more I like it. Duja is such a fool. Why is he so nice to his two aunts? Buying clothes and cars. This is not married yet. If I get married, wouldn't I have to pamper myself and Ching Ning to the heavens? 10 minutes later, they returned home. As soon as she got home, Lin Xingning's cell phone rang. Take it out and take a look. It turned out to be Yinjing's phone number. Hello, Are you Lin Qingning, a candidate from XX City number 1 middle school? It's me. What can I do for you? Hello, I am the admissions teacher of Tsinghua University. I would like to introduce you to our Tsinghua. The two words Tsinghua coming from the phone were so joyful. Aunt Lan's face was filled with excitement, with sparkling eyes. My niece was admitted to Tsinghua University. Qingning was admitted to Tsinghua University. Duzha was also very happy. The results can only be checked at 12 noon tomorrow. Only those with particularly high scores will be snatched up in advance by the two top universities, Tsinghua University and Yan'an University. It seems that Qingning definitely scored more than 700 this time. But there was not much joy on Lin Qingning's face when she answered the phone. I just said perfunctorily, okay, I understand. Until the call was hung up. Aunt Lan hugged Qingning in ecstasy. I excitedly asked her if she was sure of getting into Tsinghua University. Questions like whether or not to prepare anything in advance. But Lin Qingning couldn't muster any interest at all. Without saying a word. It took a long time. Aunt Lan, realizing something was wrong, let go of Lin Qingning. He asked in confusion, Qingning, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy after being admitted to Tsinghua University? Duzha was also very confused. Logically speaking, Qingning should be cheering at this time. Lin Qingning looked at Aunt Lan in silence. Then he looked at Duzha. She bit her lip tightly. There seemed to be tears flashing in his eyes. Aunt Lan was very anxious and held Lin Qingning's shoulders. What's the matter, Qingning? Tell your aunt and I will find a solution for you. Qingning was admitted to Yanjing University with great difficulty. If it was delayed due to something. What should I do then? Lin Qingning pursed her lips, then said in a low and firm voice. Aunt, I don't want to go to Tsinghua University, I have my own ideas. After saying this, she ignored Aunt Lan, who was astonished. He turned hurriedly and ran into the house. As the door was closed heavily, Aunt Lan sat on the sofa with a look of disbelief on her face. What exactly happened? Qingning is actually unwilling to go to Tsinghua Yanda, for which she has been working hard? Duzha on the side patted Aunt Lan on the shoulder. While patting her, he comforted her, don't worry, Aunt Lan, I will go and persuade Qingning, you wait in the living room. Aunt Lan held Duzha's hand sadly, her eyes full of tears. Duzha, just try to persuade Qingning. She has grown up now and it's good for her to have her own ideas. Duzha smiled and patted Aunt Lan's hand. Then he walked towards Lin Qingning's room. With a creaking sound, Duzha closed the door. Lin Qingning, who was lying on the bed sobbing quietly, stood up immediately. She threw herself into Duzha's arms and burst into tears. Duzha, I don't want to go to Tsinghua Yanda. I just want to be with you, wherever you go I'll go, okay? Please help me persuade my aunt. Duzha slowly stroked Lin Qingning's face. He could guess this would be the case from the way Lin Qingning looked at him before. Don't worry, I will go and persuade Aunt Lan in a moment. Anyway, even if you don't go to college, I have enough money to support you. What's more, I am very confident about this college entrance examination. Maybe we can all go to a good university. Lin Qingning blushed and hummed. The two of them just hugged each other quietly. Duzha looked at the time. I've been here for less than 3 minutes. Just got the line done. Normally speaking, such a big thing would take at least an hour to persuade the person. Then he picked up Lin Qingning. 1 million words omitted here. On the sofa in the living room. Aunt Lan calmed down briefly. I also gradually realized why Qingning was unwilling to go to Tsinghua University and Yanda University. Oh, why didn't I think of it just now? Qingning likes Duzha so much. I even did that to him 2 days ago. With Duzha's grades, the best he could do was get into an ordinary first-class university. How could Qingning possibly abandon Duzha? Going to Yanqing University to study alone? Well. Aunt Lan sighed. Forget it, let Qingning go. Duzha is so good to her and has such a promising future. After handing the lemon to her, I felt relieved. About an hour later, the door to the room creaked open. Duzha walked out slowly, holding the blushing Lin Qingning's hand. Aunt Lan's eyes widened slightly. The red lips formed an O shape. Wasn't Qingning still wearing her hair in a high ponytail when she entered the room? How come she came out with twin tails? She looked at Lin Qingning's shy eyes again. I still don't know what happened in the past hour. Aunt Lan's face turned red all of a sudden. Oh, these young people, really? That's all. It seems that I am getting old. Wait until Chang Ning and Du Xiao are together in the future. It's time for me to consider remarrying. Lin Qingning was encouraged by Du Xiao's eyes. Yelled weakly. Auntie, I. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Aunt Lan. Qingning, I understand your thoughts. You are grown up now, and it is a good thing to have your own choices. Your aunt will always support you. It's so nice to hear my mother being so reasonable. Lin Qingning hugged him and cried. Aunt Lan also hugged her and kept comforting her. Du Xia looked at the two of them hugging each other sweetly. I don't know why, but I thought of the Chu Mengyao sisters. The college entrance examination results will be released at 12 noon tomorrow. I don't know what is going on with these two bitches now. How pleasant is it to spend the 1 million borrowed? Chapter 30 Mother and Daughter Escape. Sister, how are you packing your things? Chu Mengyao was using her mobile phone to buy tickets while shouting into the house. I've almost packed everything. Have you bought the plane ticket? Shenya walked out of the room, sweating profusely. She was wearing only a tight short-sleeved shirt. It fits tightly to the plump body and has exquisite curves. The lower body is black yoga shorts. The white and tender thighs were exposed naked in the air. Although I'm already 37 years old. But Chenya's figure and skin are still maintained very perfectly. There is a mature charm that young women don't have. Even compared with the plump Aunt Lan, she is not inferior. Chu Mengyao nodded. Then I paid more than 3,000 yuan for the plane ticket. I bought it, sister. The flight is at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Chenya asked in confusion, Yao, won't the results be out until noon? Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes and said, Sister, after we get to Yanjing, we can just find a computer to check the grades. With my grades, I can definitely reach the admission score set by Yanqing Film Academy. At that time, you can just take the screenshot of your grades and the art exam certificate and go in for further studies in advance. When I heard my sister was so confident, Chenya was immediately overjoyed. I stood up immediately and said, Yao, when you get to Yanning, you must study performing arts seriously and become a world-renowned star in the future. I heard Chenya chattering non-stop. Chu Mengyao frowned. I have no patience to listen any further. Ever since my sister fainted and went to the hospital, Chu Mengyao has become more and more impatient with her sister these days. It nags in my ears almost every day. He said that I should study hard when I go to college. Don't hang out with bad people. We don't have much money, so we have to spend it wisely and learn to package ourselves. Seize every opportunity to show yourself, blah blah blah. Why is there no money in our family? Isn't it all because of you? I had a serious illness. He spent all the family's savings of more than 300,000 yuan. If I wasn't so shameless. Go ask Du Xia to borrow 1 million for emergency. You don't even have the chance to talk nonsense in front of me. If you weren't sick, maybe I will have more than 1 million. Then I went to Yanning. I don't know how many resources I can access. Of course, Chu Mengyao only dared to mutter these words in her heart for a while. Chenya has been studying art for many years in order to become a star. A lot of effort was also put in. So Chu Mengyao can still hold back her nagging for the time being. Okay, sister, you go ahead and do your work. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Then Chu Mengyao changed into a set of exquisite clothes. Carrying her handbag, she walked out of the house with a twisted waist. The high heels clicked. No matter how you look at it, it looks like he's out fooling around. Chenya looked at Chu Mengyao, who was leaving helplessly inside. My sister has grown up and has her own ideas. It seems that I can no longer discipline her like before. At the same time, noisy KTV upstairs. A yellow-haired boy rushed into the house. Brother Shanji, it's time to come alive. Inside the room, there was a ferocious bald man with a dark blue cardigan tattooed on his body. Shanji took a long puff of his cigarette. What kind of job? Killing people or grabbing territory? Huang Mao handed over his cell phone and shook his head. Neither. It said that we should go to collect the loan. The person who owes the loan just bought a plane ticket to Yanjing tomorrow and wants to run away. Running away after owing loan? How much the hell do you owe? Is it that serious? Shangu took Huang Mao's phone with confusion. Just one glance and he jumped in shock. WTF. What a ruthless person this is. I borrowed money from more than 30 unscrupulous websites. 1 million RMB. This is a fucking loan. No wonder the job was arranged so quickly. More than half a month has passed. Interest compounds interest. That person has to pay back more than 1.8 million. Who wouldn't run? Brother Shanji casually clicked on the video attached to the file. I saw a pure and beautiful student girl inside and said crisply, I hereby solemnly promise that I am Chu Mengyao, and my ID number is. Oh my god, she is a little beauty. It looks like she has never been deflowered. I don't know if it's tender enough. This beautiful girl is about to run away. She must have no money to pay back. Brother Shanji's saliva was almost flowing out, and he had a lewd smile on his face. Does it say above what to do when the other party can't pay back? The yellow-haired man smiled knowingly and said, the information shows that she has a 37-year-old sister, and I heard that she is in good shape. If you can't pay it back, you must follow the rules and throw it all into the club to pay off the debt. Brother Shanji laughed and said, why don't you go and scout the place and prepare quickly? Don't let the two sisters run away from me. Tomorrow I'm going to taste the saltiness. Huang Mao laughed obscenely and said, Brother Shanji, can you let the brothers drink some soup too? I have never played with sisters since I was a child. No problem, you guys just line up outside and come one by one. Brother Shanji laughed obscenely. Those with misophobia should line up in front of me and go first. The pheasant brother is mighty. Early the next morning, Duzha drove to the homes of Chu Mengyao and Chenya. I glanced at the time. It was just 6:30. He looked at the door not far away with cold eyes. Two cheap bitches. Today I want you to lie down in front of me like dogs. Time passes by. There were gradually more and more vehicles outside the house. Through the car window, Duzha could see some ferocious faces inside. It seems that those who are collecting loan debts have received news that Chu Mengyao is going to escape. I sent someone here specially to block the door today. About 10 minutes later, the door opened with a click. Chu Mengyao, who was tall, fair-skinned and beautiful, was carrying a small leather bag and wearing high heels. He walked out first, holding a small airplane box in his left hand. She frowned and looked into the room. He said irritably, Sister, hurry up, I told you not to bring those useless things, really. Chenya was wearing a loose long skirt, but it couldn't hide her proud figure underneath. The curves are exquisite and the bumps are well proportioned. She looks even more seductive than the carefully dressed Chu Mengyao. She was carrying a lot of bags. He walked out slowly, dragging a large suitcase in his hand. It would be a pity to throw these things away. We can continue to use them in Yanjing, which can save a lot of money. When Chu Mengyao heard the word save money, her attitude improved significantly. Well, it's getting late, let us get going. Okay, let us take a taxi and go to the airport now. Just when Chu Mengyao and Chenya walked onto the street, a wanton voice sounded. Sorry, you two sisters can't go anywhere today. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 tattooed men got out of several cars. He surrounded Chu Mengyao and the other person with lustful eyes. Who are you? What do you want to do? Seeing so many ferocious-looking men suddenly appear, Chu Mengyao and Chenya were terrified. I thought I had encountered a criminal. He quickly took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. But before they could fight, the cell phone was snatched away by this group of gangsters. The two were also roughly pulled behind the house. What are you doing? Don't you know there are surveillance cameras here? Believe it or not, the police will arrest you, you bastards. The two women leaned against the wall, their bodies trembling. Surveillance? It was broken last night when you bought your tickets. Brother Shanji said with a lecherous look on his shiny head. Chenya protected her sister behind her and asked angrily, Who are you and what do you want? When Brother Shanji saw the plump and beautiful woman in front of him, his eyes widened. Ouch! How come this elder sister looks prettier than her younger sister? This trip was damn worth it. You guys don't know what you're doing? And you dare to ask me? Chu Mengyao and Chenya were confused. How could the two of them have any connection with the gangsters in front of them? What the hell are you talking about? We never messed with you. It seems that this pair of sisters pretend to be quite similar. Brother Shanji sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you borrow $1 million some time ago? How did he know that he had borrowed $1 million from Duja?" Chu Mengyao's face changed. Could it be that Duja asked them to come and collect the debt? Damn Duja. I just lent you $1 million. I plan to leave without saying goodbye and return it to you in a few years. Is it necessary to go so far? I actually let these gangsters come to my house to collect debts. I let you lick me for 3 years in vain. Then Chu Mengyao, who thought she understood the whole story, was no longer afraid. Walking up to Chinya, he said coldly, "Isn't it just that you owe Duja $1 million? He actually asked you to come to his house to collect the debt. You let him out, I will come and talk to him in person." But Brother Shanji was very confused. What Duja? What is this crazy bitch talking about? Brother Shanji sneered, "Stop pretending to be stupid. More than half a month ago, you borrowed $1 million yuan online. Now including the principal and interest, the total is 1.88 million. Hurry up and give me the money. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." P.S. Chu Mengyao's body was covered in bruises and she looked extremely miserable. Chenya's skin was smooth and bright, without a single scar. Reader, why don't you torture her? Why do you have to catch me and teach me a lesson? Duja smiled coldly, "At least she can do it, what about you? You are like a dead person, do you still want money?" Want money? I don't want you to come quickly. Chapter 31 Can't pay it back? Then sell it to me. What? I owe 1.88 million. Chenya's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. Chu Mengyao was even more stunned and just stood there in a daze. How is this possible? Didn't I borrow 1 million from Duja? When did it become money for lending websites? Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Impossible, you are talking nonsense. I borrowed the money from a friend and never used any loan website. Don't try to slander me." Seeing that Chu Mengyao was still trying to argue, Brother Shanji took out his cell phone directly. I opened the file collectively sent by the lending website. Damn it, you bitch, you are still pretending even now. Open your dog eyes and show me clearly whether this person is you. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao looked at her phone. There was just a video playing on it. Standing at the door of Duja's house, he vowed, "I hereby solemnly promise that I am Chu Mengyao, and my ID number is." And there is also his ID card and debt bill below the video. That adds up to exactly 1 million. Duja. It's you who hurt me. Chu Mengyao roared in her heart, shaking with anger. His face was like a burning cloud, full of anger. She really didn't expect that she would borrow 1 million. It turned out to be such a black-hearted loan shark. He took his ID card and recorded a video of himself. He actually set a trap for himself. Borrowed $1 million from those shady websites. This bastard. I trusted him so much. He was the only one I asked to borrow money from. Duja, you have such a cruel heart. Chu Mengyao hated Duja so much at this moment and really wanted to rush up to him and ask him why. But Brother Shanji doesn't care about that. He scratched his ear and shouted, "Did you see it clearly? If you did, return the money quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Chu Mengyao yelled, "That's not the money I borrowed, it was Duja who used my phone to operate it. If you want money, just go and ask him." Chenya behind him also reacted and said hurriedly, "Yes, I can testify that it was the man named Duja who cheated my Yao Yao and borrowed 1 million yuan." Brother Shanji flicked his earwax and said disdainfully, "I don't care who cheated you, the ID card is yours and the video is yours too. You have to pay back this money." Seeing the bald man in front of me had a firm attitude. The 20 or so tattooed men around were ready to make a move again. All of them had unfriendly looks, as if they would pounce on them and tear them to pieces in the next second. Chu Mengyao and Chenya were terrified. "Okay, we will pay it back, but can you give us some time? We will pay back the 1 million in a few months." Chenya still wanted to negotiate terms with Brother Shanji. But Brother Shanji slapped her directly. Chenya was beaten so hard that her mouth was bleeding. "Sister." Chu Mengyao hugged Chenya and burst into tears. Brother Shanji raised his sandbag-sized fist and said viciously, "A few months of grace? Do you think I don't know that you guys have already bought your tickets to Yinjing? A few hours later, I'm afraid no one would be there." Chu Mengyao was horrified when she heard this. This group of people even knew that they had bought plane tickets and were planning to escape. Also, it's not 1 million, it's 1,880,000. Hear this astronomical figure. Xu Mengyao didn't even have the thought of continuing to cry for Chenya. He was furious. How can you be so black-hearted? I borrowed the 1 million for less than a month, how could the interest be so high? Ha 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 ha. All the gangsters around burst into laughter. Brother Shanji taunted, "You bitch, you borrowed from a black-hearted loan shark. Otherwise, why do you think the money arrived so quickly?" Xu Mengyao was shocked. Duja had indeed gotten the money for her in just over 10 minutes. In more than half a month, the interest has almost doubled. Duja actually got himself such a shady loan? Chenya also woke up and looked at the group of gangsters around her with fear. Yao Yao, why don't you give them the remaining money first? She was really scared. I wasn't worried about myself, but I was worried about what might happen to my sister. After all, these people are mixed up in the underworld. What if he did something to his sister? Xu Mengyao heard her sister asking her to give all the money to them. He said anxiously, "Sister, there is less than 300,000 yuan left of that money, and we can't afford it at all." What? Less than 300,000 left? Brother Shanji was overjoyed and rubbed his hands and said, "That means you can't come up with 1.88 million now, right?" Xu Mengyao took a few steps back in fear. Chenya said angrily with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, "That's right, we just can't afford it now. You can either wait a few months before asking for the money, or take us to court. Anyway, we don't have any assets, you can sue us however you want." Looking at these two people, they are so naive and fearless. Everyone around laughed uncontrollably. Both Xu Mengyao and Chenya felt uneasy because of their laughter. "You, what are you laughing at?" Brother Shanji rubbed his hands and stared at Xu Mengyao and Chenya. He said with a lewd look, "Who said we are going to sue you?" As he spoke, he continued to move forward, approaching the two of them. Xu Mengyao was so frightened that she screamed and hid behind Chenya. Although Chenya was also very scared, she still protected her sister. "What do you mean? Aren't you going to sue us?" Brother Shanji stared at Chenya. "What's the point of suing you? You can't come up with the money." Hearing this, Xu Mengyao and Chenya both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he won't take it to court. Otherwise, Yanning would definitely find out that I was involved in a financial case and would not admit me. Just when the two of them were secretly delighted, Brother Shanji showed his big yellow teeth and said with a lewd smile, "If you don't have money, both of you can go to my club and sell your kidneys to pay off your debts. When I have sold enough, I will let you go." Sell a kidney? Chenya said angrily, "You are committing a crime." Xu Mengyao also shouted angrily, "That's right, believe it or not, we will go to the police station to sue you. This bastard actually asked me to go to the club. And two people went together. It's simply lawless." "Sue?" Brother Shanji sneered, "Where are you going to sue? To tell you the truth, you can't go anywhere until the debt is paid off. Stay in the club and serve the guests, or I will sell you to northern Myanmar." As soon as I heard the word northern Myanmar, the two women were so frightened that their faces turned pale. These people actually had the guts to sell them to northern Myanmar. Oh my God. How huge is the power behind them? It's not something I can afford to provoke. He saw that the two women were frightened by what he said. Brother Shanji laughed lewdly and said, "How about it, have you thought it through? You can either take out 1.88 million now or go to our club and work as a hostess and choose one for yourself. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it." I heard the bald man give an ultimatum. The two women's hearts tightened instantly. 1,880,000 was something they could not come up with no matter what. It was impossible for two weak women to resist violently and then escape. Are we just going to let them slaughter us? Go to a dirty place like a club and sell your kidney to pay off your debts? Xu Mengyao was filled with regret and anger at this moment. How so? I'm just starting a new life. Become a big star, marry into a wealthy family, and have endless money. Now he is being taken to a club to sell his kidney to pay off his debts. No. This is not the life you should have. My life, Xu Mengyao, cannot be like this. 2 minutes left. Brother Shanji's evil voice sounded again. Xu Mengyao's thoughts became extremely confused. No. I can't be dragged to the club to sell. I want to be a big star. How could he fall here? But what can be done to pay off the debt now? Just when Xu Mangyao was extremely anxious and overwhelmed, Chenya's comforting voice sounded. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. I will definitely protect you. Hear Chenya's voice. Xu Mangyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His expression changed from sad to happy. Yes. Sister. I have a sister. They just said they were going inside the club. But he didn't say that we had to go together. Suffer with both of them. It would be better if I could just let my sister go to the club to pay off the debt while I continue to go to Yanjing to study. In this way, wouldn't the current dilemma be solved perfectly? Thinking of this, Xu Mangyao looked at her sister Chenya with surprise. With the most sincere and emotional voice in my life, I said, Sister. P.S. Xu Mangyao, it's true for two people, it's true for one person, sister, for my dream of becoming a star, please make some sacrifices. Chapter 32 She's got 1,000, you're getting 800. Chenya stretched out her arms to protect her precious sister. His face looked terrified and he was extremely anxious. No matter what, they can't be allowed to hurt Yao Yao. Just as she was about to shout for help to see if she could attract passers-by, an extremely emotional voice sounded beside her ears. Sister. Chenya turned her head and saw Xu Mengyao's pitiful eyes full of pleading. I feel great sorrow in my heart. My poor sister. Don't worry, if they dare to force you to sell your body, I will definitely fight them to the death. Xu Mengyao's eyes were broken with tears. She looked at Chenya pitifully and said, Sister, we have used all our family money to treat your illness, and even the 1 million we borrowed has been spent more than half on the hospital. We really don't have the money to pay back the loan sharks. Chenya wiped her tears and cried, Yao Yao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you suffered. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have borrowed money, and Duja framed you into owing high-interest loans. All this is my fault. Tears rolled down her cheeks and Chenya choked with sobs. Seeing success caused my sister to feel guilty. Xu Mangyao was delighted, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Sister, right now we owe more than 1.8 million in high-interest loans, which we simply cannot afford to pay back. Moreover, there are even more terrifying forces behind them that we cannot afford to offend, so there is only one way out now. The situation is extremely critical right now. There are more than 20 gangsters watching closely. Apart from paying back the money, Chenya couldn't think of any other solution. Seeing her sister say there was a way, Chenya was overjoyed. He grabbed Xu Mengyao's arm and asked happily, Yao Yao, do you really have a solution? Xu Mengyao nodded seriously and said word by word. Sister, since we don't have the money to pay off the debt, we can only agree to the bald man's condition and go to the club to sell our kidneys to pay off the debt. What? I heard that my sister actually agreed to go to the club to sell her kidney. Chenya screamed in disbelief. Are you crazy? Yao Yao, how could you agree to such a dirty request? You are going to be a big star in the future. If people know about this, your life will be ruined. Chenya's face turned red with anger. She really didn't expect that her always arrogant sister would bow her head so easily. Sister, you misunderstood. Xu Mengyao took Chenya's hand and said devoutly, what I mean is that you go to the club alone to pay off your debts, and I will continue to go to Yanjing Film Academy. What did I hear? Chenya's body trembled, she could not believe her ears. This is the sister I have raised for 18 years. What can she say? Let himself go to the club to sell his kidney to pay off his debts. She went to Yanjing leisurely to continue her studies? Yao Yao, are you crazy? Chenya shouted, how can you say such a thing? I am your sister. Xu Mengyao took a few steps forward anxiously, holding Chenya's arm tightly. It is because you are my sister that you have to help me pay off my debts. Sister, I want to be a big star, marry into a rich family, and become an upper class. If I end up selling myself in a club to pay off my debts, my whole life will be ruined. Don't you want to see me become a big star? I have been studying acting so hard for more than 10 years, and it is only because of your influence that I have persisted. If you don't go to the club to pay off my debt today, all my efforts over the years will be in vain. Sister, can you bear to watch your sister fall into the fire pit? Xu Mengyao's sad voice was like sharp steel needles. It hurt Chenya's heart deeply. She burst into tears and her eyes were swollen. I didn't expect that I would raise this cousin for 18 years on behalf of her parents. She actually did it for her own future as a star. To send the sister who raised me into a dirty club. The thought of being defiled by those disgusting bloated men. Chenya felt as if countless ants were crawling all over her body. She flatly refused. No way. Even if I have to work odd jobs for the rest of my life, I will never be dragged into a club to sell my kidney. Yao Yao, you should return the remaining 300,000 to them first, and then we sisters will work together to find a way to pay back the rest of the money. Seeing Chenya's firm attitude, Xu Mengyao was also a little angry. Even if you are the sister who raised me, you can't be so unreasonable. She asked loudly, Sister, please don't go too far. This question left Chenya stunned. Am I overdoing it? It was you who kept saying that you would send yourself to the club and sell your kidney to pay off your debts. How dare you say I'm going too far? Xu Mengyao shook off Chenya's hand and said coldly, Sister, isn't it all because of you that I owe a loan of more than 1 million? Just your hospitalization and surgery, medical treatment fees, surgical fees, hospitalization fees, all added up to more than 1 million. If it wasn't for your medical treatment, how could I owe so much money? Now the debt collector has come to our door, and we don't have the money to pay it back. As my sister, if you don't sell your kidney to pay off the debt, do you want me to do it? It's not the money I spent. Besides, that 300,000 yuan is my college tuition. If I give it all back to them, how can I go to Yinjing? Hearing Xu Mengyao's sharp answer, Chenya felt as if she was struck by lightning and almost couldn't stand. She was stunned for half a minute before she said harshly, Yao Yao, I am your sister, how can you say such things to me? Xu Mengyao was already a little crazy at this moment, trying to avoid being dragged to the club. Because you are my sister, you have to help me. She squeezed Chenya's hand tightly. Don't you want to see me become a big star? If I'm really dragged to the club to be a prostitute this time, I will never be able to step into the entertainment industry again in my life. Xu Mengyao knelt down on the ground, her face covered with tears, and hugged Chenya's legs. Sis, for the sake of my deceased parents, just consider it this way, it's for me, and for all the time you've spent training me to be a star. Please sacrifice yourself one last time, sister. I will become a big star as quickly as possible, make enough money, and redeem you from the club. Please, sister, please help me just once. Looking at his sister kneeling in front of him, begging him hysterically, Chenya was completely devastated. His face was pale and his body was shaking. I never expected that I was so obsessed with making my sister a big star and a rich person, but neglected the cultivation and education of her moral character. She actually said such words to her elder sister. What's the difference between her and those bitches? After a moment of silence, Chenya stopped crying, looking at the pleading face of his sister kneeling in front of him. Snap! A vicious slap landed directly on Xu Mengyao's face. Xu Mengyao was confused and said, Sister, you. Chenya gritted her teeth, her face full of despair and sadness. She stared into Xu Mengyao's eyes. If you weren't my sister, I would never agree to such a shameful thing. This slap broke the kinship bond between you and me. Take the 300,000 and go away. I will pretend that you are not my unfilial sister. After saying that, Chenya's body suddenly softened. He knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying. Because she was going to be taken to a club by these gangsters. Unlike Chenya's despair, Xu Mengyao's expression instantly changed from sadness to joy. As expected, he has been studying performing arts since childhood. Those expressions and words just now revealed true feelings. Even Xu Mengyao herself couldn't tell whether she was acting or what. But as long as my sister agrees to go to the club to sell her kidney to pay off her debts, then I can safely pursue my dream of becoming a star. She supported the crying Chenya and comforted her with tears. Don't worry, sister, I will save enough money soon and rescue you. Hearing this, Chenya couldn't bear it any longer. Burst into tears loudly. I lament why my life is so miserable. This scene of selling one's sister for fame and fortune is truly touching. But brother Shanji on the side didn't want to do that. He rolled up his sleeves and said viciously, You two bitches, you've been talking for a long time, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? Do you think that if you owe so much money, you can pay it off by selling it alone? Xu Mengyao immediately came to her senses and argued loudly, My sister has agreed to go to the club with you, what else do you want? Brother Shanji glanced at Chenya and swallowed hard. What you owe is usury, and the interest for one day is calculated based on the principal plus interest of the previous day. Now it's going to increase by at least 20,000 a day. Considering your sister's looks, the most she can earn at one time is 1,000 yuan. I have to do it more than 20 times a day to pay back the money. Not to mention that the interest rate will increase every day, and she alone will not be able to make enough money. Hearing such a mean answer, Chu Mengyao jumped up in anger. Pointing at Chenya, he said, "Open your eyes and look carefully, my sister is so young and beautiful, and it only costs 1,000 yuan per time? Aren't you talking about a high-end club? My sister's figure and appearance are both top-notch. Even compared to me. You 800. Xu Mengyao's computer crashed instantly. My price is actually lower than my sister's? The author doesn't know the price, so he made it up. Please don't blame me, readers. Chapter 33, Action. I heard that my price was even lower than Chenya's. Xu Mengyao was so angry that she even forgot her own situation. She argued that she was young and beautiful, and could sing, dance and perform. Why is it only 800 yuan? Brother Shanji couldn't stop laughing. He really didn't expect that this stupid woman was still struggling with this issue. You are about to be taken away by me to work as a prostitute, and you don't know the situation yet? Stop arguing with me. I'm telling you, if you don't pay me today, you can't escape. Although your prices are not too high, you have special identities. If you appear at the same time, I bet you can earn at least 5,000 yuan. As long as you work harder, you can pay off your debt in less than 2 months. Xu Mengyao was so angry that she was shaking all over. 10 or 8 games a day, and it took 2 fucking months. By then, I will have become a hornet's nest. How can I marry into a wealthy family? Don't even think about it. I won't go to the club. Just take my sister away and don't touch me. After hearing these words, Chenya, who was already extremely sad, felt even more despairing. Is this something a person can say? I am her sister after all, how could she say such things to me? Sacrifice yourself to save her future. He, Chenya smiled bitterly. I am such a failure as a sister. Brother Shanji doesn't want to listen to Chu Mengyao's nonsense. Just call the brothers to take action and forcibly bring her to the club. Then I won't be afraid that she will disobey me. Several strong men worked together and quickly subdued Chu Mengyao. She broke down and cried, and shouted to Chenya, who was sitting on the ground, "Sister, save me, sister, I don't want to be caught and taken to the club, I don't want to be sold, please save me." Although Chenya hated Chu Mengyao for sending her away, she was her sister after all. She rushed forward and frantically pulled at the gangsters who were restraining Chu Mengyao. "Let go of my sister, I'll go with you." The two men tore and bit each other, fighting with full strength. Brother Shanji was furious. How dare you resist? He rushed up and gave him 2 big slaps. Chu Mengyao and Chenya's faces instantly became red and swollen, and they covered their faces and cried bitterly. If you yell again, I'll beat you to death. Pull it away from me. In the Mercedes-Benz in the distance. Duja laughed so hard that he couldn't stop and clapped his hands in admiration. Cool. It's fucking cool. Especially when Chenya slapped Chu Mengyao in the face, it was really satisfying. This stinky bitch Chu Mengyao is even more despicable than I thought. He thought the 2 people would struggle desperately and refuse to sell it. I didn't expect Chu Mengyao to be so shameless as to let Chenya go to the club alone to sell herself. She herself got away easily and went to Yinjing to study. He didn't care about Chenya's life or death at all. How can a person be so mean? Dusha smacked his lips, thinking that he had underestimated her before. I saw the 2 bitches being slapped several times, with blood coming out of their mouths and noses. It was about to be pulled into a car and taken to the club to be sold. Dusha stopped watching the show and prepared to take action. Now these 2 bitches cannot be taken away to serve others. My revenge plan has just begun. Let me go, help me, someone, oh yeah. Brother Shanji covered Chu Mengyao's mouth and pulled her into the car with a lewd smile. Chenya at the back was also held tightly by several big men, and was pushed forward with tears streaming down her face. Just as they were about to be thrown into the car, a shrill roar suddenly sounded. A pure black Mercedes-Benz roared towards them. Damn it, get out of the way. A group of people were startled and quickly hid backwards. The Mercedes-Benz braked beautifully in front of them and stopped in front of everyone with a bang. In everyone's surprised eyes, a handsome figure slowly opened the car door and appeared in front of everyone. Du Zhe. Xu Mengyao's eyes were blazing with fire, and she screamed. It's you, you bastard. You made me owe a loan shark, and you still have the nerve to show up? Chenya, who was in silence at the back, heard the words Du Zhe. I couldn't help but feel furious. It was him who caused the two of them to owe 1.8 million and had to be taken to the club to pay off the debt. Duzha smiled and looked at Chu Mengyao and Chenya happily. You two bitches, you have come to this day. Brother Shanji saw Duzha driving a luxury Mercedes-Benz, and it seemed that he had a complicated background. He frowned and said, "Friend, why are you stopping us?" Duzha walked up to him and said condescendingly, "Chu Mengyao still has 300,000 yuan in her hands. I will return it to you first, and the rest can be paid in installments." Hearing that Duzha dared to speak in such a tone, Shanji Gu was immediately angry. You think you're so great for driving a Mercedes? If you don't beat me up, you won't know what the underworld is. Come on, throw him and his car out. More than 20 people rushed over, howling. 3 minutes later, a group of gangsters collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Brother Shanji had a bruised face and a pig's head, and was lying at Duzha's feet. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. Please let us go. Where did this extraordinary and powerful man come from? He actually knocked down more than 20 of them by himself. Even more powerful than the bodyguards around Tiger Lord. Chu Mengyao at the back opened her mouth into an O shape. I couldn't believe that the man in front of me was Duzha. When did he become so powerful? Chenya also looked at Duzha in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widened. Is this the bootlicker that Yao Yao was talking about? No matter how you look at it, this is a wolf that can't be tied up. Duzha bent down and grabbed the pheasant's neck. He actually picked him up directly. I said that I will return the 300,000 yuan in Chu Mengyao's hand to you first, and pay the rest in installments. Do you have any objection? Brother Shanji's face was pinched until it turned purple, and his feet were kicking in the air. He choked and said, Master, we don't want this money, please let us go. Chu Mengyao's eyes were filled with joy. Great, no need to pay back. Damn Duzha, don't think I will forgive you just like this. No? It is only natural to pay back debts. You just say you don't want it? Crack, crack. Duzha pushed harder. Shanji was foaming at the mouth and quickly changed his words. Yes, yes, she can't take a penny less of this 300,000 yuan. Chu Mengyao? Then Duzha threw the pheasant next to Chu Mengyao as if he was throwing away garbage. Why don't you ask her to transfer the money quickly? The pheasant was breathing heavily, terrified to the extreme. I almost died. Chu Mengyao pointed at Duzha and asked angrily, Duzha, what do you mean? You have already defeated them, why do you want me to pay back the money? Hear this bitch babbling. Duzha looked at Shanji and said coldly, if you still want to lie down, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Pheasant broke out in a cold sweat and jumped up quickly. He said to Chu Mengyao cautiously, Miss, please give me the 300,000. Chu Mengyao was no longer afraid at this moment, and said sternly, who are you calling miss? I won't give you a cent. This pheasant finds it very tricky. Suddenly Duzha said, just treat her as a bitch, and ask for money the same way you usually do. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao was shocked and glared at Duzha. What did you say? There was a crisp sound. Shanji slapped Chu Mengyao hard on the face, making her scream. He cursed, damn it, you bitch, give me all the money. Chapter 34, Unmasked. My master has told me to treat her like a bitch, so what am I afraid of? It was as if he wanted to vent the frustration from being beaten before. Snap, he slapped her again. Chu Mengyao was hit so hard that she staggered and collapsed on Chenya. Hurry up and take out the money, or I'll beat you to death, you stinky bitch. As he said that, Shanji was about to take Chu Mengyao's phone. But Chenya stopped her firmly, because that was all the money the two sisters had left. If they are all taken away, what will we be left with in the future? But Shanji slapped Chenya again. Let's go to Nima's. Then he grabbed Chu Mengyao's hair and started spanking her. Until Chu Mengyao begged for mercy. Only then did he transfer all the money over while crying. Sir, do you see this money? Shanji smiled charmingly and moved closer to Duzha's face. Duzha looked at Chu Mengyao, whose cheeks were swollen from being beaten, with satisfaction and said with a smile. You take the money. Come and collect the debt every week until it is paid off. If they can't pay back one time, I will beat them up and take them to the club to pay back the debt. Brother Shanji nodded repeatedly. Go away. Hearing this, Brother Shanji took a group of his brothers and got into the big golden cup and drove away quickly. It's so scary. Not only is this guy rich, he is also such a good fighter. I won't offend any second generation, will I? Lying on the ground, Xu Mangyao stared blankly at her phone with a zero balance. My money is all gone. She ran madly in front of Du Zhe and cursed, "It's all your fault, Du Zhe, give me back my money." Snap. Du Zhe slapped the bitch in the face. His hand was so strong that it directly pulled Xu Mangyao into Chenya's arms. Xu Mangyao covered her face and stared at Du Zhe in disbelief. Hit me? He is a bootlicker, how dare he hit me? Isn't he afraid that I will get angry and stop him from licking? Chenya hugged her sister, whose head was swollen like a pig, with heartache, and glared at Du Zhe. "It was you who lent Yao Yao a loan with high interest, which caused us sisters to be forced to pay back the debt, so you have to pay back the more than 1 million yuan owed, otherwise we will go to court to sue you for fraud and put you in jail." Faced with the group of gangsters before, Chenya was too scared to say a word. But this Du Zhe in front of him. He is just a student the same age as my sister. Even if he can fight a little, how powerful can he be? So at this moment Shanya could be said to be sternly criticizing. Idiot. Du Zhe shook his head, walked past them and went into the room. What did you say? Chenya also helped Xu Mangyao in and glared at Du Zhe angrily. You obviously have the ability to drive them away, why do you still want us to pay back the money? Do you know that the money is for Yao Yao's college? Now that you have given everything to them, how are you going to let Yao Yao go to school? Xu Mangyao also stared at Du Zhe angrily. Du Zhe, I want an explanation. Explain? Du Zhe sneered, sat carelessly on the sofa, and examined the two bitches in front of him. The explanation is that when you came to me to borrow money, I knew that you had no intention of paying me back and were planning to run away after you were admitted to university. So I took advantage of the situation and lent you 1 million in high-interest loans, so that you two bitches could only be dragged to the club by the debt collectors. What do you think of this explanation? Du Zhe stared at the two of them coldly, and his sharp eyes made the two bitches lower their heads guiltily. How did he know we were going to run away? But Xu Mangyao was worthy of being a performing genius who was noticed by Yin Jing. She immediately burst into tears and looked heartbroken. Du Zhe, when did I say that I wasn't going to pay you back? Do you think I, Xu Mangyao, am that kind of person? I just want to pay you back a few years later. When I become a big star, I will definitely pay you back double, or even triple. He. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't contact Xu Mangyao no matter what in my previous life, and was finally forced to flee abroad by them. Du Zhe was almost deceived by her miserable appearance. Xu Mangyao is a complete bitch. To deal with such a bitch, you have to use unconventional means. Du Zhe lay with his hands folded, saying helplessly, what you did just now has fully proved that you are a stinky bitch who will do anything for money. Why should I believe what you say? Seeing Du Zhe asking her for a reason, Xu Mangyao was delighted. Know that your chance has come. She saw Du Zhe appear out of nowhere in that luxury Mercedes-Benz. It turns out that Du Zhe is so rich, I didn't even realize it before. If I could regain my place in his heart, maybe I could keep him hanging. Let him pay off his debts and pay for his schooling. Continue to pursue your dream of becoming a female star and marrying into a wealthy family. Then Xu Mengyao's eyes filled with tears and she said sadly, Du Zhe, what kind of person am I? Don't you know it in these 3 years? In fact, I have always loved you deeply, otherwise I would not be the first person to think of borrowing money when something happened at home. I know you think it's inappropriate for me to decide to pay back the money later without notifying you in advance, but I'm also doing this to fulfill my dream. I want to become better so that I can be more worthy of you, do you know, Du Zhe? Looking at his sister's eyes gradually becoming dull. Chenya was stunned. She had told herself before that she just regarded Du Zhe as a bootlicker. I didn't expect that they would be so inseparable now. The 10 years or so I've spent studying performing arts have not been in vain. Phew. Du Zhe couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Xu Mengyao said coquettishly, what are you laughing at? Do you think what I said is false? Snap snap. Du Zhe clapped his hands and said with a smile, you are truly a talented performer, you can't tell there's even a hint of disguise in there, it's all emotion. Then he sneered, pointed at Chenya, and said, in order to keep the 300,000 yuan in your hands, you even abandoned your sister and asked her to sell her kidney in the club to pay off her debts, while you went to Yanjing to study cleanly, without caring about the life or death of your sister who had worked hard to raise you for 18 years and gave everything for you. You are so ruthless even to your own sister. If you are not a bitch who is obsessed with money, what are you? These words made Xu Mengyao blush and stand there in a daze. No, he saw this too? But how can I blame myself for this? That was a high-interest loan of 1.88 million yuan, which he could not afford to pay back at all. Moreover, they wanted to capture the two of them and take them to the club to pay off their debts. My sister is older and has also experienced that kind of thing. Even if I get caught, it's no big deal. Consider it all as compensation for these 10 years. But I can't do it myself. I, Xu Mengyao, am a young girl in the prime of youth. She is about to enter the Chinese film industry, become a popular female star, marry into a wealthy family and become a wealthy wife. How could he fall in a place like this? Sisters are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, the younger sister flies away first. As a sister, she didn't stand up to protect herself at this time. Are we just going to watch both of them fall into the fire pit? Unlike Xu Mengyao, who was embarrassed about being discovered, Chenya beside her was already crying. Covering my mouth, tears kept flowing. My sister abandoned me before and used her future to force me to buy blessings and repay my debts. And this man in front of him, whom he had just met for the first time, actually spoke up for himself angrily, talking about how difficult it was to raise his younger sister. This touched Chenya deeply. The look he gave Duzha became even gentler. She even forgot for a moment that Duzha was the enemy that the two sisters were now united against. This feeling of being understood and protected. She hadn't felt that way since her husband died. Duzha raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw the two people's different reactions. It worked. One of his goals was to divide the positions of this pair of villains. I was still worrying about how to implement it, but who knew that Xu Mengyao's previous operation was such a great assist? No matter how much she tries to argue, it cannot change the essence of the fact that she sold her sister for fame and fortune. You bitch, you ruined your own sister. See what you do next. Duzha sat on the sofa with a playful look in his eyes. Next, Xu Mengyao would once again sell out her sister for money and completely lose Chenya's affection for her. Chapter 35. I don't blame you, I forgive you. Duzha was completely disgusted by the realization that it was his previous behavior of selling out his teammates. Xu Mengyao quickly activated her performance skills again. She knelt on the ground, hugged Chenya's legs, and cried bitterly. Sister, I was wrong. Xu Mengyao wiped her tears. I was so scared at that time, I was confused for a moment and just wanted to quickly fulfill your expectation of me becoming a star for more than 10 years. It was for my dream that I said such shameless words. Xu Mengyao tugged at Chenya's skirt, tears welling up in her eyes. Please forgive me, sister, I will never do anything to make you sad again. Seeing her parents pass away, the sister whom she had raised knelt on the ground and cried. Chenya's eyes couldn't help but turn red and she burst into tears. Yes, facing that group of vicious gangsters. Even I was scared to death, let alone Yao Yao, who was only 18 years old? She must have been terribly frightened. In addition, I have instilled in her the idea that she must become a star since she was young. That's why I made that mistake. It must be like this. After thinking that he had no choice but to find his sister, Chenya couldn't bear it any longer. She hugged Xu Mengyao and cried. It's okay, Yao Yao, I forgive you. I know you must be scared. I don't blame you, Yao Yao. The two sisters hugged each other and cried bitterly. The scene was tear-jerking. Grass. Chenya really deserves to be sold out. It was so easy to be deceived. Duzha clearly saw Xu Mengyao secretly glance at him. When she saw that she got no reaction, she cried even louder. Duzha's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. Movie queen. If Xu Mengyao successfully enters the entertainment industry, she will definitely be a movie queen. She's really good at acting. He actually deceived Chenya, who was sad because of being betrayed by her sister just a moment ago. Although both of them are bitches. But Chenya is still too one-sided. Her meanness is only directed at people other than Xu Mengyao. Even after what happened just now where she sold her sister for fame and fortune, her love for Xu Mengyao has not diminished much. And what about Xu Mengyao? He can be so hypocritical and mean even to the sister who raised him. There is always a mountain higher than the other one. Duzha was so engrossed in watching the show that Xu Mengyao couldn't continue acting. If I cry anymore, my tears will really run dry. She wiped her tears and looked at Duzha. Duzha, actually I didn't mean to owe you money and not pay it back. I have my own reasons. Chenya was shocked when she heard that. But seeing my sister in so much pain, she was unable to utter a word. Duzha crossed his legs and sneered, Oh? You didn't pay your debts, bought a ticket and absconded, and you actually said you had your own reasons? What? Is someone forcing you not to pay me back? Hearing this, Chu Mengyao was overjoyed. Duzha is simply a god of assists. I just wanted my sister to admit that she was the one who forced me not to pay back the money. Although Chu Mengyao also agreed with her sister's words, she had to clear herself at this time. Pretend to be forced into a helpless look. Chu Mengyao's eyes wandered, and she stammered, I. As soon as Duzha saw this bitch posing in that death position, he knew she was starting to perform again. Sure enough, after Chu Mengyao hesitated for a long time and was almost about to break down and cry, an extremely sorrowful voice was heard. It was me who told Yao Yao not to pay back the money. It was me who forced her to do so. Shenya hugged her sister, who was deeply reproached by her conscience, and cried. It was me who instigated Yao Yao to block you and run away to Yinjing so that she could have money to go to college. It has nothing to do with Yao Yao. She saw that her sister was almost broken down by Duzhou in order not to tell the truth. Shenya could no longer bear the grief in her heart. It's all my fault. I made my sister suffer repeatedly between family affection and conscience. If you want to blame someone, just blame me. It was all my fault that I forced Yao Yao to do this. Chu Mengyao also burst into tears, burying herself in Shenya's arms and sobbing. Sister, I really don't want to treat Duzha like this. I have always liked him for the past 3 years. Why don't you let me pay back the 1 million? Shenya wiped her tears and cried, I'm sorry, Yao Yao, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Sister. The two sisters hugged each other and cried, it was very touching. Damn it, why are you pretending? It's really shameless, like a dung beetle wearing a mask. Duzha's eyes were full of contempt. Of the two bitches, Shenya's rank is obviously lower. Chu Mengyao has completely seized the initiative. The crime was pinned on Shenyi, and Shenya accepted it willingly. It seemed as if everything Chu Mengyao did was forced. I am still an extremely pure little girl who is ignorant of the world. Shenya raised her head and cried to Duzha, young man, this is all my fault. I looked down on you and thought you were not worthy of Yao Yao, so I did such a wrong thing. If you have any grudges, just direct them at me. Yao Yao is innocent. Chu Mengyao's eyes were filled with tears, but deep in her eyes there was surprise. Even his sister spoke up for him, so Duzha should believe it now. Then she stole another glance at Duzha. Duzha still had a sneer on his face. Even if what you said was true, so what? Chu Mengyao had already borrowed a loan shark. To tell you the truth, the power behind that group of people is very large. Even I can only drive them away temporarily. If you don't pay them back the 1.88 million, I can't stop them. In the end, you will still be dragged to the club to pay your debts. Chu Mengyao was horrified. That group of people is so powerful. If I don't pay back the money, even Duzha can't protect me? Duzha spread his hands and said helplessly, the most I can do is like I did before and ask them not to ask you for more than 1 million at a time. As long as you can pay them back hundreds of thousands every week, I believe they will not make things difficult for you for my sake. Seeing Duzha, it seems like he has done a lot for the two sisters. Chu Mengyao was furious inside. The reason why I owe that 1.88 million is because I asked you to borrow money. Did you secretly lend me money at high interest rates? If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? Why are you pretending to be innocent now? But although Chu Mengyao thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to show it on her face. Because Duzha is her only lifeline now. Just based on the extremely luxurious Mercedes-Benz he drove before. Chu Mengyao knew that Duzha was definitely capable of paying off all her debts. Then she knelt on the ground and looked at Duzha pitifully. Duzha, I know you can help me pay off the remaining money. I beg you, please help me. Shenya, who was standing by, also said quickly, young man, you have liked Yao Yao for 3 years after all, you can't just watch her being pushed into the sea of fire. Please help us this time. The two looked at each other sincerely and promised that they would return the money to Duzha as soon as they made money. No matter how much or how little you earn. Duzha looked at the two people in front of him who kept begging him and laughed in surprise. They knew clearly that it was they who got them into the quagmire, but they dared not say it out loud. Instead, I can only regard myself as a life-saving straw. Kneeling there and begging. In my previous life, I was so stupid that I actually scraped together 1 million yuan and suffered deception and torture. Fortunately, in this life, I took the initiative. The backhand made Chu Mengyao and Shenya fall into the abyss. Well, now that you all said so, I feel embarrassed to just stand by and watch someone die. Chu Mengyao and Shenya were overjoyed, feeling that their long requests were worth it. It finally worked. Seeing the two ladies were overjoyed, Duzha sneered to himself and then stretched. He stood up and walked in front of the two of them. He lifted Chu Mengyao's chin, looking at her, forcing a smile. Jokingly, Yao Yao, I have been pursuing you for 3 years, but I have never had any further contact with you. You want me to pay off so much money for you, so I have to give something, right? Chu Mengyao's expression instantly became extremely interesting. He is still coveting my body. Chapter 36, Selling Sister for Fame Again. Hearing Duzha's words, Chu Mengyao understood what he meant instantly. If she wants money, unless she... How is this possible? But I want to maintain my virginity and work hard at the Yanjing Film Academy. Become a pure superstar in the entertainment industry. How could I possibly give myself to a bootlicker like Duzha? What's more, if I am not the original one, how can I marry into a wealthy family? So Chu Mengyao's first thought was to refuse. No matter what, you can't give your body away. Chu Mengyao said earnestly, Duzha, don't, I know you like me, but if you use such coercive means to get me, what's the point? As long as you help me pay back the money first, and when we both go to college, we will have plenty of time to spend together, then we can have a true love relationship, okay? Chenya also chimed in, yes, young man, a forced melon is not sweet, and Yao Yao is not ready to accept you yet. Just give her some time to think about it. My sister is going to become a big star, how can she be played with just because of $1 million? Unexpectedly, Duzha just smiled coldly. He pinched Chu Mengyao's chin harder and harder. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. You want my money but don't want to pay any price. How can such a good thing happen? Chu Mengyao was extremely anxious, wondering if even Duzha wouldn't help her. What if those gangsters come knocking on our door next week? The two of them are really going to be dragged to the club. Seeing Duzha forcing her sister like this, Chenya gritted her teeth and said angrily, do you really want Yao Yao to devote herself to you before you are willing to give up the 1.88 million? Duzha let go of his hand and looked at the two of them mockingly. No, I have no problem with you dedicating yourself, but what I mean is that I will pay you according to the price that the previous group of people gave you. What? Chu Mengyao and Chenya were instantly furious. Isn't this equivalent to asking them to sell? What is the difference between this and being dragged to a club? Chu Mengyao stood up and asked loudly, Duzha, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a dirty and vile person. Chenya on the side also had an unhappy expression on her face. I am already over 30 years old, and I was insulted by a young boy. But Duzha didn't care about that. He smiled and said, no matter what you say, if you want money, there is only one way. The most I can do is give you double the price because we are classmates. Then he turned around and walked straight into the bedroom. You guys can handle it yourselves. It's important to work hard to earn money and pay off your debts before next week. Still insisting on having his own way, he was finally caught and forced to pay his debts, which was terrible. I only give you half an hour to think about it. No matter who you are, I will pay double the price. It depends on whether you are willing to pay. With a snap, the door closed. Chu Mengyao and Chenya stood there in a daze. The way to make money is right in front of them. But the question is who dares to make money? Chenya wiped her tears, stood up, and pulled Chu Mengyao and said, don't be afraid, Yao Yao. Let's call the police right now. I don't believe that group of people really dare to act lawless. But Chu Mengyao looked miserable. It's useless, sister. The power behind them is too scary. If we don't pay back the money, we can only let them slaughter us. Hearing this, Chenya was shocked and collapsed to the ground. Muttering to himself, is there really no other way? Ways. Chu Mengyao repeated it several times. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted in surprise, sister, why don't you go and exchange with Duzha? Chenya's eyes widened instantly. He stared at Chu Mengyao with humiliation and disbelief. Then he became furious and slapped her in the face. Do you know what you're saying? You heartless bitch. She was grief-stricken. I was just backstabbed by my sister this morning, and I didn't expect that I had just forgiven her. It's less than half an hour. She stabbed herself in the back again. Chu Mengyao knelt in front of Chenya and cried, begging, sister, this is the only way. If you don't do this, we'll both be stuck next week. Rather than getting all captured and facing countless different kinds of people every day, it would be better to agree to Duzha. After all, he is handsome and offers double the price. listening to Chu Mengyao's incredible answer. Chunya was crying and angry. He didn't care at all that Chu Mengyao's face was already red and swollen. Slap, 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 a few more slaps. Do you still consider me your sister? How could you do this to me? I'm your sister, not a hen. Chu Mengyao endured the pain, hugged Chunya and cried. Sister, I beg you, I still want to be a big star and marry into a wealthy family, I can't give up here. Rather than having both of us kidnapped by the underworld, it would be better for you to agree to do zhe. Please, just think of it as doing this for me, okay? Hearing my sister crying. Chunya was also extremely sad. Although she also knew that this was the way with the least sacrifice. However, being betrayed by her sister twice in a row still made her extremely sad. What's the point of having a sister like this? The two sisters cried for more than 10 minutes. Chunya stood up silently and wiped away her tears. After taking a final glance at Chu Mengyao, he opened the bedroom door. Chu Mengyao, this is the last time I will help you. After the money is paid off, our sisterhood will be over. Chu Mengyao looked at her sisters leaving back. There was a hint of luck in his eyes. Fortunately, she still cherishes the last bit of sisterhood. Otherwise, Chu Mengyao really didn't know what to do. 3 hours later. Content is not available for display. With a click, the door opened. Duzhe was only wearing a pair of slippers and rubbing his eyebrows. I'm not in a good mood today. Chunya does have some strength. Then he said to Chu Mengyao, who was stunned by his figure, go outside and buy some food, and buy a bottle of Red Bull by the way. When Chu Mengyao heard this, she became furious. How long are you going to insult me? Do you know that this is my home? You did such a dirty thing. You even asked me to buy food? You are simply 500 yuan received from Zifubo. Chu Mengyao stood up silently and said coldly, is one bottle of Red Bull enough? Duzhe said with amusement and contempt, do you think you bought it for me to drink? Chu Mengyao? Then Duzhe closed the bedroom door again. Chu Mengyao looked at her watch. 11:25. There is only half an hour left before the test results are released. Although a lot of things happened this morning, I was very happy when I thought about going to Yinjing Film Academy soon. Chu Mengyao's heart was still very excited. After so many years of hard work, he is even willing to betray his relatives today. Isn't it all about this moment of success? Sister, don't worry. Your efforts are definitely worth it, I will definitely become a big star. Make you proud of me. It's in the black room. I suggest the bosses give it a good review, add it to the bookshelf, and leave more comments. Maybe there will be a chance for it to get out. If one day I stop updating, the book will be gone. Chapter 37408, The Dream is Over. Chu Mengyao ran out of the door quickly with her cell phone in hand. I simply bought 3 cheap fast food meals and spent $24. When she came back and passed the drugstore, she pondered over it again. Still, amid the clerk's surprised look, I bought a bottle of safe medicine. She didn't want to have a younger brother or sister for no reason. When she got home, she knocked on the door. This time, Duzhe didn't even wear slippers and opened the door. He took the fast food without waiting for Chu Mengyao to speak. Then he closed the door with a bang. Why? Chu Mengyao was so angry that her face looked ugly. The computer at home is in my bedroom. If you want to check your grades, you have to go in. But the situation inside now. Oh, it's so annoying. Chu Mengyao watched the clock approaching 12 o'clock little by little. I was extremely anxious. No, I want to know the test scores now. Then she mustered up her courage and knocked on the door again. Duzhe, I want to go in and check my test scores, is that okay? Duzhe in the room looked at Chunya playfully, Sister Chen, tell me, do you want to let her in now? Chunya turned her back to Duzhe and said coldly, whatever. Although she didn't want to see the rebellious girl who sold her sister for fame and fortune. But she has spent 18 years to train Chu Mengyao to become a big star. She also wanted to see her sister get admitted to the Yinqing Film Academy. Duzhe raised the corner of his mouth and shouted, come in, and leave quickly after checking the results, and don't disturb Sister Chen from making money. Chunya blushed and tightened her body. Chu Mengyao, who was outside the house, heard Duzhe's voice and quickly opened the door. Without looking around, he walked calmly past the two people. I didn't even dare to take a look. She sat down in front of the computer, turned it on as if nothing had happened, and prepared to check her grades. While driving the A8, Dusha watched Xu Mengyao enter the test website. At this time it is as follows. Computer. Xu Mengyao. List. Elegant. Dusha. Chenya put 2 pillows under her to make it more comfortable. She looked at the back of Xu Mengyao's head with a cold expression and said nothing. It was as if he didn't know this sister. Seeing the relationship between the two people drop to freezing point, it was like they had a grudge against each other. Dusha was in such a good mood. It's really interesting to see this pair of bitches turn against each other and break off all ties. It would also be easier for me to deal with the boss of the group later. Cross the line, cross the line. Must cross the line. Xu Mengyao nervously entered the examination website, entered her account and password and started searching. During those few seconds when the page was loading, time seemed to freeze. Boom. 408. How so? A heavy hammer hit Xu Mengyao's heart directly. She was 17 points away from Yan Ying's target score. Xu Mengyao's mind went blank. She stood up and cried loudly, "It's impossible. The test paper must have been graded wrong. I can't possibly have scored so low." Hearing Xu Mengyao's crying, Chenya continued to do business regardless of the fact that she was still doing business. He crawled directly to the computer and pushed Xu Mengyao away. Take a closer look. 408. This is a piece of shit, Yenying. Chenya was furious. A slap landed on Xu Mengyao's face. I scolded him, "How did you pass the exam? Are you worthy of my efforts over the years? Do you know that I was almost exhausted from paying off my debt? Is this how you repay me?" After saying that, he slapped Xu Mengyao a few more times, making her beg for mercy. "Stop hitting me, sister, please stop hitting me." Dusha found it funny to see the two people fighting each other. He just took out his cell phone and recorded a video. Take it out and watch it when you have nothing to do. Then he walked to the computer and took a look. Xu Mengyao only scored 408. Even though her art exam score was top-notch, it was still 17 points away from Yenying. It's impossible to get in. It can be said that the biggest dream of her life was half shattered. Dusha was in a good mood and immediately started to check his grades. The score should be controlled at around 680. Score display, Dusha, 687. Okay, enough to go to Binhai University. You can also take a lime with you. Even. He looked at Xu Mengyao, who was being beaten. She had been beaten by Chenya to the point of crying. Not only did he own loan sharks, he also sold his sister twice for fame. The family relationship between him and Chenya was also completely broken. She only wanted herself to be admitted to the Yinjing Film Academy, become a big star, and marry into a wealthy family. Now that her dream is shattered, she is dumbfounded. He just passively took the beating, his eyes dead, and he even forgot to run away. Dusha took a look and realized that this wouldn't work. How could you lose your spirit so quickly? I have an enemy that I need your help to defeat. Dusha sneered and quickly pinched the angry Chenya. I advised, Sister Chen, please stop hitting me. If you continue, Yao Yao will be killed. Chenya struggled frantically and shouted, don't touch me, I must kill this useless and unfilial sister today. In order to pay off the debt and let her go to school to become a big star, I put myself into it. But she didn't even get into Yenying. How can she be worthy of me? Xu Mengyao cried until her eyes were blurred with tears and she kept howling. It's over. It's all over. His dreams of becoming a star and marrying into a wealthy family were all shattered. Just then, Dusha's teasing voice rang out. If you want to become a big star, Yanqing Film Academy is not the only option. Hearing this, Chenya and Xu Mengyao both looked at Dusha hurriedly. Xu Mengyao ran to Dusha excitedly and said, Dusha, do you have any ideas? Tell me quickly, please. Chenya also turned around and faced Dusha, her eyes full of hope. Dusha let go of Chenya and put clothes on her. He smiled at the two girls and said, although Yanjing Film Academy is the best cradle of film and television in the country, other top academies also have a lot of resources, such as Binhai Theatre Academy, which is very good. Why do you have to focus on it? I heard that Dusha wanted me to enroll in another school. Xu Mengyao's eyes dimmed instantly. During the initial training, my grades were very good, so I only signed a minimum guarantee agreement with Yenying, and I could get in as long as I passed the line. As for other colleges, I didn't like them at the time, so I didn't sign with any of them. Besides, their tuition fees were very high, and I couldn't afford them at all. Woohoo! Chu Mengyao covered her face and cried, heartbroken. Duzha talked to Chen Yammer and said with a smile, if you want to go to college, I can give you some money. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao looked up suddenly and said in surprise, really, Duzha, are you really willing to lend me money for school? I didn't expect Duzha to find out that he was a bitch. He is still so nice to me. Wow, so touching. But facing Chu Mengyao's expectant eyes, Duzha just sneered mercilessly, borrow? Do you think I can still lend you a penny? Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao's expression immediately became dull. Yes, he designed himself just now. I owed a loan sharking sum of 1.88 million. Not only am I penniless now, I'm also a bitch with no credibility who just wants to run away. How could Duzha possibly lend me money again? Seeing Chu Mengyao stunned, Duzha smiled and said, although I won't lend you money, I am a person who values equal exchange. As I said before, I will give you double the price. It is up to you whether you want to earn or not, and how much you want to earn. He still wants his own body. Chu Mengyao clenched her teeth. Her innocent body is her trump card to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. Even if he were to do business with Duzha now, earn money to go to college, and become a star. But only pure and innocent girls can marry into a wealthy family. If I let Duzha get away with it, wouldn't I be losing my biggest dream? What to do? What to do? Chu Mengyao was so anxious that she was running around in circles, not knowing what to do. Sister, what should I do now? Sister. Yes, I have a sister. According to the double amount, I only get 1,600 yuan, but my sister can get 2,000 yuan. The price-performance ratio is much higher than my own. In other words, instead of selling me too, it's better to let me work harder. Then Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya again, her eyes full of anticipation. Sister. It's sincere and full of deep emotions. She completely forgot that Chenya had been sold by her once. Chapter 38 Sister, Try Harder. Chenya was very surprised by Chu Mengyao's voice, which was so sweet that it made her feel sick. What are you calling me for again? I'm still owing you that loan of 1.88 million. There's no way I can help you even if you shout. Chu Mengyao took Chenya's arm, pursed her lips and said, Sister, I know you are working hard, but I still hope you can work harder. When I was working, I worked harder. In addition to the more than 1 million yuan loan, I also earned money for my tuition. Damn. Unfair, sister. Give you face. Chenya was furious, pushed Chu Mengyao away, and said in a hissing voice, how can you be so shameless? I am so unlucky to have a sister like you. You sold me once or twice, that's fine, but now you want to sell me a third time? If you need money so much, why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to make money for me? I owe you. There are omissions. Chenya said angrily, even if I want to, don't you ask Duzha for his opinion? One transaction is only 2,000. You want me to earn tens of thousands a day. Do you want me to die, or do you want Duzha to die? After hearing her sister say this, Chu Mengyao realized that she was just daydreaming. This transaction is limited in number per day. It is impossible for Duzha to make them earn that much every day. But unexpectedly, Duzha took over the conversation and said, no problem, I still say the same thing, as long as you want to earn money, I'm available anytime. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao's eyes were filled with hope again. It was like a desperate person grabbing at the last straw. Chenya was flustered by her look and said, You have to consider my feelings. I am not made of iron. How can I possibly earn so much money? Seeing that Chenya had softened, Chu Mengyao quickly hugged her. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely help you with all my strength and buy you various supplements. Since it has come to this, just consider it as another sacrifice for me, okay? In the end, Chenya compromised. There is no way, Chu Mengyao is his sister after all. If she was won over by Duzha, she would never be able to become a star or marry into a wealthy family. How pitiful are the sisters in the world. Duzha was also touched by the deep affection between them. So he went out of his way to take care of the business several times. Letting them earn a little more money is a good deed for me. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Duzha transferred 18,000 yuan to Chu Mengyao. Before leaving, Chu Mengyao stopped him and said, Why don't you stay here tonight? Of course Duzha knew what she meant. It was understandable that she wanted to earn more. Then he refused, No, I won't have time in the evening unless you are willing to accompany me. By the way, remember to go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Xu Mengyao pointed to a bottle on the table and said, "I bought it. I'll let my sister eat it later. The preparations are quite complete." Duzha turned around and said, "In addition to this, buy a bottle of painkiller and blood circulation enhancer." Xu Mengyao. Is it that scary? Went to the mall and bought some beautiful clothes and gifts. Duzha drove directly to Bai Qingqing's house. Passed by the Crown Club on the way. He was actually surprised to find that the club was open for business again. He killed more than 20 people in there, but he was still suppressed. It seems that he has a very deep background. But what does this have to do with me? I don't even know them. Then Duzha stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Bai Qingqing's building. After knocking on the door, Bai Qingqing opened it and found that it was Duzha who came to see her. I hugged him excitedly. "Duzha, why did you come to see me?" Duzha put his arms around her waist and said with a smile, "I missed you, and I bought you some clothes and gifts." Bai Qingqing held his hand and said shyly, "No need to buy anything, I am already satisfied that you can come to see me." Duzha picked up Bai Qingqing by the waist and said, "That won't do. I've been choosing for a long time. Come on, go to the room and try the clothes carefully to see if they fit." 2 hours later. Bai Qingqing looked at Duzha shyly and said lightly, "You bad guy, you bully me." Duzha hugged her and said with a smile, "Women 1T love bad men." Then he put on his clothes and said to Bai Qingqing, "Wait for me for a month, and then we will go to Binhai to treat you." Bai Qingqing nodded and asked, "Then when can I start the live broadcast?" Duzha kissed her and said, "Everything will be fine after you recover. I will register a company in Binhai first and then pick you up there. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Are you going to accompany your girlfriend?" Bad guy. You guessed it right. I'll come to see you in 2 days. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Duzha was having dinner with Aunt Lan and Chengning. I told them that I got 687 points in the exam. Lin Chengning was overjoyed. She scored 703, ranking among the top 20 in the province. Originally, she had decided to register with Duzha, even if it meant getting into an ordinary first-tier or even second-tier university. As long as she is with Duzha, she doesn't care. But unexpectedly, Duzha gave her a big surprise. 687 points. The two of them can go to a good university together. Aunt Lan, who was standing by, burst into tears and cried with her hands covering her mouth. Grow up. Those two little kids back then have grown up. In the blink of an eye, Qingning and Duzhu are about to enter university. Wait until they graduate and get married. I am already Duzha's aunt-in-law. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning. The wind and rain gradually subsided. Duzha covered Lin Qingning with a quilt and quietly went to the balcony in the living room. I practiced the anode several times first, and today I have been fighting at a high intensity, and my body is inexplicably a little powerless. Otherwise, I should have come out at 3 o'clock now. Only after feeling that his physical fitness had improved did Duzha take out his mobile phone with confidence. Tonight is the last group match of the Samba World Cup. After the game, we will enter the knockout stage. At that time, all gambling data will see a huge improvement. The funds in the plate have completely reached the trillion level. Make everyone crazy. The match that he paid the most attention to, in which the Samba team was defeated by the Tank team, happened in the semi-finals. These days, Duzha has been trying to get some funds in his hands. Almost everyone who bets will earn less. He still has more than 23 million in his Zafubo account. After Bai Jie and Tian Xingli have completed the formalities for the other 10 houses, he will transfer more than 10 million yuan to them. There is still a little over 10 million left. That's enough. Then Duzha spent 4 million to buy 2 games of gambling. One match between South Korea and Belgium, and one match between Portugal and Ghana. All intentional bets to lose. This also means that he will lose 4 million in vain tonight. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the kid. Before long, he will be able to earn back 40 million, or even 400 million. After taking a quick look at the list of qualifiers from the group stage, it is no different from the previous life. This made Duzha feel relieved. Just when he was about to go back to rest. With a snap, drops of water fell. Duzha looked up in confusion. The reader Taishuai and the protagonist of this book Duzha wish all the handsome readers and bosses a happy new year. I wish you all a happy family, happiness, peace, and good luck. By the way, the author humbly hopes that the bosses will give a free small gift and a 5-star review. Happy New Year! Chapter 39 Aunt Lan's Misunderstanding. Duja looked up. I saw the balcony was full of clothes hanging. Duja felt a little unbelievable. Even though Qing Ning and I kissed so many times in the past few days. You didn't wash so much? Duja shook his head, thinking that Aunt Lan must have forgotten to put it away after washing. Oh, Aunt Lan is really something. I am the only man at home. So to avoid embarrassment. Duja stretched out his hand and prepared to take down the clothes that had already dried. Aunt Lan opened the door gently. He tiptoed out. By the way, I glanced at the next room with lingering fear. There are omissions. Luckily they had gone to bed early. Otherwise I would be really embarrassed. The clothes I washed a few days ago are still on the balcony, so I have to go and get one to put on. Thinking of this, Aunt Lan hurried to the balcony. Duja. Aunt Lan's eyes widened and her steps came to an abrupt stop. Her rosy lips slightly opened as she looked at Duja in front of her in disbelief. Duja looked into Aunt Lan's eyes without any embarrassment and said with a smile, Aunt Lan, why aren't you asleep yet so late? I need to go to the bathroom. Aunt Lan was a little incoherent and her face was flushed. What's going on? Why am I the one who feels embarrassed? Shouldn't he be panicking? Suddenly, Duja asked, Aunt Lan, is that clothes in your hand? Aunt Lan was shocked and hurriedly hid her clothes behind herself. Oh, yes, I got wet accidentally. Gathering her hair, Aunt Lan bit her lip and asked, Duja, what are you doing? Gone. After all, embarrassment is inevitable. Duja felt a little headache. He didn't expect that he just wanted to help Aunt Lan accept the clothes. It happened to be seen by Aunt Lan. Why would Aunt Lan come out to hang out clothes in the middle of the night? I didn't see her take a shower tonight. Seeing that there was no way to divert attention, Duja could only shamelessly say. I saw so many clothes hanging on the balcony, some of which were dry, so I wanted to collect them. These are your clothes, right, Aunt Lan? Duja handed over the clothes, and Aunt Lan hurriedly took them. Her face was as red as blood and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Well, it's mine, thank you for helping me collect the clothes. Duja waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. It's okay, Aunt Lan, I'll go back to my room and sleep first, and you should also go to bed early. Only after Duja left did Aunt Lan feel relieved. Looking at the few items in my hand. Oh, how could Duja do this? They've all been for over 3 hours. Isn't there yet? Wrong. Aunt Lan covered her mouth in surprise. It is also possible that Duja has this habit. But Qing Ning was too well behaved and shy, and never agreed. After several unsuccessful attempts, Duja did this. Aunt Lan sighed softly. It seems I have to find time to talk to Qing Ning tomorrow. Whatever men want to do, we women should just accept it. You see, Duja has been pushed to this point. Then Aunt Lan changed into clean clothes, washed the previous one, hung them on the balcony, and went back to her room to sleep. The next morning at breakfast, Aunt Lan didn't even dare to look up at Duja, her face was unusually red. Duja didn't say anything either, he just ate his meal by himself. Last night was so embarrassing. There were only 3 people at the table, and 2 of them were silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lin Xingning was very puzzled. What was going on? Did something happen that I don't know about? Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Duja stood up and said, I'm full. I have something else to do, so I'll go out first and come back in the evening. Lin Xingning hummed, then brought Duja some shoes to change into. After Duja left, Lin Xingning was preparing to clean up the dishes. But my aunt walked up to me and said, Xingning, I have something to tell you. Lin Xingning's ears turned redder as she listened to her aunt's words. It turns out that matter is not that simple and there are many twists and turns. Duja, I'll be there at 9 o'clock. Ask your sister to get ready. Xu Mengyao replied, okay, come on, I'll go inform my sister. Then she shouted to the room, Sister, Duja will be here at 9 o'clock, are you ready? Shenya, who was putting on makeup in the room, heard Xu Mengyao's voice and said irritably, why are you urging me? It's not your job. Hearing her sister's scolding, Xu Mengyao didn't dare to talk back. Their relationship has completely deteriorated since Duja left yesterday. He's like a stranger at home, and everyone treats him coldly. Shenya scolded her all the time, completely losing the loving look she had before. And Xu Mengyao didn't dare to say a word to Shenya. What if I make my sister angry? If I don't make money to pay off my debts, what will I do with my tuition fees? Chunya was looking at herself in the mirror in the room. Carefully draw eyeliner and apply lipstick. I have trimmed my eyelashes several times, but they are still not perfect. Her cheeks became hot when she thought about what she had experienced with Duja yesterday. It has been more than 10 years, and Chunya even thought that she had become indifferent. Unexpectedly, Duja reactivated her yesterday. It hasn't recovered until now. Looking at myself in the mirror, my skin has become more supple and my complexion has improved a lot. Chunya smiled intoxicatedly. It seemed that this business was not too bad. There was a sound of car outside the door. Duja walked in carrying some newly bought clothes. Chu Mengyao quickly stood up and said, "My sister is waiting for you, go ahead." Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Duja wanted to laugh. Why does this sister act like a brothel owner? Then Duja threw the clothes in his hand to Chu Mengyao and asked your sister to change her clothes and take some medicine. Chu Mengyao nodded mechanically. What time are you leaving today? Duja looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. He thought about it. Dao, about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, remember to cook something for lunch. Chu Mengyao nodded, then walked into the house carrying her clothes. 3 hours later. Chunya, wearing lace pajamas, sipped the black chicken soup bought by Chu Mengyao and took a few painkillers. Duja ate pork kidneys fried with leeks and drank wolfberry and lamb kidney soup. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja came out and said to Chu Mengyao, "Change your mattress, your knees hurt." Chu Mengyao stretched out her hand and said expressionlessly, "Give me money." Without saying a word, Duja directly transferred 20,000 yuan, and then transferred another 2,000 yuan. The 2,000 is for you to buy a mattress, remember to buy a softer one. How is my sister? It's okay, I don't have to eat dinner anyway. After leaving Chu Mengyao's house, Duja returned home. After dinner, I went back to the house to practice Yangpole. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Xingning arrived as promised. He was actually holding several sets of clothes of different styles in his hands. Duja was very confused. "Xingning, what are you doing?" Lin Xingning said shyly, "I didn't know your preferences before, but now you can have whatever you want." Duja? No, what on earth happened at home when I was out fighting during the day? Then Duja shook his head and said, "Then give me a pink one." Chapter 40, Congratulations from all sides, safe travel. The time is 7 in the morning. Chunya and Chu Mengyao's home. Duja and Chunya were in the bedroom. Chu Mengyao was sitting on the sofa outside. "Go outside and buy some jelly, ask for the large cup from Zizalong," Duja shouted from inside the house. Chu Mengyao walked out quickly, bought 3 jellies, closed her eyes and brought them into the house. "Buy 10 packs of popping candy, the stronger ones. Go get some ice from the fridge." "What's wrong, Sister Chen?" "Okay, beat the ice into smoothie and add some sugar. Get another glass of warm water, your sister is thirsty." Chu Mengyao was going crazy. In just 3 hours, she ran out several times. So she went in with a cup of warm water, closed her eyes and said angrily, "Duja, what else do you want to do? Can you tell me all at once? Are you annoying?" Before Duja could say anything, Chunya couldn't help herself. She stood up and slapped Chu Mengyao in the face. With a snap. Chunya angrily scolded, "I asked you to do some work, look how aggrieved you are, if it's not okay, you don't know how busy we are." When Chu Mengyao heard that she was asked to do it, she immediately became timid and ran out of the house. Useless thing. Chunya cursed, and then said to Duja, "Reader, don't mind, she has been spoiled by me since she was a child, you continue to be busy, don't pay attention to her." Duja stood up and walked aside, "Forget it, it's boring." This made Chunya very anxious, and she quickly drank a sip of warm water. Duja's eyes lit up, as if he found something interesting again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja transferred 10,000 yuan to Chu Mengyao through Zafubo. Chu Mengyao looked at him suspiciously, "Is that all? I've delivered gifts 7 or 8 times myself, and it's only 10,000 yuan?" Duja sneered, "The first part doesn't count, the second part is the transaction." Then Chu Mengyao looked at Duja with an ugly expression as he left. He was clearly here to amuse himself. "What do you mean the first one doesn't count? I heard that this one also counts in bars and KTVs." Duja was clearly bullying the two sisters. Then Chu Mengyao walked into the room and said to Chunya, "Sister, can you please stop doing things that have nothing to do with making money in the future?" Chunya, who was originally weak, suddenly became full of energy after hearing these words. He stood up with a duong sound. He grabbed Chu Mingyao's ear and scolded, come here, or how about you come here? You don't know anything, but you still talk so much. Do you have any experience? Chu Mengyao wailed with tears, but he didn't count the money. Today was only 10,000 yuan, and the gang would come to collect the money next week. Chenya slapped her a few more times. Anyway, I, your sister, have tried my best. If the money is not enough, you can figure it out yourself. Chu Mengyao wanted to cry but had no tears. What could I do? At around 3 o'clock, Duzha stopped the car. Went to the mall and bought some high-end men's clothing. Just bought a few sets of clothes. Suddenly a phone call came. It's Tian Xingli, the headlight saleswoman in Binhai. Hello, Mr. Du, the procedures for the 10 houses you bought have been completed. Do you see? Duzha said, okay, I will go to Binhai in a few days and give you the remaining money. It would be a good time to buy a house near Binhai University so that I can pick up Aunt Lan and Qingning. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jia hurriedly asked, Xingli, what did Mr. Duzha say? Tian Xingli smiled and said, Duzha said he will come to Binhai in a few days, and I'm afraid we will have to accompany him again then, otherwise it will be difficult to get the 10 million. Hearing this, Bai Jia bit her lip and blushed and said, I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you, for Qingqing, I'll do anything. As he was carrying his clothes and preparing to go home, I actually saw 3 people arguing next to my Mercedes-Benz. A young boy with tattoos, a green-haired little girl, and a middle-aged bald man. The bald man grabbed the green-haired girl's arm and cursed, You bitch, why are you taking pictures of my car? Are you trying to steal something? The little gangster girl struggled hard, damn it, get out of my way, who stole your things? When the boy with tattooed arms saw his girlfriend being caught, he hurried forward. What are you doing? With a snap, the bald man slapped him in the face. Spit flew everywhere, and said fiercely, Get out. The boy with tattooed arms immediately pulled up his short sleeves, completely exposing his tattooed arms that only had the lines tattooed on them but not painted because he was short of money. Then, in the little girl's hopeful eyes, the flower-armed boy roared, Get out if you want. Then he ran away without looking back. If you dare, wait here. I will go to the billiard hall and call my brother over. The little girl looked at her boyfriend running away in disbelief, her mouth wide open. He is a big shot in the technical school, very awesome. How come he came out and ran away after being slapped in the face? He doesn't even care about his own life or death. How did I find such a cowardly boyfriend? Just as the little girl was getting angry, the bald guy stepped on the hood of the Mercedes-Benz. He smiled lewdly at the little girl and said, Little sister, if you don't give me an explanation, I will send you to the police station. The little girl looked at the bald man, then looked at the extremely luxurious Mercedes-Benz next to him. It seems, it would be okay to give him an explanation. Just when the little girl was about to agree, with a bang, the bald man flew out directly. Get your dirty feet off me. Duzha walked closer and said in a cold voice, Borrowing my car to pick up a girl is fine, but he even dared to step on the hood. The little girl stared at Duzha blankly, her eyes full of stars. So handsome, he is so manly. If my boyfriend was him, I would be so happy. The bald man stood up angrily and cursed, This is my car, you can step on it if you want, you little. Drop. A loud car horn sounded. Duzha pressed the car key and looked at the bald man with amusement. The bald man's face turned red and cold sweat broke out. I didn't expect that I would run into the real person just because I was pretending to be cool. This guy looks like a rich second generation, and it would be easy for him to break one of his legs. The bald man then immediately bent down and apologized. Duzha didn't want to bother with such a small person, so he waved his hand and told him to go away. Then the bald man ran to the auxiliary road awkwardly and rode away on a third-hand electric bike. Duzha laughed and prepared to open the car door. Hi, handsome. A beautiful voice sounded, and the little girl walked up to Duzha and greeted him with a smile. Duzha looked at her smart outfit, green hair, off-shoulder short-sleeved shirt, white leather belt, black trousers, and chrysanthemum patterned canvas shoes. I can only say that she looks pretty good, just a little thin. A totally spirited little sister. Anything wrong? The little girl took out her cell phone and said, It's okay. I just want to get to know you. Let's add each other on WeChat. Duzha smiled and followed her gaze to his Mercedes-Benz. Don't blame love for coming too late, it's because you don't drive a Mercedes. But I have tasted countless of the best ones. I have no interest in this kind of little gangster girl. Then Duja opened the car door and got in. Sorry, I only use QQ. Unexpectedly, the little girl also opened the passenger seat and sat directly in. It's okay, I have QQ too. Duja was speechless. He didn't want to eat it, but she offered it to him. In line with the principle of not wasting, Duja did not drive her away. Okay then. The car's glass has top-grade anti-peep film and 8 springs for shock absorption, so there should be no problem. Duja locked the car door and was about to speak. I saw the little girl holding her cell phone and taking selfies continuously. Sometimes he pouts, sometimes he makes a V sign, and sometimes he covers his face with green hair. And he kept praising the reader, saying that you were such a nice person, handsome, rich, and good at fighting, much better than my boyfriend, Bing, who just left me and ran away. I was so angry. Wait a minute. Duja interrupted, your boyfriend is a soldier? The little girl asked doubtfully, yes. Duja stared at her face and asked, what's your name? The little girl lifted her hair and said, Shuhua, what's wrong? I rely on. Duja was surprised and said, shouldn't Ta Bing's girlfriend be Yue? Hearing this, Shuhua was embarrassed, as if she was caught cheating. He lowered his head and said, it's Yue, but I just think Bing is very good in school, I was just playing with him casually, I didn't want to interfere. By the way, how do you know that Yue is Bing's girlfriend? Duja's mouth twitched and he said, I knew this 20 years ago. Just as he was about to ask something else, Duja was surprised to see Shuhua had already climbed into the back seat. What are you doing in the back seat? Shuhua took off her shoes and said indifferently, let us make friends, come on? Is this how young girls make friends nowadays? So generous? Duja shook his head, then turned on the seat massage and moved to the back seat. Time shook, and an hour passed. Just as Duja was about to put on his clothes, he saw Shuhua turned over, revealing the blue tattoo on his waist. Left, congratulations from all directions. Right, safe travel. Chapter 41 You are much better than my boyfriend. See these 2 tattoos that look like accelerometers? Duja just stood up and sat back down again. Congratulations come from all directions, and have a safe trip. It was made to look like a New Year's message, all that was left was lighting firecrackers and having a lively celebration. So in order to match the atmosphere, Duja set off firecrackers for an hour. Crackling, the sound was extremely loud. Shuhua lay sideways in the back seat, panting, his face flushed. You are much better than Bing. He could never do what you do. Sometimes during the 10-minute break, we run to the rooftop and finally get into the classroom early. Duja burst into laughter and pulled Shuhua's. He is quite useless, neither brave nor humane, and I don't know how he managed to seduce Yue. Shuhua raised her leg and said, Yue is very pretty and many people are pursuing her, but no one in the school dares to mess with Bing, and he is very nice to us, so, be gentle. Duja eased off a little and said, how good is he to you? Shuhua thought for a moment, scratched his head and said, he often takes us to the billiard hall, and 4 people share one billiard table. The same goes for the internet cafe. He always treats us to a whole night, and he often adds eggs and ham to the spicy hot pot for us. When Duja heard these things, he was speechless for a moment. But considering that the other party is just a spirited young man. He didn't have much money, but he was still so generous in treating us. He is quite a character. Then he smiled and said, he is a good person and is very nice to you. Shuhua curled her lips. What's so good about that? I just saw through him. He's just a softie, not as tough as you. When I go back, I will never meet him again. By the way, I will tell Yue that Bing is a coward and is not worthy of her at all. Duja didn't really listen to Shuhua's chatter. It's none of your business anyway, so just do your own job well. Half an hour later. Shuhua slowly got out of the car and waved her phone at Duja. Can I ask you to go out and play with me in the future? Duja smiled and pinched her. No problem, next time just invite your friend Yue alone, it will be more fun with more people. Shuhua smiled and hit Duja's arm. What? You've already played with one of her girlfriends, and now you want to play with a second one? Good things come in pairs. Keep in touch. I'm leaving now. Shuhua waved and then watched Duja drive away. So handsome, reader. He's my Prince Charming. Shuhua then called a 3-wheeled motorcycle to take her home. Just arrived at the door. Then I saw a familiar figure running towards me. Bing excitedly held Shuhua's hand. Shuhua, are you okay? I just ran to the billiard hall and didn't find my brother, so I. Let's break up, Bing, Shu Hua said calmly. Bing was struck by lightning. Why, Shu Hua, are you afraid that Yue will find out? It's okay, I can. Shu Hua pushed him away, her eyes looking extremely lonely. There was no reason, the love was gone, and the rose withered alone. After hearing these words, Bing was stunned for a long while. Then he said with lifeless eyes, "There is a grave in my heart, where a widow is buried. I have loved." When Shu Hua heard the word loved, the corner of his eye twitched. Am I too harsh on Bing? Although he is not as good as the reader, he came back and broke up with Bing right after doing that to the reader. Isn't it a bit too heartless? Then Shu Hua hugged Bing, who was leaving sadly, and said that she was willing to give him another chance. The two went to the hotel together. 3 minutes later, Shu Hua left the room angrily, cursing, "Useless Bing." The next few days. Duzha has always managed his schedule strictly. From 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, I went to Chu Mengyao's house to do business with Chenya. From 4 to 6 in the afternoon, I accompanied Bai Qingqing to the hospital for a checkup and to get some special medicine. From 7 to 10 p.m., practice Yang Qi and restore the body. Around 10:30 in the evening, Lin Qingning quietly went into the room to accompany Du Zhe and went to bed at 2 in the morning. In other words, the reader has amazing physical fitness. If he were an ordinary man, he would die in 1 day. The World Cup quarter-finals also kicked off in the next few days. As the only efficient way to make money at present, Du Zhe still bet on a few games. While making huge profits, you are also making huge losses. All in all, I only earned about 5 million. In about a week, it will be the semi-finals between the Samba team and the Tank team. That was when Du Zhe revealed the explosive news. Xu Mengyao has been very irritable these days. Now he not only has to pay back the high-interest loan sharks from the underworld. And I also have to prepare myself for admission to Binhai Drama Academy. Where is Binhai? As the country's economic center, the tuition fees at Binhai Theater Academy are also very high. Add to that living expenses, you can buy cosmetics, clothes and bags to improve your competitiveness. If you calculate the money, it is impossible to achieve without tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. But I don't have the ability to earn money. So everything depends on his sister Chenya and Du Zhe to do business. Originally, Xu Mengyao was still feeling complacent because she didn't have to sacrifice herself for herself and her sister Chenya could make money for her. But soon she was no longer happy. Because Du Zhe doesn't seem to be very interested in Chenya. I remember that on the first day, Du Zhe transferred a total of 18,000 yuan to himself. The next day, it exceeded 20,000 yuan. He even generously gave himself $2,000 to buy a softer mattress. It would be nice if it continued like this. 10 or 20,000 a day, and it's an easy win. This speed of making money is simply unheard of. It just makes life hard for my sister Chenya. The unit price is 2,000 yuan, and we basically do 10 transactions every day. And it does not include the parts that were not counted before. Du Zhe was quite capable. He didn't even complain once for several days in a row. But his interest has obviously declined in the past 2 days. For example, yesterday, Du Zhe came at 7 in the morning and left at 1 in the afternoon. I only transferred 8,000 yuan to myself. Xu Mengyao got angry at that time and asked him why he only had so much today. Du Zhe just stretched and said he was a little bored and didn't feel anything. Scumbag. What's wrong with my sister? Mature, sexy, plump, and beautiful. Measurements exceeded 103, 70, 99. You said you didn't feel anything? But Xu Mengyao did not dare to offend Du Zhe, a big client. I can only ask my sister Chenya if she hasn't done her best. But Chenya had no other choice. She cried and said that she had given everything she could, but she just couldn't keep Du Zhe's heart. He doesn't add books to the bookshelf, doesn't ask for updates, and doesn't even reward himself with free gifts. This made Chenya very sad. Am I really old? Has the attraction to Du Zhe decreased? But when I was doing business in front of the mirror. Obviously, he was very happy to see Du Zhe. Today marks the beginning of another round of business. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Du Zhe had already put on his clothes and came out. Xu Mengyao, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up to stop him and said seriously, "Du Zhe, we need to talk." Du Zhe raised his eyebrows, then sat down on the sofa carelessly. What to talk about? Chenya in the room also put on her clothes and sat quietly next to Xu Mengyao. This is the first time the two of them have presented a united front in recent days. One is to pay off debts for school and become a star. One is for a wonderful feeling you have never experienced before. The two people had the same goal, and then this scene happened. Zhu Mengyao said to Duzhe, "How many times did you do business today?" Duzhe looked at Chenya, whose face was flushed, and said with a smile, "The first 4, the last 3, what's wrong?" Zhu Mengyao sneered, "In other words, you only need to give me 6,000 yuan today? What's wrong? Isn't 6,000 a day enough?" Duzhe said indifferently. Zhu Mengyao slammed the corner of the table angrily, stood up and shouted, "Of course it's not enough. At that time, you asked that group of people to collect hundreds of thousands of loans a week, which means that we have to make at least 20,000 yuan a day now. But what about you? Except for the first 2 days, you've been giving me 18,000 these days. Today, you went even further, leaving at 1:30 and only giving me 6,000. Are you going a little too far?" Chapter 42. Zhu Mengyao goes to the hospital. I heard Zhu Mengyao say that I was too cruel. Duzhe was instantly happy. What? A few days ago, I said I was willing to give you a way to make money quickly. Each one was more humiliating than the other. Only a few days have passed and you're already starting to complain that the money I gave is too little? He looked at Chenya, who was standing beside him with rosy cheeks and rippling eyes. I want to hear what this bitch has to say. When Chenya saw Duzhe looking at her, she couldn't help but tighten her body. But then I realized this was the living room. So, under Zhu Mengyao's disappointed look, she hesitantly said, "Duzhe, Yao Yao's tone might be a bit harsh, but her words are true." Chenya lifted her hair and bit her red lips. "You have been a little different these past 2 days. You always leave an hour or two earlier and only stare ahead. If you are concerned about my health, there is no need to worry. For Yao Yao, I will endure any hardship or fatigue without any complaints." Zhu Mengyao, who was standing by, heard this. Goosebumps all over the floor. You don't have to urge yourself these days. My elder sister Chenya gets up and dresses before 6 o'clock, and she always smiles happily. He acts like he's doing this for his own benefit, which is even more despicable than me. Duzhe stood up, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "What a deep sisterly love. It turns out Sister Chen is doing this for Mengyao, no wonder she is so serious every time." Chenya's face turned red as blood, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Duzhe again. Then Zhu Mengyao said again, "Don't avoid my questions, Duzhe. Answer the question directly, why don't you do more business?" Duzhe sneered, "Nothing, just a little tired." Have you ever seen anyone other than me who can be happy 7 or 8 times a day? Zhu Mengyao shook her head and said, "Never seen it." Duzhe said again, "That's right, I gave you 20,000 yuan a few days ago because it was new to us, do you understand?" He pointed at Chenya and said, "This feeling is much shallower now and it can't keep me, so I don't want to make more than 1 transaction every day. Do you understand?" Zhu Mengyao was furious. She knew that these were all excuses Duzhe made up. If he has the energy to play the front 4 and the back 3, he will definitely be able to play the back 7. It's just that Duzhe has been playing tricks on himself. Zhu Mengyao slammed the table and said angrily, "Duzhe, stop pretending to be confused here. I will buy you whatever you want these days. Even, I shamelessly bought it for you and sent it in, and now you are still playing with me here, what do you want?" Seeing Zhu Mengyao actually got angry at him, a big customer. Duzhe stopped pretending and said with a smile, "Didn't you say it already? I just want to play with you." "This is impossible," Zhu Mengyao said angrily, "my first time, it is still useful anyway, I will never give it to you." Chenya was also afraid that her sister would snatch readers from her. He quickly stood up and hugged the reader's arm, and said, "Reader, don't be angry. She is still young. Don't take it personally." But Duzhe remained unmoved. "Zhu Mengyao, let me tell you, how much money I give you per day is decided by me, not you. Your behavior today makes me very angry. From now on, I may come every day or I may not. You can take care of yourself." After saying that, Duzhe strode outside. Seeing this, Zhu Mengyao hurriedly and anxiously stopped Duzhe. "He can't leave, or the gangsters will come to collect their debts the day after tomorrow. But I have only saved more than 80,000 yuan at the moment. What if Duzhe really doesn't come? Then the day after tomorrow my sister and I will definitely have a miserable end. But one's innocence is really important for one's future career. It's impossible to give it to Duzhe." Zhu Mengyao hesitated again and again, but finally made up her mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Duzhe, I can't give myself to you, but I can." What do you think? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, a sneer flashed across Duja's face. Of course, you are my old classmate after all. Then Duja carried Chu Mengyao on his back and walked into the house. Chu Mengyao just struggled slightly, and then gave up resisting helplessly. His expression was extremely sad and angry. Forget it, for the sake of your own future, just bear with it. Chenya behind him was about to buy one piece, but was rejected by Duja. Sister Chen, this is not a formal business, even if it is one piece, the unit price remains unchanged. Hearing this, Chenya could only stop dejectedly. The tunnel to Chengdu is very long and the train took 5 hours to arrive. It was already 6 o'clock when Duja got off the bus. Just took a hot bath. Then he said to Chenya, who was lifting her skirt on the sofa, Sister Chen, I have something to do today, I will come to see you tomorrow. Hearing this, Chenya pouted and didn't dare to say anything more. There are deletions. Chenya pushed open the bedroom door and looked at Chu Mengyao, who was in a trance and in great pain. After sighing, she asked with concern, Yao Yao, are you okay? Chu Mengyao's eyes were red and swollen, and tears rolled down. Sorry, bosses, this book is too easy to be censored. I hope to add it to the bookshelf so that I can follow the updates in time to avoid missing the latest chapters. Chapter 43, Dip the belt in iodine and disinfect it while beating. The next day. Chenya has delicate makeup on and looks beautiful. A purple tight long skirt, full of charm. The slender legs wrapped in black stockings exude a sense of mystery and sexiness. The pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles on her feet kept tapping the ground, making crisp and rapid sounds. He looked anxious and looked out the window from time to time, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Mengyao, who was lying on the sofa applying medicine, saw what Chenya did. I couldn't help but feel a little angry. I asked you to help me apply the medicine, but you refused and went into the house to put on makeup yourself. He is your guest, I am your sister. Can't tell which is more important. After going to the hospital last night, the doctor looked at me with a very strange look. After prescribing some oral and internal medications. The doctor also kindly reminded, generally speaking, young people, you still need to pay attention, after all, your health is the most important. At that time, Chu Mengyao was so embarrassed that she almost crawled into the ground. Damn Duja. Boom boom. A familiar car sounded outside the window. Chenya, who was dressed up carefully, was overjoyed. She quickly lifted her skirt and ran to the window to look around. When she saw the familiar Mercedes-Benz car, Chenya couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Why did Duja come half an hour later than yesterday? I have been waiting for quite a while. My lipstick has melted off. What if the readers dislike me later? Looks like I need to apply a little more. Day. Duja was wearing a high-end suit and shiny leather shoes. He was 1.87 meters tall and looked tall and strong. Handsome face, deep eyes. The moment it was reflected in the window, Chenya blushed. After diligently opening the door for readers, Chenya pursed her lips and smiled. Duja, you are here, come in quickly. Looking at the seductive smile on the face of this bitch sister Chenya, Duja remained unmoved. He just turned his gaze to Chu Mengyao, who was lying on the sofa applying medicine. He frowned and said, What are you doing? Why don't you go wash it? Hearing this, Chu Mengyao's face was full of anger. It's all because of you. I'm seriously injured now and can't do business today. You and I. Goodbye. Before Chu Mengyao could finish her words, Duja turned his head with a cold expression. Chu Mengyao was stunned. Are you just leaving so easily? Is my sister still here? Do you have to stare at me? But before Chu Mengyao could speak, Chen Yaxian, who had dressed up carefully the whole morning, was extremely anxious. He stopped Duja in a panic and said anxiously, Duja, don't go. Yao Yao is not convenient now. Why don't you go into the house and watch TV first? Duja looked at the beautiful mature woman in front of him. He said coldly, Then I want to watch Happy Superman and Everyday Superman, is there a TV in the house? Chenya nodded in astonishment, not knowing what Duja was talking about. What's Superman? Isn't that a movie from Country M? Seeing Chenya didn't respond, Duja turned to look at Chu Mengyao and asked, I'll ask again, is it convenient now? Hearing Duja's irresistible voice, while Chu Mengyao was angry, she also felt a little scared in her heart. After all, that's the impression Duja left on her yesterday. It's really terrible. Then Xu Mengyao asked in a negotiating tone, Duzha, I was injured yesterday and am still applying medicine. Why don't you go to the front today? Front? Duzha sneered, pointed at Xu Mengyao and said sternly, I'll say it again. The rules don't count. If you want to lose money, you can try it. Hearing Duzha being so unreasonable, Xu Mengyao also became angry. Ignoring the pain, he stood up and said angrily, then I quit. You can do whatever you want. Quitting? Duzha walked up to her and picked up the bottle of ointment. Facing Xu Mengyao's gaze, which instantly became ashamed, he said playfully, Xu Mengyao, don't forget, this opportunity to make money was given to you by you begging me. You think it's okay, but have you thought about the consequences? When Xu Mengyao heard Duzha say this, she felt a little frightened for a moment. Yes, that gang of thugs will come to ask for a loan tomorrow. Even if you add the 22,000 I earned yesterday. Adding my sister's 6,000, it was only a little over 90,000. The amount I mentioned was hundreds of thousands. If I can't pay it back. Thinking of this, Xu Mengyao was so angry that tears came out of her eyes. She cried and said, but I'm in so much pain, can't you just feel a little bit of sympathy for me? He tried to get Duzha to sympathize with him and change his rules by complaining. But how could Duzha allow the rules to be changed? Once the rules are broken, they will no longer be a deterrent. Does this mean I have to break the rules every time someone cries in the future? Even if the King of Heaven comes, the front is not counted. What's more, she's a bitch. Duzha threw the medicine directly on the ground, with a cold face, pushed Shenya away and was about to leave. Xu Mengyao burst into tears, and Shenya quickly hugged Duzha. My high heels were almost broken. Oh, the readers are gone, and I am the one who feels sad. Then she scolded Xu Mengyao, Yao Yao, you are so ignorant. Readers spend their precious time to read you, how can you be so disobedient? Just do whatever your readers tell you to do. What's wrong with it hurting? Can't you just bear with it? If readers become unhappy because of you and stop reading this book, we will both be taken to the club and you won't even be able to express the pain. I heard my sister speak so outrageously. Xu Mengyao felt even sadder. His chest heaved violently and he was very emotional. You are my sister. For his own selfish desires, he even disowned me as his sister. What did I do wrong in my previous life that I ended up meeting you? Helping outsiders to bully me. Under the triple pressure of Chenya's constant teachings, her desire for money, and the debt collection by the Black Society tomorrow, Xu Mengyao finally chose to surrender. She said weakly to Duzha, but I still have to apply the medicine, so maybe, there won't be much chance. Hearing Xu Mengyao change her words, Duzha looked at Chenya with satisfaction. The great lowly oppress the small lowly, the saying is well deserved. Seeing that her actions made Duzha happy, Chenya lowered her head shyly. In fact, he just wanted Duzha to stay. My sister or something, from the moment she sold me out, it wasn't that important anymore. Duzha walked to the sofa and picked up the medicine bottle on the ground. Xu Mengyao's legs were spinning around on the ground. Embarrassed, I told you I was injured, but you still don't believe me. But Duzha ignored her and just picked her up and walked towards the room. It's okay, just dip the belt in iodine and disinfect it while you're doing it. Shenya felt that she still couldn't accept it. So he stopped, looking lonely. Then I heard Duzha's voice coming from the room. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Sister Chen was ready. Shenya happily said hello, then ran into the house and started to touch up her makeup. As expected, he still treats me well, and doesn't get tired of me. Although readers always like to use free advertising gifts to win their own place, but Hajis, you are so handsome, strong, powerful, and charming. Chapter 44 I let you earn, then you can earn. Brother Shanji was very panicked at this time. Because when he came to collect the debt today, he saw that extremely terrifying man again. After returning that day, he reported the matter to his superiors. I thought someone from above would be sent to take action, but I didn't expect to be scolded instead. It is said that the Crown brand next door has just been wiped out, and there is a lot of noise. If he continues to make enemies at this time, he will just have to wait for death. As long as the other party is still willing to pay back, don't cause trouble. Then Brother Shanji bowed and nodded to Duzha, extremely humbly. Seeing that Duzha didn't react, he took out his cell phone and asked Xu Mengyao for money. Xu Mengyao watched helplessly as the 120,000 yuan she had worked so hard to earn was about to be transferred away. Then she looked at Duzha behind her, and a bold idea came to her mind. Xu Mengyao said to brother Shanji, "Can you leave me 20,000 yuan every week? I have something important to do." This, brother Shanji looked at Duzha behind him. If this is what he meant, then there is nothing I can do. But Duzha just closed his eyes silently and turned away. Brother Shanji immediately understood that it was important to do business in a fair and just manner and be a decent person. Then he snatched the phone away and yelled, "Why should I leave you 20,000 yuan? If you can't pay it back, what high-interest loan did you borrow? Give it to me." After forcing Xu Mengyao to enter the payment password, brother Shanji took his people away. "We will come again next week. This time it's only over 120,000. Let us work hard next week and pay it off early so that we can finish it sooner." Xu Mengyao stood there with a look of extreme resentment on her face. "Still trying hard? Do you know how I make money? Work hard and pay it off soon. Then I would have been completely unrecognizable." After venting a lot in my heart, Xu Mengyao turned around and looked at Duzha coldly. "All my money has been taken away. Are you satisfied now? I worked hard for a week and could barely pay back the loan shark you set up for me, not to mention my tuition. Duzha, you are so cruel." Duzha shrugged indifferently, walked forward, and hit him hard. It was not until Xu Mengyao grimaced in pain that he said leisurely, "I still say that the unit price I offer is always twice that of the club. If you always rush forward blindly by yourself and like to earn small amounts of money, there is nothing I can do about it. I told her yesterday." But Xu Mengyao refused sternly, and didn't even pay attention when she bid him. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Duzha brought it up again. Shenya blushed and said tactfully that she couldn't accept it. Hearing this answer, Duzha remained silent. Duzha spent a total of 30,000 yuan that day. Shenya alone earned 20,000 yuan. After watching brother Shanji and others drive away in the big Jin Bay, Xu Mengyao only felt her heart being tugged hard. 120,000. A full 120,000. My unit price is only 1,600 yuan, how much business can I do? Her heart was bleeding, and she turned around and grabbed Duzha's arm. He was about to walk into the room, and said in a cold voice, "Go, give me the money." But what Xu Mengyao didn't expect was that Duzha suddenly pulled out his arm. Xu Mengyao was puzzled and looked at Duzha in doubt. Duzha looked at him with a playful look, as if he was looking at a poor creature, and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You can ask for money whenever you want?" Xu Mengyao was so angry that she scratched her head and jumped up and down, saying, "What do you mean? Haven't you always wanted to be with me? Is it because he also knows he is tired?" Xu Mengyao lowered her eyes, and the more she looked, the more she felt that it might be the same as she had guessed. After all, yesterday was from 8:30 to 7:30 in the evening. Duzha gave them 30,000 yuan. Even if he was made of iron, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Seeing Xu Mengyao's look, she thought she understood the situation. Duzha walked directly to Xu Mengyao. Let her know why HRB 400 rebar is known as the most conscientious building material. After knowing the reason is strong enough. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. It turned out that she had guessed wrong. But why is Duzha unwilling to make money with himself? Seeing Xu Mengyao giving him a puzzled look again, Duzha shook off her hand and walked straight towards his Mercedes-Benz S65 luxury version. Xu Mengyao, remember, the initiative is always in my hands. The front doesn't count, this is the most basic rule. In addition, I told you that you can earn this money, and you can only earn it. I said no, even if you do this business, you won't get a penny. I'll give you a day off today, think about it carefully, how much you earn is your own business, it's not me who needs that much money. Then Duzha turned the key, and the Mercedes-Benz roared and drove away. Duzha, stop right there. See the taillights of Duzha's car going away. Xu Mengyao's chest heaved violently with anger. He knew exactly that he needed a large amount of money to pay off his debts and pave the way for attending Shanghai Theatre Academy in the future. So I just control myself. The purpose is to force yourself to agree to join the group. Damn, Duzha doesn't even treat me as a human being. In the Mercedes-Benz, Duzha looked at Xu Mengyao, who was stamping her feet in anger in the rearview mirror. A vengeful smile appeared on his face. Bitches like this need to be tested for obedience step by step. Slowly control all her lifelines. Let her know that she is just a puppet. She has to put up whatever she is told to put up. Just can't give yourself a face. If it happens once, I will let go immediately and leave her alone for a day. So that she doesn't think she's important. It's nothing more than a toy and a tool of revenge. After returning home, Duja was just about to take a rest. Lin Xingning came over and hugged him and said, Duja, I haven't driven for a long time and I want to practice my driving skills. How about we go to Baoyuan Temple together today? Aunt Lan beside her also laughed. Duja, the weather is so nice today, how about we go to the temple together to burn incense and worship Buddha? Seeing that both of them had spoken, Duja readily agreed. Aunt Lan and Chang Ning drove the Mercedes-Benz S400L and went downstairs first. Duja had just changed his clothes and was about to go downstairs. The phone suddenly vibrated. Shu Hua, hi, handsome guy, I'm playing with Yu Wei at Baoyuan Temple today, do you want to make friends with her? Yu Wei? Isn't she the girlfriend of that useless soldier? Okay, I have some things to do, I'll be there in 2.5 hours. Okay. We'll wait for you. The last 2 chapters have been reviewed, bosses please wait. 9 hours have passed and it still hasn't been reviewed. The bosses should add a bookshelf and prepare for the dark room. Chapter 45 Time Allocation. When Duja's top-of-the-line luxury Mercedes-Benz S65L drove into the parking lot outside Baoyuan Temple, it instantly attracted the attention of almost all the tourists present. The car door opened slowly. Duja was wearing a simple casual outfit and a low-key watch on his hand. Even though he tried his best to appear inconspicuous. But Duja's extremely handsome face and extremely luxurious Mercedes-Benz, he easily won the hearts of all the women present. That guy is so handsome. Handsome and rich, he must be a rich second generation. Did he see us when he clicked in? So handsome. Duja leaned against the Mercedes-Benz and sent a message to Lin Xingning, asking them how many minutes it would take for them to arrive. And just when he was playing with his cell phone, a strange scene took place in the parking lot. A dozen or so beauties with slim waists, long legs and fashionable clothes surrounded Duja. Some pretended to make phone calls, speaking in soft voices and looking shyly at Duja from time to time. Some of them put on makeup in front of a small mirror and showed off their waists and beautiful legs to Duja. But Duja never lifted his eyelids at all. There is also a bold beauty in a red miniskirt. She twisted her waist and deliberately moved closer to Duja. When passing by Duja, he accidentally dropped his sunglasses at his feet. Then the beautiful woman in the red miniskirt covered her half-exposed skirt and looked at Duja. His face showed an embarrassment as if he couldn't pick it up. She said in a soft voice, "Hello, can you help me pick up my sunglasses?" The beauty secretly said perfect. According to your own position. As long as he bends down and looks up, he can see. Can't. Duja's cold voice immediately caused the beautiful girl in the red miniskirt to shut down. B looked at Bei and flirted with him, while C looked at Bei and acted gracefully. That's all. How dare you, a small opponent, join in the fun? The beauty in the red miniskirt was very embarrassed. But he still didn't give up and was about to say a few more words. Suddenly, there was another wave of noise. A Mercedes-Benz S400L stopped right next to Duja. The car door opened. The extremely pure Lin Xingning got off the car first with a bright and beautiful smile. Immediately afterwards, a mature and beautiful lady came down from the driver's seat. The two of them are like a blooming rose and a nascent daffodil. A mature and beautiful woman and a young girl walked side by side and came to Duja's side. In an instant, these flying chickens who wanted to rise to fame, left quickly in shame. Lin Xingning hugged Duja's arm and said, "Duja, you drive so fast. My aunt and I can't keep up with you at all. Didn't you just get your driver's license these few days?" Duja smiled and said, "I have been going out to take the driving test every day these days, from morning to night, and the road I took the test on was quite special, so I drove quite fast." He looked at Aunt Lan beside him and asked, "Aunt Lan, are you used to driving?" Aunt Lan said in a depressed tone, "It's okay to drive, but the steering wheel and the seat are a bit crowded. If the position is adjusted too far, I can't step on the accelerator. If it is adjusted closer." Hearing this, Duja tapped his forehead lightly. "TSK, I forgot to consider Aunt Lan's figure. There is a serious lack of driver's seat space. It's okay, I'll ask someone to modify it next time. Let us go in first." Then the three of them stepped onto the stairs together. Lin Xingning excitedly hugged Duja's arm and jumped up and down. Aunt Lan also swung the heavy weight, but the stairs were too steep. The center of gravity is not very stable. She could only hold Duja's arm and slowly walk up. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, very close to each other. This scene looks like Du Zhu and his two girlfriends are going up the mountain together. Aunt Lan is plump and beautiful, Lin Qingning is sweet and lovely, and Du Zhu is handsome and elegant. Many people on the stairs were surprised to see this eye-catching trio. Each look is different. Hey, what kind of well is this? TSK, taboo. This young man is amazing, he actually met such a perfect pair. If I had money, I would definitely spend more money than him. Lin Qingning's mind is on Du Zhu. I didn't hear the whispers of these people. But Aunt Lan heard it clearly. Her pretty face turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. What are these people saying? I am Aunt Du Zhu, and also Cheng Ning's aunt. And Cheng Ning and Du Zhu did that. How can they say that the two of us are kept by Du Zhu? It's just huh? Aunt Lan lowered her head and thought carefully. It seemed that Cheng Ning and he had been living in Du Zhu's house for some time. Do his laundry, cooking, and housework. She wears the beautiful clothes bought by Du Zhu and drives the car bought by Du Zhu. It seems, there is indeed a feeling of being raised. Aunt Lan held Du Zhu's arm and glanced at him slightly. I saw Du Zhu chatting enthusiastically with his niece and didn't hear any bad words. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. No, I can't let others misunderstand my relationship with Du Zhu in public. Then Aunt Lan tried to stabilize her center of gravity and gradually let go of Du Zhu's arm. But just at the moment she let go completely. The center of gravity caused the body to lean forward uncontrollably. In front of me are solid blue stone steps. Ah! Aunt Lan screamed and quickly grabbed Du Zhu's arm in fear. But the center of gravity was still too heavy and I couldn't keep my body steady. When Du Zhu heard Aunt Lan scream, he quickly supported Aunt Lan's waist. Aunt Lan, be careful. Aunt Lan quickly hugged Du Zhu, still in shock. I almost fell down. Auntie, are you okay? Lin Qingning asked with concern. Aunt Lan only felt a strange electric current at her waist flowing through Du Zhu's fingertips and throughout her body. Looking at Du Zhu's handsome profile, Aunt Lan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for some reason. My heart is beating fast. Du Zhu is so handsome, completely different from when he was a child. Now he has become mature and steady. No wonder Cheng Ning likes him so much. Du Zhu exerted a little force and helped Aunt Lan up. Aunt Lan, please walk slower. This slope is too steep and rugged. Aunt Lan's eyelashes trembled slightly, like a frightened deer. He patted his chest and said, well, I didn't pay attention just now. She didn't dare to let go of Du Zhu anymore and held Du Zhu's arm tightly all the way. Afraid of falling again. The three of them separated when they climbed to the entrance of Baoyuan Temple's scenic area. Aunt Lan doesn't want others to misunderstand her relationship with Du Zhu and Qingning anymore. Lin Qingning was also happy to be alone with Du Zhu. After seeing Aunt Lan leave, Du Zhu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Aunt Lan and Cheng Ning were both around him, which was indeed a bit awkward. After taking Lin Qingning around for more than 10 minutes, Du Zhu yawned out of boredom. There are people selling peace amulets and consecrated Buddhist beads everywhere. It doesn't look like a temple at all. It's more like Ka's commercial street. Suddenly, Du Zhu saw a large forest behind the commercial street. It was lush and green, with dense vegetation and not a single human figure. Lime. Lin Qingning turned her head and asked, what for? Du Zhu pointed to the dense woods and said with a smile, I just saw a bunch of little squirrels outside. They had very long tails and they scurried into the woods in a flash. Really? Lin Qingning happily held Du Zhu's hand. Let us go in and take a look. I've always wanted to rub the little squirrel's tail. It must be long and soft. That's not necessarily true half and half. What? Fine. Then the two of them walked into the woods. An hour later, Lin Qingning pouted and walked in front of Du Zhu. As he walked, he looked back at Du Zhu. Liar, where is the little squirrel? It's obviously. Lin Qingning blushed and stomped her feet angrily. Du Zhu quickly hugged her and comforted her with several words. Lin Qingning's face flushed, and then she took Du Zhu's hand. It's so embarrassing. If someone sees me, I'll be completely disgraced. Du Zhu smiled and said, Aunt Lan is still waiting for us, we can't let her call to urge us at that time. Lin Qingning thought about it and realized that if it took any longer, she would not be able to stand steadily. Then the two of them walked towards Aunt Lan together. After meeting Aunt Lan, the three of them wandered around for a while. Later, Lin Qingning and Aunt Lan went to the temple to pray for divination to resolve the relationship. When we arrived, we found that the line was very long and the monk who was interpreting the fortune was still talking non-stop. Duja waited with them for a while. I feel like it's about time. Just say you're going out for a walk. After separating from the two girls, Duja took out his cell phone. Sent a micro message to Xu Hua. Duja, where? Xu Hua, I can do both front and back, but Yue. Duja, that's not what I'm asking. Xu Hua, the snack street on the left side of the scenic area. Chapter 46, The Ancestor Has a Kind Heart. Before seeing Yue, Duja thought she was a spirited little sister like Xu Hua. Otherwise, how could it be related to the useless soldier? Unexpectedly, Yue not only looks good, but also looks like a good girl. Xu Hua, who was standing by, introduced Yu Hui with a smile. This is the friend I told you about. His name is Duja. He was the one who helped me when a Bing was scared away last time. Yue looked at the tall and handsome Duja in front of her. Focus your attention on the area below his belly. She shyly stretched out her right hand and said, Hello, my name is Jin Yue. Duja. After Duja simply shook hands with her, he looked at Xu Hua with a questioning look. Xu Hua quickly pulled Duja aside. Explained, I confessed everything to Yue 2 days ago, and now they have broken up. Xu Hua explained to Duja the relationship between a Bing and Yue. Duja listened with great interest. I heard Xu Hua say that she met a very powerful man. Not only can it be lifted high, but it can also be jumped. Yue didn't quite believe it at first. But Xu Hua directly took out the pain-relieving and blood-activating pills that she bought at the pharmacy. Now it was Yue's turn to be shocked. Has it actually reached this point? She thought again of her upcoming graduation. A Bing was to be assigned to the Southern Jiangsu Electronics Factory, while he and Xu Hua would be assigned to the Binhai Electronics Factory. Since they would never see each other again anyway, she broke up with a Bing immediately. Follow Xu Hua to meet this extraordinary man. Now that we all know each other, let us go for a walk. Xu Hua held their hands and walked around in the snack street. The snacks in the scenic area are very expensive. So they basically just look and don't buy. No wonder the little sister has a good figure. Anyone would become thin if she walked around hungry like this every day. So Duja generously took out his iPhone 5S and bought a lot of food and drinks for them. It cost less than $300. But this already made Xu Hua and Yue's eyes sparkle with stars. When they rode electric scooters with the big names in technical school, they didn't dare to buy like this. There are hotels here in the temple for pilgrims to stay. Although the price is high, there are some statues of Buddha inside for worship. Very friendly to people who are honest and polite. When passing by here, Xu Hua stopped and said to Duja seriously, My mouth is a little thirsty. Yue on the side quickly handed over a bottle of Coke. Xu Hua sighed and glared at her, I don't want to drink this. Yue changed the bottle of orange juice, but Xu Hua still said, Oh, I don't drink this either. Then you are thirsty, why don't you drink something, ah? Xu Hua patted Yu Hui and winked at her. Yue noticed that Xu Hua was taking the photo a little too low and immediately understood what she meant. Then I stood in front of Duja. Duja, my mouth is a little thirsty too. I saw that both of them were thirsty. Duja couldn't bear to let them go any further. So we found a place to rest nearby. This is a temple after all, not so good. Our ancestor had the virtue of loving life, so this is giving him merit. What's wrong with that? 3 hours later, they finally came out onto the street. Xu Hua and Yue looked at Duja with admiration. There are little stars in my eyes. Duja first gave them both 5,000 yuan in pocket money. The two were flattered they had never seen so much money in their lives. Then Duja called a taxi for them and took them home. Before leaving, Yue put her arm around Duja and said that she could still invite them out to play in the future. Duja smiled and nodded. He would be spending most of his time in Binhai from now on, so it was hard to say whether he would be able to see him. A few minutes later, Duja returned to the lotus pond of the temple and waited for Aunt Lan and Changning to come. Waited about half an hour. From a distance, I saw Aunt Lan with an hourglass figure walking towards me. Aunt Lan, where is Qingning? Aunt Lan pointed to the distance and said, Qingning went to the toilet. I didn't expect to have to wait in line for several hours. Then he looked at Duja and asked, Where did you go? Duja said casually, It's nothing, I just wandered around and paid my respects to the Buddha. Aunt Lon hummed. Suddenly, Aunt Lon pointed at Duja's pants and asked, Duja, what is this? Duja looked down. TSK. These two people still need to pay attention to details in the future. But he immediately raised his head and said calmly, that's all. Unexpectedly, Aunt Lon squatted down and dipped her hand in the water in the lotus pond. The longer you leave it, the harder it will be to wash. Let me help you. Then Aunt Lon helped Duja wipe his pants. Feeling something unusual. Aunt Lan's face turned red as blood, all the way to her ears. But in order not to be embarrassed, she still did it gently, pretending not to notice anything. Duja looked at Aunt Lon with a vague look in his eyes. I don't know how Aunt Lon can maintain such a good figure even though she is already in her 30s. He doesn't look like a man in his 30s at all. Is there any secret to maintenance? The reasons behind this are worth investigating in depth. Chunya is in a hurry today. She went out before dawn in the morning and walked around the market for a long time. I bought a lot of clothes that would make your nose bleed just by looking at them. Duja will definitely like it. These days, Yao Yao has much more time than me. Although Duja drove very fast, the distance was much shorter after all. So Chunya bought a lot of things to liven up the party. When she arrived at the door of her house, Chunya looked at the time. It's exactly 2:30, Yao Yao's time is over. Chunya, wearing high heels, knocked on Xu Menyao's bedroom door. Duja, it's my turn. Xu Mengyao said angrily, Chunya, why didn't I realize you were so cheap before? Readers use free gifts to slap you every day, and you still stick to them. Even if we sell our kidneys, we should have some backbone, okay? Chunya blushed and said weakly, but if readers like to beat me, I am willing to do so. Tomato has so many uncles. If I don't let readers enjoy themselves, maybe one day I will be placed on a cold bookshelf and no longer loved by readers. It seems that this book will no longer be machine reviewed in the future. Those who understand will understand. A lot of things have been deleted in the 2 chapters. Bosses, please add it to the bookshelf. You never know when it will no longer be searchable. Chapter 47, The Bandit Duja. Boom boom boom. Chunya knocked on the bedroom door several times, but no one opened it for her. Strangeness? Is it the critical moment? But I didn't hear Yao Yao's voice either. Then Chunya threw all the clothes, fabrics, rubber and plastic she had bought on the sofa. He knocked on the bedroom door again. Yao Yao, are you done? It's my sister's turn. I shouted several times, but still no one opened the door. Now Chunya was a little anxious. I quickly looked at my watch. It was 2:33. Chunya was so angry that she stomped her feet, and her high heels made a clicking sound. Oops. Yao Yao, this damn girl. What a glutton. Does she know that what she is wasting now is my time? I have little time to begin with, and you're taking up more of it. Do you still see me as your sister? Then Chunya frowned and banged on the door even more violently. Duja, are you okay? Let Yao Yao come out. But even if she slammed the door, there was still no movement in the bedroom. A terrifying conclusion suddenly occurred to Chunya in her panic. Could it be that Yao Yao has won back Duja's heart with her 3 years of accumulation? No. This is not fair to me. Chunya covered her chest with her hands, revealing an aggrieved expression. My aunt and uncle died early. I have raised Yao Yao alone for 18 years. A woman's best years of youth are lost. While other women dress up beautifully and enjoy a good life, I have already started working to support Yao Yao. Use the best conditions you can give to cultivate her. She has been enrolled in various expensive courses in music, acting, broadcasting, and body shape since she was young. Shift all the focus of your life to her. Give what you want. He even used up all his savings to let Yao Yao study art. I hope I can become a big star in the future and live a rich life. I don't know how much suffering I have endured in the past 18 years. He quarreled with others over a little bit of profit. Gradually she changed from a shy young girl into a sarcastic middle-aged woman, living without any self at all. Until Duja appeared. It was he who made her realize that she was just a pretty little woman. If there was no Duja's love, Chunya had no idea how she was going to survive. As for her younger sister Xu Mengyao, she had already sold her sister for fame and fortune. It doesn't have much place in my heart. It would be good if the two sisters could earn their own money and not disturb each other. Now you want to take up my time? Don't you know that my unit price is higher than yours? I don't understand the price-performance ratio. No, I must protect my rights. Then Chenya's face turned cold. He reached out and slammed hard on the bedroom door. But there was a loud crash. The door suddenly opened. I'm sleeping inside, why are you knocking so loudly? A bright red slap mark instantly appeared on Chu Menyao's face. Sister, you are crazy. On the sofa. Chenya heaved a sigh of relief after learning that Duzha did not come today. He looked apologetically at Chu Mengyao, who was applying ice on her face. Yao Yao, I was careless. I thought you guys were staying in the house. But how could you make Duzha angry and leave this morning? You know, the debts we owe and the money you need for schooling all depend on Duzha. Duzha is now our breadwinner, so how can you not listen to him? Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said sarcastically, first of all, you are my elder sister, and I am your younger sister. Now you are saying that Duzha is our breadwinner. So, is it you who calls him dad, or am I? Tell me. Chenya blushed suddenly. How could she have the nerve to say that she had shouted everything? Chenya quickly found an excuse. I'm just thinking about you, right? Her two long, round, beautiful legs were lying across the sofa. He said to Chu Mengyao earnestly. Yao Yao, we still owe a loan of 1.8 million, plus your tuition and living expenses, which add up to an astronomical figure. If you make Duzha angry and he stops doing business with us, we will be the ones who suffer in the end. Think carefully about your dream of becoming a star. This is for your own good. Hearing Chenya's earnest advice, Chu Mengyao couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. She has been addicted to it these days. Be carried away. Sometimes I even suspect that my sister is trying to curry favor with others to make money. Still really fell. Chu Mengyao held her forehead and said, Sister, it's easy for you to say that, but do you know what Duzha asked of me? Chenya frowned upon hearing this. Could it be the same as what she said? What are the requirements? There was a flash of resentment in Chu Mengyao's eyes. Grit your teeth and say, group play. You are also a group buyer? Chenya was shocked. Duzha has also been giving her subtle hints these past 2 days. But Chenya kept pretending to be confused. This made Duzha very angry. It directly allowed me to earn an extra 4,000 yuan a day. Chu Mengyao looked up in shock and said, Did he tell you too? Chenya nodded shyly. How could Duzha say this to both of us at the same time? But if you don't agree, will this make Duzha unhappy? I won't come here again. Chenya suddenly felt distressed and had a headache. Chu Mengyao on the side was already angry to the point of going crazy. Damn Duzha. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. He said that to my sister and me openly. Chu Mengyao stood up and said angrily, No, we must not let Duzha control us so easily. If we don't do something, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Her face turned a little ugly, and the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. What if Duzha's demands become more and more excessive? Then I am just like him. I'm afraid it's not enough to support his appetite. By then, Duzha might really eat me up. From then on, he lost his innocence. Then Chu Mengyao looked at Chenya and shouted, Sister, no, we must unite and boycott Duzha together. We must not let him go any further. Even if he comes tomorrow, we must be firm in our attitude. If he doesn't withdraw his group buying request, we will not do business with him. But, Chenya lowered her head. Rua said, We have limited time, we have to pay off our debts next week, and... Chenya blushed and turned her head away. Holding her hair together, she said, I think Duzha does a good job. Chu Mengyao stared at her sister with eyes wide open in astonishment. It was as if I saw a traitor. He jumped up and yelled, Sister, are you mentally ill? When Duzha treated me, he was a gangster. When he treated you, he was a water army. Of course you think he did a good job. Chu Mengyao was so angry that she picked up the medicine she had gotten from the hospital a few days ago. He held it in front of Chenya and said angrily, Have you seen this bottle of ointment? If it weren't for Duzha, I wouldn't have to suffer so much every day. Listening to Chu Mengyao yelling, Chenya didn't care at all. The only thing she was afraid of was that Duzha would never come to see her again. Then how can I live? Doesn't Duzha help you apply medicine every day? Chenya said weakly. You, Chu Mengyao was so angry that she had nothing to say. But she didn't want to blame her sister too much. After all, Shenya did this so that they could pay off their debts and go to college in the future. She still has feelings for herself. But the problem is that they are in urgent need of money now. If you don't do business with Duja, they have no source of income at all. But Duja's request today really made Chu Mengyao feel a little so annoying. What on earth is Duja thinking about all day long? Chu Mengyao paced back and forth anxiously in the living room, thinking about how to break the deadlock. He wanted to make money, but he couldn't completely offend Duja and lose his economic lifeline. Is there really no other way besides that? After thinking about it, Chu Mengyao's eyes lit up. I finally thought of a compromise. Right. Just do it this way, at most you can just ask for less money. The car has been going too fast lately. I want to stop for a while. Can I? Bosses? Chapter 48, Good Food. 10:30 at night. In the room, Aunt Lon was wearing a light red silk nightgown and her face was rosy. The white and slender thighs were crossed together. Head lowered, lips pursed. I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh, how could Duja do that when I was washing his clothes today? It's so embarrassing. Aunt Lon covered her face and felt her cheeks were burning frighteningly. Could it be that Duja was? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am her aunt. It must be because I was careless, so. This is a very normal phenomenon, I must be overthinking it. Aunt Lon shook her head and gradually calmed herself down. But it's already 10:45. Why hasn't tea yet started yet? She put her ear to the wall and heard no sound for a long time. Strangeness. Is Qingning not feeling well today? Thinking of this, Aunt Lon quickly stood up. I want to go and see if Qingling wants to drink some brown sugar water or something. As soon as she opened the door. Qingning, where are your clothes? Aunt Lon exclaimed. Lin Qingning's face turned red with embarrassment in front of the bathroom door. He quickly hugged Xue Bai and said angrily, Aunt, I just came out to use the bathroom and will be back in the room soon. Hey, why aren't you asleep yet? Aunt Lon lowered her head guiltily and said, I came out to use the bathroom too. Lin Qingning's earlobes were so red that they seemed to bleed, and she quickly moved away. Aunt, I'll go back to my room first. Good night. After saying that, Lin Qingning went straight back into the house and locked the door. Aunt Lon saw Lin Qingning's panic. Then I thought about the fact that nothing seemed to be happening tonight. Really? She covered her rosy little mouth. First, I pretended to go to the toilet in the bathroom. After flushing, he stood quietly at the door of the room. About 10 minutes passed. There are omissions. I see. Aunt Lon bit her lip and looked at the empty living room. No, not here. What if Qingning and Duja suddenly come out? There is no place to hide. I thought about it for a long time. Aunt Lon's final choice was to quietly open Duja's door. Chu Mengyao, Duja, we want to talk to you today. Duja, I'll be there at 8 o'clock, you guys get ready. After replying to Chu Mengyao, Duja patted Lin Qingning beside him. Ouch, what are you doing? Lin Qingning blushed and said coquettishly. Duja sat up with a smile and said, I have something to do this morning. You go outside first and don't let Aunt Lon see me here. Lin Qingning stretched out her beautiful curves. Then get dressed and go out. Aunt, why are you washing clothes so early in the morning? When I went to the scenic spot yesterday, I was sweating, so I washed my clothes. Oh, but you washed that light red silk nightgown? Duja sat on the sofa in a relaxed yet determined posture. His legs were spread wide apart. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chu Mengyao in front of him had her hands folded on her legs and her back straight. Trying to give myself some confidence with this posture. But their fingers were unconsciously hooked together. Still, her forced composure betrayed her. Shenya, who was standing aside, lowered her head and looked submissive. I didn't dare to look up at Duja. It looks like a little woman's home. Duja smiled and said, how have you considered it? Can we join a group today? Chu Mengyao clenched her back teeth. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Duja, after all, there is no way we can agree to your request. Duja's eyes turned cold. It seems that she has not been completely tamed yet. Dare to deceive yourself. Chu Mengyao was shocked when she saw the change in Duja's eyes. Inexplicably feeling a little scared, he quickly said, although I can't do exactly what you asked, there is a compromise, the unit price is 6,000. Duja raised his eyebrows, oh? Chu Mengyau's face turned red instantly, and her hands nervously tugged at the corners of her clothes. Whispered, it is possible, but it cannot be a good meal. So that's how it is. The corners of Duja's mouth slightly raised. But it's not bad. After all, it is a bit difficult to get them to accept it all at once. Just tame it slowly, you have plenty of time anyway. Chu Mengyao looked at Duja cautiously. Duja, what do you think? Duja cast his gaze at Chenya indifferently. Oh. Hear these two words. Chenya's body trembled. He quickly walked to Duja and did as he was told. You. Seeing this ridiculous behavior, Chu Mengyau's face turned red. She really didn't expect Duja to. But because of what I just said, Chu Mengyao could only remain silent and say nothing. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja simply stretched. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Mengyao suddenly called Duja. Duja, money is short, in the living room. Duja turned around, and his cold eyes made Chu Mengyao take a few steps back in fear. What are my rules? Repeat them to me. Chu Mengyao said tremblingly, the front doesn't count. If you make this mistake again next time, you Auntie make that money. After Duja left a word, he just got into the Mercedes and drove away. Only Chu Mengyao was left repeating that sentence. The previous one doesn't count, the previous one doesn't count, how could I have forgotten it again, the previous one doesn't count. P.S. Chu Mengyao walked up to Chenya with the teacup and drank it. Chenya asked in confusion, what is this? Chu Mengyao, this is a free advertising gift that the reader boss just gave you. I heard Chu Mengyao say it was a reader-s. Chenya quickly took it and asked in surprise, so many? Chu Mengyao said sarcastically, the boss said that if you can finish it all, they will give you a lot more. Chenya was delighted to see the prey, and immediately drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 49 Ching Ching. Duja, I'm very happy that you are here, why do you give me so many gifts? How much do they cost? Seeing Bai Qingqing's distressed look, Duja came close to her and said with a smile, it's okay, they are just some free little gifts given by Duja. Qingqing, don't you want them? Bai Qingqing lowered her head and blushed. Nunuo said, if it was given by Duja, Qingqing would. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja called her. At that time, Duja seemed to be cooking, with crackling sounds and quite loud. But Bai Qingqing still heard clearly what Duja said. Come and have dinner with her in the afternoon. This made Bai Qingqing very happy, and she quickly went to the supermarket to buy a lot of vegetables. She used all the money she earned from placing orders. Bai Qingqing didn't touch a single cent of the 500,000 yuan Duja gave her. In her opinion, Duja has done so much for her. I absolutely cannot spend Duja's money anymore. Seeing Bai Qingqing wearing an apron, she took the gift from his hand and served him tea and water. Duja couldn't help but look a little emotional. Because Qingqing suffers from leukemia, her sister goes to other places to work and earn money and cannot come back home for many years. So Qingqing can only take care of herself. I do laundry, cooking, and housework, and occasionally do simple odd jobs or work at internet cafes to earn money to reduce my sister's burden. She is obviously only 1 or 2 years older than Chang Ning. But she inexplicably exudes the same mature aura as Aunt Lan. Why did I suddenly think of Aunt Lan? Duja shook his head to sober himself up. Bai Qingqing opened the refrigerator door and said, Duja, you sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook first. Duja stepped forward and hugged her waist. He kissed her bright red earlobes gently a few times. You're not feeling well, so let me help you fry it. In the kitchen, Bai Qingqing was cooking on the gas stove on the left, and Duja was also cooking on the gas stove on the right. But after frying for a while, Bai Qingqing suddenly discovered that Duja was no longer fired. Then he looked at him puzzledly, what happened? Duja shook his head and went outside to get a pair of high heels from the shoe rack. Bai Qingqing blushed instantly and then changed into high heels. She was very tall, about 1.72 meters tall. After wearing 6 centimeters high heels, the height is close to 1.8 meters. You know, even Duja is only 1.87 meters tall. Duja looked at Bai Qingqing, who had grown a lot taller, and said with a smile, okay, let us continue cooking. Bai Qingqing nodded shyly, There are 5 dishes in total, all of which are delicious. Bai Qingqing cooked them all by herself. Duja, how about trying the dishes I cooked? Bai Qingqing said sweetly. After tasting a few bites, Duja praised repeatedly, Qingqing tastes good. Hearing Duja's praise, Bai Qingqing was overjoyed. If it tastes good, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll cook more for you. After dinner, Duja said to Bai Qingqing, by the way, Qingqing, have you taken the supplements I bought for you these days? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's face changed instantly. He put down his chopsticks, avoided her gaze and said, I have eaten, and I eat on time every day. Seeing Bai Qingqing like this, Duja knew that she was lying to him. Then he got up and went to Bai Qingqing's room. Open the door and take a look. All the boxes of supplements I bought for her were gone. It's completely empty. Alas, Duja shook his head helplessly. He knew without thinking that Bai Qingqing must have returned it again. The ones I bought were all expensive and well-known brands. You can return it at any store. This silly girl. Bai Qingqing stood at the door with a shy blush on her ears. He crossed his hands in front of him, hooked his fingers together nervously, and whispered. Duja, I didn't mean it. I just felt there was no need to take such expensive supplements. I've been eating meat for every meal recently. Duja rubbed his eyebrows and said, so you returned all the things? Bai Qingqing stammered, not all, I left one box and sent it to my sister. I saw Bai Qingqing left a box for her sister. Duja was so angry that he laughed. Your sister went out to work just to treat your leukemia. Instead of keeping it for your own health, you actually remembered to send it to your mother. Then Duja put his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist and said softly, I have plenty of money, don't save it for me, eat what you need to eat and drink what you need to drink. In a week, I will take you to Shanghai for treatment. I'll buy some more supplements later. You keep half and send the rest to your sister. Bai Qingqing pressed against Duja's chest. I was already moved to tears. Yeah, I get it, Duja, you're so nice to me. Duja kissed the corner of her eyes and said, come, take some more supplements and take good care of your body. Bai Qingqing raised her head and said, there is no one at home, The door was closed. At this moment, in a rental house in Binhai, Bai Jia's eyes turned red as she looked at the box of supplements her daughter had sent her. Keep sobbing, Qingqing, it's all your fault. I haven't gone back to see you in several years. I'm sorry for you, my dear sister, Wu. Tian Xingli, who was standing by, didn't know how to comfort Bai Jia at this moment. I could only hand her a tissue, patted her shoulder and said, Sister Bai, don't cry. When Duja comes next week, we will accompany him well and try to raise the money for your sister's treatment as soon as possible. Bai Jia wiped her tears and said, well, for Qingqing, I will definitely work hard. It was almost 10 o'clock when Duja returned home. But Aunt Lan was still waiting for him to come back on the sofa. Aunt Lan yawned and said, Duja, you're back. Are you hungry? Auntie will make you a bowl of noodle soup. Duja was not very hungry, and said, Aunt Lan, there is no need to go through so much trouble. But Aunt Lan shook her head and said, it's okay. The noodles have been cooked and have been there. Auntie can just blanch them for you. A minute later, a scream came from the kitchen. Ah! When Duja heard Aunt Lan's call, he hurried into the kitchen. What's wrong, Aunt Lan? There was steaming noodle soup under Aunt Lan's feet and a bowl of cooked noodles next to her. Aunt Lan blamed herself in annoyance and said, Auntie originally wanted to make you noodle soup, but I didn't expect to spill the soup. Now only noodles are left. Duja, do you want to eat more? Duja was stunned for a while, then nodded. Both are fine. 12:30 at night. Duja just pushed open the door of Lin Xingning's room. I felt something was wrong. After sniffing it gently, he pushed open the door to his room again. Although they all smell delicious, I always feel something is weird. The fragrance in my room seems to be stronger. Could it be that Xingning comes to my room more often? What's wrong? Lin Xingning came out wearing a thin nightgown. Duja shook his head and said, nothing. Then the door closed. After a while, a plump figure appeared in the living room. Walked into the room quietly. When Duja and Lin Xingning got up. It's already 3 o'clock. Aunt Lan got up early in the morning to wash clothes as usual. Lin Xingning and Duja left the bedroom one after another. Duja, are you still going to take the driver's license test? Lin Xingning asked. Duja smiled and said, yes, I took the C1 test before, and this time I want to take both the D and F class driver's licenses at the same time. P.S. Thanks to the boss of Rawazaka and other readers for the gifts. Thank you all the bosses. I feel deeply guilty. I know my handwriting is not good, but I just passed the driving test early. If the later plot does not satisfy your appetite, please forgive me, bosses. In addition, please the bosses here please give a 5-star rating and raise the rating for the poor look of the child. I beg you, honorable bosses. Chapter 50, Forcing Chu Mengyao to do business. 7:30 in the morning. Duja has already driven to the driving school to take the driving test. I saw that it was the big customer Duja who came over. Homeschool coach Chenya hurried forward. Enthusiastically introduced the driving model to Duja. We have a BMW Mini with a GON D license plate and an Audi A with a GON F license plate. Mr. Duja, do you want GON D or GON F? Duja circled the two cars several times. Carefully observed the appearance of the two cars. The BMW Mini is small and cute, while the Audi A is stable and majestic. They all seem good. For a moment, Duja was actually a little troubled. After a full minute of decision-making, Duja asked, "Can I drive both?" Driving school instructor Chinya smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Duja, you are the boss, you can drive whichever car you want." In the end, Duja chose to drive the Audi A from Gansu F first. After all, A is more stylish than BMW Mini and is more enjoyable to drive. He checked the condition of the A8. Opened the hood first, then the trunk. After confirming that there is no problem, only then did he happily get in the car and set off. Another coach, Chu Mengyao, also sat in the co-pilot seat. He kept an eye on Duja while driving to prevent him from making any improper operations. Gently step on the accelerator and the A8 will emit a roar. Duja smiled slightly, the car was indeed in good condition. Then he drove out in a flash. During this time, he kept accelerating and speeding on the road. Chu Mengyao wasn't that panicked at first. But I saw Duja kept stepping on the accelerator. I didn't feel sorry for the driving school's cars at all, and immediately reminded them, drive gently. But Duja turned a deaf ear to it. I paid so much money, why can't I get it opened? Then he turned the steering wheel and headed directly to another road. Chu Mengyao was instantly terrified. Loudly said, "Duja, what are you doing? There is a highway ahead." Duja said nothing, just kept stepping on the accelerator. "Duja, stop now. The pointer is spinning like crazy. 140. 180. 220. Max." The accelerator didn't stop, and the engine roared like thunder. Finally, the dashboard exploded. The two of them immediately fell into a computer outage. In the end, Duja was the first to wake up. "Fuck, I'm carsick, no exclamation mark." He immediately shouted to Chu Mengyao, who was stunned beside him, "Call 120. The entrance to the hospital emergency room. Chu Mengyao cried and said to the doctor, "Doctor, what happened to my sister?" The doctor was the same one who treated Chenya last time. He frowned at Chu Mengyao and Duju and said, "I said last time that the patient's sequelae have not been cured and he cannot do strenuous exercise. As his children, you should fulfill your basic care obligations." Fortunately, the symptoms were relatively mild and the patient will be fine after the infusion. You can go to the first floor to pay the fee first. As soon as the doctor left, Chu Mengyao cursed angrily. "Duja blames you. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't be like this now. Go and pay all the fees to me right now." But Duja smiled coldly and said, "Did I do it? But why do I feel like it's the sequelae? Could it be that you were reluctant to use the money on your sister's illness last time, so this time something bad happened?" After hearing this, Chu Mengyao was stunned. Sequelae? Then Chu Mengyao recalled when she came back that night. "My sister was fainted on the ground and we didn't know whether she was alive or dead. Although I sent my sister to the hospital at that time. But when I heard the doctor say that it would cost more than 100,000 yuan to cure it, I hesitated. There was no choice but to spend money immediately to cure my sister's illness. Instead, he told his sister that he would do it after he became a big star. Then invite the best medical team to treat her. But I didn't expect that the symptoms would suddenly occur today. Am I the culprit?" Chu Mengyao stood there in a daze, not saying a word. Duja spread his hands and said, "Not only did you harm your sister, but you also ruined a business that was supposed to be going on normally. Who do you think should pay for this money?" Hearing Duja's words, Xu Mengyao was about to refute. But there seems to be no reason to refute it. He is right. If it wasn't for my greed at the beginning, I am reluctant to completely cure my sister's illness. That simply wouldn't happen today. So Xu Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll pay the money, and I'll punish you this time." Turning around, Xu Mengyao went straight to the payment counter on the first floor. Du Zhi looked towards the operating room and shook his head. I didn't expect it to break down. Fortunately, there was no big problem. I still have a lot of things to arrange for Chunya to do. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Chunya woke up slowly, and the first thing she saw was her sister Xu Mengyao crying beside her. Then she turned her head again and saw Du Zhi with a sullen face standing aside. Chunya's eyes lit up instantly. "Du Zhi, what happened to me?" "I fainted." Du Zhi pointed at Xu Mengyao and said, "Why don't you thank your good sister quickly? If she hadn't been reluctant to spend money to treat your sequelae last time, you would be fine this time." Xu Mengyao was furious when she heard this. "What are you talking about? My sister also agreed last time." "Shut up." Chunya scolded, "You silly girl, at that time I thought the money was borrowed from you, and you still needed a lot of money for school, so I saved it for you. This money was earned by both of us. Just give me the money and I'll cure your illness, and we'll be even. Otherwise." Chunya snorted coldly, "You will have to pay off your debts alone in the future." "I heard Chunya say that I should pay off the debt alone." Xu Mengyao couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Paying debts alone? How can I pay it back? Du Zhi is not interested in me at all. I can't give my body to him. Besides, in 3 days, that gang of black people will come to collect the debt again. How can I bear such a heavy burden?" Although Xu Mengyao felt sorry for her hard work, but I still decided to use part of the more than 200,000 yuan I earned in the past 4 days to treat my sister. I started my own business on my own in the next 3 days. If I work harder, it won't be a problem to save up hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I shouldn't be taken to the club. After my sister is cured, it won't be too late for them to do business with Du Zhi and make big money." So Xu Mengyao pretended to be angry and said, "What are you talking about, sister? I am your sister, and it is my duty to spend money to treat your illness. I will go to the hospital to pay the money and get you cured completely." Hearing this, Chunya nodded with relief. Then Xu Mengyao was about to tell Du Zhi that she was doing business alone these days. Then I heard Du Zhi say, "I just booked a flight to Binhai tomorrow, leaving at 8 in the morning." "Xu Mengyao, Du Zhi is leaving tomorrow. That means I have to earn the remaining 100,000 or so tonight. Based on my unit price, is it possible in one night? P.S. Ugh." The sound of Chunya vomiting was heard from the bathroom. Xu Mengyao looked at her coldly while holding the cup. "Don't you like to drink the free gifts from the readers' bosses? Why don't you continue drinking?" Chunya said fearfully, Yao, I can't drink anymore. There are too many free gifts. Please spare me." "Spare you?" Xu Mengyao sneered, "Why didn't you spare me when you threatened me with your own worth? Give me a drink."